Chapter 401 Big Business Stupid Beast, Mental Shock, Pull, Frozen Light, Claw-tailed Scorpion, Insect Bite. Aoki stood under a tree, calmly directing the three elves to attack. Opposite, three poisonous butterflies of different grades fell directly to the ground. Aoki took out the elven ball and collected all three poisonous white butterflies. Aoki has been in the forest of the poisonous white butterfly of Haoshan for 3 hours. With the help of the chip, some grades are not bad, but the more general poisonous butterflies are all caught. The basic combat power of these elves has been formed. As long as the trainers exercise a little, they can soon be put into battle. This elf is best suited for those in Aoki now. Then kill some weaker hedgehogs and kill them all. It was a simple and rude screening of the poisonous butterfly group, and the dregs were used to extract the essence. The worms of the insect system reproduce very fast. As long as Aoki comes back to clean up a few waves on time, the quality of the elf here will rise linearly, and because of the cleanup of Aoki, the poisonous white butterfly will not flood here. For the energy of the entire forest, convergence also has certain benefits. When the poisonous butterfly race has been cleaned up, there are already more than 30 reduced elves in Aoki's pocket. Most of them are of ordinary qualifications, but there are a few poisonous butterflies with good strength. Can be used to reward some talented people, and it will be stronger to cultivate them. It's almost cleared, and then go to the white butterfly hunting group to clean it up again. It's almost enough. After controlling the number and quality of the elves on the mountain, you can circle all of them here and let some people with good potential or good performance come in and arrest them. The kind of elves you want is just a bit less and you need to add more. Aoki planned to walk with the elves to hunt the swallowtail butterflies. Compared to the poisonous butterfly, the hunting swallowtail butterfly is more gentle, but its combat effectiveness is not weak. It was only when Aoki walked into the hunting for the swallowtail butterfly forest that he encountered a person who was somewhat unexpected. "Is it you?" Two voices sounded at the same time. I saw Aoki standing around a 17 or 18-year-old girl, followed by Rosleduo. The girl was surprised when she saw Aoki. To say who the girl is, Aoki is still quite impressed. I just remember that in Chengdu, Aoki met the girl in front of a rocky field in order to catch a quest issued by the Hunter Guild. Remember that the girl in front of her was called Pirate Brigade. At that time, she was facing two big rock snakes alone, and one of them suddenly ran to Aoki, and in order to complete the task, Aoki directly conquered the big rock snake, but did not expect a contradiction with the Theft Brigade. So they fought directly. In the end, because Pirate Brigade felt that Aoki's character was more like a lunatic, he didn't want to fight more with him, and took the armored bird and left. I still remember that at the time the brigade was still followed by a poison rose, but I did not expect that it has now evolved into Rosleduo. But Aoki was somewhat surprised, because Poison Rose needs to evolve into Rosleduo. The Stone of Light is needed. As far as Aoki knows, the Stone of Light is relatively rare in Fenyuan area. It can be obtained by the brigade, either with good luck or with someone's help. And it seems that the quality of the light stone is not low, because this is the first time Rosledo's data chip was scanned out. Pokemon, Rosledo Cyan. Gender, female. Level, 32. Attribute, Grass plus Toxic. Features, Technical Master. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Photosynthesis, Flying Leaf Knife, Hypnotic Powder. Basic skills, Absorption, Growth, Poison Needle, Paralysis Powder, Ultimate Suction, Parasitic Seeds, Magic Leaves, Grass Flute, Ultimate Suction, Poison Diamond, Sweet Aroma, Venom Trap, Grass Field, Weather Ball. Teaching skills, Worry Seeds, Snoring. Skill Learner, Hold, Awakening Power. Middle dot. Water, Shadow Ball, Energy Ball. Knotting. Cyan qualified Roselle is better said if the previous Poison Rose was light cyan, but if the Poison Rose is dark green, then it is terrifying, and the light stone must be of top quality. By comparison, the dark green qualified Dark Crow uses the top quality dark stone and evolved into the crow's head before the qualification reached cyan. It was just that the battle was rushed last time, and there was no time to scan the data of that poison rose. I still remember that she was followed by a dream demon and an armored bird that ran away with her. Her qualifications and strength were not weak. Stolen Brigade. Aoki shouted the girl's name directly. Crazy. Although the brigade did not know what Aoki was calling, she called out her nickname for Aoki. Hearing his nickname, Aoki could not help frowning. Lunatic. After just having a fight, I got this nickname. I saw that the appearance of the robber was a little serious. I did not expect that in this old forest in the mountains, I encountered Aoki. However, Aoki is not nervous at the moment. The Stolen Brigade was able to escape his life at that time because of the flight ability of the armored bird, but now Aoki has a crow head and a tropical dragon can take it to fly. You are reading book www.yuukanzu.com. Catching a slow-flying armored bird is not a problem. And looking at the appearance of Rosalda around the brigade, she was obviously her strongest elf, but was killed by the crow's head, so Aoki relaxed. Since the other party can't pose any threat to themselves, don't worry too much. Seeing that Aoki did not launch an attack directly, the brigade was obviously relieved. No matter what the strength is, fighting a lunatic is always a bit palpitating. What are you doing here? Aoki asked with a frown. Although this place is not Aoki, Aoki has secretly set the course of development in his heart, but he is not willing to see someone come in suddenly. The pirate brigadier poked his lips. And what he told you. But seeing Aoki's expression gradually get serious, and then look at the three elves around him, a full look. The pirate brigade thought about it, or said it out. Aren't you also a hunter? As a hunter, what's wrong with running into the forest to catch the elves? He went on to say, it's you, no longer staying in the Chengdu area. What did you come to Fenyuan to do? You said that, as a hunter, isn't it normal to appear in the old forest in the mountains? Aoki said lightly. You also came to such a remote place. Wouldn't you also receive that task? The burglar Brit showed a startled expression. You must know that she had run away and didn't know how many places to spend. How much did it cost to lock the target and then come here in depth? Aoki's thoughts turned sharply when she heard her words. My heart was slightly happy. Big business is coming. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 402 Absolute O. What are your tasks? Maybe our tasks overlap. Aoki coughed slightly, concealing her embarrassment. Pirate Brigade glanced at Aoki strangely, but he had returned to normal and indifferent. But there was nothing special about it. But it wasn't so stupid. He told his task directly, but looked at Aoki with vigilance. What? You lunatic want to rob my elf again? The look of a pair of calves. Aoki felt some headaches. Isn't it a yellow qualified big rock snake? I want to buy you a dozen now. Wasn't it in a hurry? I didn't mean that. I did it last time because I was in a hurry last time. I only did it for you because you moved for me first, right? And an ordinary big rock snake. You want me to pay next time? You have a dozen elves of this level, Aoki explained. Aoki just felt that, with the strength of this robber brigade in front of him, it took absolutely so much thought to capture the value of the elves. At that time, maybe I can ascend to the 4-star hunter, and then set up my own hunting group. Coupled with those who just conquered, whether it is to improve strength or make money, it is a huge way. Pirate Brigade heard Aoki's words and thought it was a bit interesting. But it's just an ordinary big rock snake. At that time, it was crazy and silly to see this person, but now it seems reasonable. This is a task I waited for a long time in the Hunters Guild. I can't let you know how easy it is, said Pirate Brigade. Oh, coincidentally, I also waited for a long time in the Hunters Guild. The Hunters Guild where you are? Aoki said in her direction. Of course Green Town. Then we're different. In Dorothy. Aoki smiled secretly. Continued, but in such a deep mountain, the elves that let us 2-star level hunters catch them are generally not that frequent, right? I guess we may really have overlapping tasks. Pirate Brigade glanced at Aoki suspiciously, lighting up the 4 golden stars on his chest, and then quickly covered them up. Consciousness is obvious, and the Pirate Brigade is now a 4-star hunter in the Hunters Guild. Aoki was a little surprised. The strength of the Burglar Brigade is weaker than him, and it has already reached the level of a 4-star hunter. Is this all the time spent on catching the elves? This person is either fond of catching elves, or he must cultivate elves because of the needs of life. However, seeing his Rosleduo, Aoki felt that the latter possibility was relatively high. Because mimosa buds need to evolve into poison roses, they need to reach a certain degree of intimacy with the trainer to evolve. If the Pirate Brigade is the kind of person who captures elves for pleasure, it is estimated that mimosa buds may not be able to evolve. Does all her elves now work out by herself? Aoki can't help but admire it. Such a talent can be considered a real strong. I'm almost there. But I don't like the glittering stars very much. I didn't take them with me, Aoki perfunctorily said. The unbelief in the eyes of the Burglar Brigade became even stronger, and apparently he began to talk about the nonsense of Aoki. Then I'll give you a hint, Rumor. When this elf appears, it will often be accompanied by some unknown disaster. So, the words of Pirate Brigade had not finished, and Aoki flashed in her eyes, interrupting her directly, saying, I know, our mission is really overlapping, and this elf is the one I need to arrest. Oh, before I finish talking, you know if our mission is the same. What I said just now is not what the hunter mission described. I heard it when I asked about the news. Now you can say look, what elves need to be captured in your mission? A rare elf that people call a disaster beast, Absolu. Aoki said straightforwardly. When he heard Aoki's name of the elf, the brigade looked surprised. Because the elves such as Absolute can sense the disaster, they often rush to the scene before the disaster to remind people to pay attention to the disaster and make preparations in a timely manner. But in ancient times, people misunderstood Absolute's intentions, believing that his appearance led to disaster. Therefore, in ancient times, after seeing Absolute, people would launch attacks directly, and call it a disaster beast. Therefore, Absolu reluctantly lived in the mountains to avoid human pursuit. In this age, most people have understood what Absolu did, and they no longer hunt and call it a disaster beast. Only those older people listen to the ancestors' legend. This legend exists. She was also listening to an old man, and was the first to hear such rumors. However, the habits of the Absolutes have been developed. If it is not a huge disaster, they will not come out of the mountains. It seems that our tasks are really overlapping. Tell me what to do now. Is your character going to fight directly? This time I won't let you. The benefits of this Absolute are not low. The Pirate Brigade watched Aoki with vigilance www.mentalnovel.com and caught an elven ball in his hand. As long as Aoki launches an attack command, she will immediately summon the elf again and fight against Aoki. Aoki shook her head slowly and placed her hands in front of her, indicating that she did not intend to do anything. Then what do you mean? Whoever catches it will belong to anyone. The brigade saw Aoki's hands, but his vigilance eased slightly, and his clenched hands eased. It was just that Aoki shook his head again, but this time he didn't sell anything. So, although it is determined that Absolute is a high probability in this mountain forest, it is very difficult to find an elf in such a huge mountain forest. It is better that we unite and work together to put this Abosora arrested, Aoki said. The neuropathy acted separately from her. She didn't even have any information or clues, and met her just as it happened. Even if she wanted to arrest Absolute, she was half-guessed. If she didn't follow her, how could she meet Absolute? Moreover, as a rare elf, Absolute's value is very high. Aoki Star needs this elf's points. To get there, who caught it? Even 2 people. Aoki said directly. 2 people? But this is a single-person task. When the brigade remembered taking the task, he also watched it as a single-person task. She usually chooses to do solo tasks and cooperate with others. She can't believe it. Simple, the points you get are evenly divided, and the union coin is evenly divided. Everything you got in this operation is evenly divided. What do you think? Aoki's face with a harmless smile on humans and animals. It's like a weird with quirks. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 403 GodDaddy Hoodie. The brigade has its own plans. She did not fully believe in Aoki, but considering that Aoki's strength is not bad, if she doesn't agree, she may start playing directly. And there is a more important point. Absolu, who is hidden in the mountains, is definitely not simple. She is not sure if she can successfully win him. If Aoki acted together, the two would unite, and there should be no problem in catching this Absolute. Okay. But first of all, the arrest of Absolute is led by me, and no one is allowed to act without my instructions. The brigade pretended to take a very serious look. Aoki spread his hands, saying there was no problem. Anyway, this is exactly a mix-up, it's a completely free task. He didn't know any information, and Aoki didn't know where to go if he wanted to command. So two people who were still a little bit contradictory at this moment joined together and entered into the deep forest. I don't know if an elf like Absolute who can feel the disaster, will he feel that two people who are not willing are gradually approaching him? The two men, Aoki and Pirate Brigade, did not get very close, but were separated by some distance. This is caused by the impression of the first encounter and distrust of each other. There are still many wild elves in this kind of old forest in the mountains. With the continuous deepening of Aoki and the brigade, some wild elves will appear to attack directly from time to time. They will also unconsciously enter the unknown elf territory. In order to protect their own territory, these elf will also take the initiative to attack. In order to move forward faster, Aoki's Crow's Head, Pull, and Claw-tailed Scorpion fired at full power, but the main exercised elves still Pull and Claw-tailed Scorpion. The Crow's Head still presses them. Grass and poisonous elves in the forest are still very common, so the Pull and Claw-tailed Scorpions have a great advantage in facing this grass elves. The Pirate Brigade could only summon her armored bird to move forward faster. In the face of grass-based and poisonous elves, Rosewood is relatively weak, so his armored bird has become the main output spirit, and Rosewood has more as an auxiliary. For example, use a grass field to restore energy to the elves. However, as the number of elves continued to increase, the gap between the two gradually decreased. It is said that the relationship between the brothers is to carry a gun together and to go through the window together. Aoki and Pirate Brigade joined forces to fight wild elves for the same purpose. The Burglar Brigade's prejudice against Aoki gradually dropped, at least no longer hostile to Aoki. It was just that she didn't know that Aoki was so good at it. It was entirely for that Absolute's hunter points. But he didn't even have any information. If you know, it is estimated that it is really going to start a war with Aoki. After 2 hours of trekking through the mountains and waters, the elves continued to fight, and the pulls were okay. The level of the scorpion-tailed scorpion increased quickly, and it immediately reached level 25. Aoki has been consciously developing the venomous properties of the scorpion-tailed scorpion. After all, after the scorpion-tailed scorpion evolved into the Dragon King Scorpion, the worm-type attribute will disappear and become the evil-type attribute. Only poisonous properties can be kept forever. A lake in the mountains appeared in front of Aoki and the brigade. A stop sign in front of the Burglar Brigade. Aoki slowly leaned forward. According to my information, some people have seen Absolu here in this lake, but because the other party is not strong, they left without daring to stay too much, said Pirate Brigade. Then he glanced at Aoki and continued, "What information do you have? Share it together. It's all here, and there is nothing to hide." Aoki looked at the lake in the mountains, and saw the blue water reflecting the surrounding forest. "I said that this operation is dominated by you, so of course, your intelligence is the main direction. When it is really impossible to find, then match my intelligence. Otherwise it will not be good to interfere with you," Aoki slightly said. The Pirate Brigade listened to Aoki and gave a solitary glance at Aoki. "I always feel strange. In this case, it doesn't make much sense to wait here. Let's go and look at it." In the end, the Burglar Brigade chose to look directly at it. Anyway, regardless of the presence of Absolu, just recklessly. In such a good environment, there should not be only one Absolute. Maybe you can also encounter other highly qualified elves, and it will be good to catch a few of them. Stealing the brigade, she understands her own affairs. As a civilian trainer, she has made all her own efforts. Without hunters to make money, I am afraid that you will not have the current strength. It was mainly good luck. I accidentally conquered a mimosa and carefully cultivated it into a poisonous rose. Poison Rose's talent was pretty good, so the brigade took the difficult road of training. I just don't know why. She has always had good luck on her development journey. When you want to capture any elf, as long as you reach the correct position, that elf will definitely appear. www.mentalnovel.com. She arrived at the designated place. No matching elves appeared. She has always attributed this good luck to the care of God's Father, who is a self-improving trainer. Therefore, the last time Oki strolled on that rocky mountain for a whole day, he had never seen a big rock snake, but the brigade suddenly encountered two big rock snakes. This shows how good her luck talent is. From her sixth sense, Absolute is still very likely to be here. Sure enough, when the two entered the area, a pair of white hares were found in the grass. All of them are symbols of disaster, or evil spirits, but many of them are not the same because their hair is white. The whole white hair made them look more holy than any elves. Oki rubbed the white hair in his hand and said, "This is Absolute's hair." There is indeed an Absolute here. Looking at the white hairs in Oki's hands, the brigade said nothing. Because her sixth sense was getting stronger and stronger, she always felt that Absolute was about to appear. As if to verify her idea, on the other side of the lake, there is a white hare, a grey-blue sickle-like horn on the right side of the head, and a grey-blue sickle on a tail. Disaster beast looking for Absolute. Aboso. Oki also saw the elf. I saw him with two eyes staring at Oki and Pirate Brigade, making them feel indescribable, as if his eyes had seen everything through. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 404. Absolute. Hey, lunatic, is that Absolute? Affirmed Oki next to the bribe. Unconsciously, the feeling of hostility between the two people has improved a lot, but it has a little comrade in arms meaning. Yes, let's go. Check it out. Oki nodded with a serious expression. One step over the back of the crow's head and flew directly in the direction of Absolute. Seeing Oki's movement, the brigade bribed directly onto the back of his armored bird, struggling to fly towards Absolute. Now, at the critical moment, we must hurry up to avoid being preempted by Oki. Absolute watched Oki and the brigade flying directly over the lake, and did not intend to run, so he looked at them silently. A minute later, Oki took the lead across the lake, looking directly at this Absolute. The chip boots directly and scans his data. Elf, Absolute Light Cyan. Gender, female. Level, 35. Attribute, evil. Features, super lucky. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, surprising strike, assault, super corner attack. Basic skills, song of destruction, foreseeing the future, grabbing, attacking, staring, flash of light, chasing, provocation, biting, shadow clone, split, sword dance, assault key, see-through. Teaching skills, frozen wind, act, hell spike, iron tail. Skill learner, none. The quality of this Absolute is still very good. In addition, elves such as Absolute are relatively rare, and their value will increase exponentially. If it is not because the race value is not very high, it is estimated that there may be the possibility of becoming a fairy in the legend with his legend. Although the total racial value of Absolute is not high, its 130 points of physical attack racial value, plus 75 points of speed racial value, is still good. Elves such as Absolute are valuable for training. The reason why he can appear before the disaster is because of his superpowers and ability to predict the future. This is a skill that Absolute can learn after birth. As the strength increases and the age increases, the mastery of this skill gradually increases, and the predicted future will become more and more accurate. It will be more and more distant. In addition, Absolute is actually a relatively gentle elf. With a foreseeable future, he will be unconsciously close to humans with a good personality. Of course, he who has the Song of Death is also very scary. In the face of different humans or elves, his attitude will be completely different. But now she clearly appeared in front of her with a malicious Oki and the brigade, without any sense of escape. What did you feel? Still found something? The burglar brigade slowed Oki and reached the shore. but it was a bit surprised to see that Absolute had no intention of escaping. Rose Lido, who appeared beside her, directly pulled the clothes of La Pirate Brigade, and she looked like she was still talking. Absolute screamed softly. His voice sounded soft and agile, making people feel comforted. This Absolute's superpowers are a bit strong. Although Oki didn't have much of his own superpowers, he could still feel that Absolute's superpowers were very volatile. As an evil spirit, he shouldered this powerful super ability. It can be seen that the strength of this Absolute is still relatively strong. Absolute seemed to hear the thoughts in Oki's heart, and his red eyes stared at Oki's eyes tightly. As the window of the mind, the eyes can still see a little inner fluctuations if the observation ability is sufficient. Suddenly, Absolute's red eyes flashed a faint wave of red superpowers, directly connecting the spirit of Oki and the brigade. ECG induction. Oki was slightly surprised. Help please. Apsaru obviously is not very skilled in using ECG, and can only express her inner thoughts simply. But Oki understood what she meant. Why don't you run for help? Oki remained silent, but the brigade said, need help. Do you want us for help? Do not know why. The brigade can feel the meaning of begging on her. But Absolute didn't speak again. Just glanced at the stolen brigade, then looked at the silent Oki, turned around and whispered softly to signal them to follow. With a mentality of looking first, Oki followed behind Absolute. It didn't take long for Absolute to take the two to a cave. Absolute entered the cave directly, and Oki and Pirate Brigade looked at each other and followed in. This cave is not the kind that Oki entered before. It is dark and humid, and the ground is slippery. This cave is very dry. Even the temperature is relatively comfortable. After digging deeper, I discovered why Absolute came to the two for help. I saw that the innermost ground of the cave was covered with a thick haystack. In addition to the previous Absolute, there were actually 3 small Absolutes. These are her children. Oki was a little surprised. Did this Absolute have 3 children? It was the first time I saw Absolus pop. The mother Absolute looked at Oki a little hesitantly, then called softly, and signaled them to walk over to www.mentalnovel.com. In fact, this morning, the mother Absolute was super strong. I felt like I was being watched by something, but she didn't have the ability to escape, because she had 3 children who were just born. More importantly, one of her children became ill, and has been ill since birth, and has never been better. She tried everything she knew and could not be cured. Absolute's foreseeing the future can only simply sense something. Unless it is a major event, he will not see any picture. So she knew someone was malicious to her, but she didn't know who it was. In the afternoon, following her sixth sense, she felt that she was going to appear by the lake, so she passed directly. I don't want to bring danger to the children because of my own affairs. If it comes to myself, then it will end by the lake. But when she crossed the lake to see Oki and Pirates Brigade, she didn't know why. She actually felt the way to save her child. And from that woman, she has a very special feeling, that is, this person must be a very lucky person, as if being taken care of by God. The ghost was terrible. She actually chose to believe the two. Even if the man's maliciousness was more obvious after entering the cave, she chose to believe. This is her sixth sense as a mother. In fact, when Oki saw Absolute and her 3 children, her first thought was to make a lot of money. How many resources can 4 Absolutes get? Absolute with light cyan qualifications, its children are definitely not weak. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 405. See the poor figure. But after understanding Absolute's meaning, Oki walked slowly. The crow's head and Paula followed Oki's side in case Absolute suddenly exploded. Although they also understood what Absolute meant, as the spirit of Oki, Oki's safety was always the first priority. After Oki approached, he could clearly see the appearance of the 3 Absolute cubs. Suddenly my eyes widened. What did he see? Exclamation mark. A red-colored Absolute. Flash Absolute. Needless to say, due to the rarity of Absolute, plus the characteristics of this flashing elf, the value of this Absolute is higher than the value of the other 3 Absolutes combined here. Pokemon, Flash Absolute Cyan weak. Gender, male. Level 5. Attribute, evil. Characteristics, oppression. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, baton, magic reflex, super corner fight, frolic. Basic skills, song of destruction, predicting the future, grabbing, attacking, staring, flash of light. Teaching skills, none. Skill learner, none. Weak state. Presumably it was the physical condition of this Absolute that led to the mother of Absolute letting Aoki come over. However, Absolute's ability, for no reason, can feel the malice on his body. Is it because of the burglary nearby? Aoki glanced at the stolen brigade next to her, and saw that her eyes were shining, apparently looking like a wealthy fan. But soon, her fortunes converged, because she also noticed the strange appearance of little Absolute. Crazy. What's wrong with this flash of Absolute? The brigade asked cautiously. Aoki shook her head slowly, without speaking. The chip only scans from a long distance, and cannot know the state of an elf. If you want to understand why he is so, you need to touch it closely. But the mother of Absolute obviously wouldn't let Aoki come in contact, because she noticed that the maliciousness of Oka's body became more and more obvious, and she had started to have some tooth decay. She really regretted coming here with Aoki and Pirate Brigade, even for the weak child, but she could not put the other two Absolute in danger. Woo! Suddenly, a slight cry appeared in Oka's mind. Oka's face discolored for a moment, after seeing that neither Pirate Brigade nor Absolute heard the call. He was slightly relieved. The source of this call is the dream of the dream demon who has been hiding in the shadow of Aoki. Fortunately, no one heard it. Otherwise, Aoki will leave the brigade here even if it costs a lot. No matter who it is now, it is impossible to know the existence of the dream demon. However, Aoki, after his face recovered, did understand the meaning of the dream demon. With a simple mind, she could not bear the appearance of Absolute and her children. However, the dream demon did not show anything clearly, just expressed his feelings. And Roselle, who was beside Pirate Brigade, had been pulling Pirate Brigade's clothes since entering, and motioned her not to act on these Absolute. Absolute is a bad legend among humans, but they have a gentle personality in the beginning, but they feel friendly among the elves. Just like gophers, some wild gophers, ordinary elves will not actively attack them. The Pirate Brigade also felt the meaning of Rosleguo, and at the same time did not know why. The sixth sense in the underworld told her that these Absolute could not grasp. Although the value is really high, in her opinion, there is a way to steal. Crazies, don't forget it. After all, Absolute is a rare elf, and it hasn't appeared in the human world so often. Catching them always feels that there will be any bad premonitions. Pirate Slew whispered. At this time told Aoki to pick a pick. She was really afraid of Aoki suddenly violent. Aoki was silent and did not speak. The guts of the burglar brigade got bigger, because after she began to think so, her sixth sense became stronger and stronger, and Absolute would definitely have problems. Hey! Lunatic, talking to you. Don't catch Absolute. It's a big deal. It'll help you find some more valuable elves next time and compensate you. For her own sixth sense, Pirate Brigade is very trusting, otherwise she will not come to this step. Among her peers, she is definitely the best group, even if she is just a civilian. However, seeing Aoki unmoved, the brigade was ready to fight Aoki. Nowadays, even if you hit this one, also protect the Absolute's stolen brigade. Are you a civilian? Suddenly, Aoki uttered such a sentence, directly speaking to stolen brigade. But she replied, yeah, what's wrong? Is it related to this? Looking at what you are now, it means that if I have to arrest these Absolute, you are going to fight me? Aoki said coldly. His voice and eyes were serious. The brigade saw Oka's expression, and her heart suddenly burst, but thinking of her sixth sense, she clenched her teeth and insisted, yes. If you must catch them, then do it. To tell the truth, against the Aoki, the burglar brigade really does not want to. If you cannot fight, then of course the best. Holy dad, don't lie to me. I trust you so much. The lunatic in front of me is a bit scary. I don't know if I can fight it, said Pirate Slew silently. But Absolute's mother, who was standing behind the burglar brigade, gradually relaxed his expression, because he felt that the maliciousness of the horrible man on the opposite side was dissipating at a crazy speed. But she didn't quite understand the conversation between the two. Isn't that malicious? Why doesn't it seem like him going to fight? In fact, there is some helplessness in Aoki's heart. www.mentalnovel.com. No way. Now the biggest card in his hand is still the Dream Monster, and he is still in the rising period of friendship with the Dream Monster. Is it worthwhile to leave a puppet in the heart of the Dream Monster for several Absolu? Aoki chose the Dream Demon decisively, which is what he can really use in the future. As long as the relationship with the Dream Demon comes up, and then instill her normal values, she will not be in the current situation in the future. But now Aoki can only signify helplessness. But can't it be for nothing? Instantly, his brain turned quickly, and he suddenly hit his mind on the thief in front of him. She is a civilian, but now she can possess this kind of strength. She is definitely different from ordinary people, and she is a hunter. I want to form a hunter group. Isn't this just one person who is usually absent and can lead the team? I can let them go and even help, but I have one condition, Aoki said. You said. The brigade still kept vigilance, and even felt that the dangerous breath on Aoki was constantly rising, making her afraid to relax her vigilance for a moment. How about mixing with me in the future? Set up a hunting group of your own and earn more money to train the elves. Aoki bluntly stated his purpose. Ah? The burglar brigade, who heard Aoki's words, widened his eyes. Feelings are waiting for themselves here? Exclamation mark. Want to sell yourself for a few wild elves? Dash. Add more. Monthly tickets reached 550 plus more. Some people may think that this brigade is the heroine. I can only say, there is no heroine in this book. No heroine. No heroine. This is just a supporting role. Thank you. Chapter 406. Flicker. What do you mean? The brigade warned. She can rely on her current strength completely, and has not thought about what organization she wants to join, or who she wants to follow. It's very simple. You are a civilian, right? I am also a civilian. I am both a hunter. We capture the elves in exchange for resources and improve our strength. Why don't we two get up, join forces? Aoki explained. Originally he did not have this idea, but just now, he suddenly thought, if you want to form a hunting team, who will be responsible for the hunting team when you are away? Miyamoto, Alec, Still Sky. Obviously not very realistic. These three people, let them survive in the wild and fight against others. That's no problem. But elf hunting does not necessarily depend on strength. Sometimes it depends on luck and eyesight. Otherwise, if you encounter an elf, what if you can't even see if that elf has valuable eyesight? People who are not hunters all year round cannot be discerned at once. There is a more important point. Even if the eyesight is good, but the luck is not good, what can I do if I can't find the elf I want? Just like when Aoki was searching for the big rock snake. He couldn't find it after a day of shopping, and wasted a day in vain. But the two that he encountered suddenly all the time. What does this mean? Isn't it luck? And even a rare elf like Absolu, she found it whenever she wanted to find it. As a civilian, he has been acting alone, and being able to grow to this point is no longer explained by the so-called talents and efforts. The other party did not have the opportunity to reincarnate like Aoki, nor did the so-called chip assist. The brigade had just wanted to get angry, but heard Aoki continue to say, I know that you are not used to acting with others. From the afternoon when we two were on the road, we can see that, and I also know that it is very difficult for you to develop from a civilian to this point. But have you ever thought about it, how to go in the future? With one person covering his head, can he really continue to go up? What if your luck is gone? Is it stagnant? A series of questions from Aoki made the brigade some wonder how to answer. But she did not deny that Aoki's problems made her think deeply. Indeed, it seems that her progress is not slow now, but her family knows her own family affairs. Even if her luck has been with her recently, her growth rate has slowed down uncontrollably, because the value and needs of elf cultivation continue to increase. Joining a party, as long as you can show your talents, you can indeed get some asylum and more resources, but relatively, you must bear certain responsibilities and be restricted. If necessary, you also need to face what you do not want to face, the enemy. But what if you create your own forces? The requirements are not high, just create a hunting group, let more people earn resources, and then we extract the due share from it. Isn't it more convenient than going out to find the elf yourself? And the team mission of the hunting team, the reward is very generous. Have you not considered it? You are already a 4-star hunter. The brigade was silent. When she became a 4-star hunter, she really thought about setting up a hunting group of her own, but she was always a solitary one. How could any friend join her to build a group? If you start from scratch, with her personality, you don't know when you can build a real team. So you already have your own hunting group? The brigade asked. Aoki was happy, and if she asked, it meant that she had a little intention. However, I have not been able to tell her about the fact that she has not become a 4-star hunter, otherwise it may be annoying. Hold on. Fudge is coming. Not yet, but soon, and I have called a group of people. After I set up a hunting group, they will join directly. By then, the hunting group will take shape overnight. I promise you the position of deputy head, no better than joining a party. No one except me can order you, and you can order others to do things for you. Aoki continued. Hearing here, the pirate brigade was also a little moved. After all, she has become the current Lone Ranger, and never thought what it would be like to help a group of men. Is it just a matter of drinking tea every day? Then what do I need to do? I mean, what do I need to pay if I join your hunting group? What can I get? However, Pirate Brigade is not a 3-year-old child. Surviving abroad is more about interests. It's very simple. You just need to lead the team to continue to develop while I'm away. I may be absent for a while, so you are the boss in the hunting group, which means you can fight. As long as you can develop the hunting group, and what you can get is also in what I said. Many of their subordinates will extract a part of the extracts for you. Then, when you join a party, you are no longer rootless. You don't have to choose to avoid every time you hunt an elf. When you encounter someone or another force to grab an elf, you can fight back directly, because after that, a team behind you is supporting you. You can be more confident. Flicker. Aoki continued to flicker. Anyway, it's not just that the brigade should join the hunting group now. Today, even if Pirate Brigade does not join his hunting group, Aoki will not take Absolu anymore. What they do www.metalnovel.com. But Aoki still makes sense. Pirates of the brigade also admitted that their heart was moving, because the sixth sense she always believed in did not give her any danger or bad feeling. The two were silent, and Absolute looked at them silently. After 10 minutes of silence, the bribery nodded and agreed. A smile appeared on Aoki's face, and finally he flew into a more reliable deputy head. Although not even this regiment has been established. But soon. Then you are not allowed to do anything to Absolute mother and son. The brigade reminded. Aoki smiled and nodded, without telling her the truth, because he also knew the reason why Absolute's mother wanted to bring them here. Presumably this Absolute has sensed something in advance, thinking that in the end Aoki and Pirates Brigade will not do anything to them. It might be possible to heal the young Flash Absolute. Do you understand me, Absolute? Aoki asked his mother, and now she was completely calm, because she didn't feel any malice in the two people in front of her. Nod. If you want me to treat your child with a birth defect, I need to get in touch to find a way, Aoki said, because he suddenly thought of something. Would his back mountain develop? Is there a lack of a kind that can deter all the elves? At the same time, I can also watch myself for the better and better mountain. If the poached person enters, is he not miserable? And Absolute in front of him is not the best candidate. But she can predict the future and feel the danger. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 407. What's in the water? When Absolute's mother heard Aoki's words, she took a step back and said that she understood and could let Aoki approach. The crow's head and owl pulled a step forward, blocking Absolute's course, but allowing her to see what Aoki was doing. The three Absolute cubs saw a stranger approaching and whispered, especially the other two healthy non-flashing Absolutes, Who protected the flashing absolute behind him? Oh, Absolut's mother called softly. Then the two young absolutes stopped blocking and barking. Aoki put his hand slowly on the flashing red hair of Absolute. A very soft, warm feeling came from the hands. Chip, start a fine scan, Aoki ordered silently in his heart. At the same time, it looks like it is being carefully observed. After 3 minutes, the sound of machinery sounded in Oka's brain. Drip. The scan is complete and the results are displayed. Then a data graph appeared in front of Oka's eyes. According to the data from the chip scan, the reason why this absolute is so weak is because it lacks sufficient nutrients and vitamins. Is it because of the insufficient supply of Absolute's mother? Aoki glanced at the anxiously awaiting mother of Absolute, then carefully placed Flash Absolute on the ground and said, I have a way to heal it and make him develop better than his two other brothers. It was said that Absolute's mother showed a surprised look, and the robbers watching it also showed a surprised look. But it seemed that her eyes were more surprised. This lunatic actually knows how to heal the elves. Who is it? But I have a request. Aoki interrupted their surprise again. Puff. It has a simple request. I won't subdue you and limit your freedom. I just want you to live in a different place and then take care of the environment there. It is still far away from the human world. This little absolute could not be completed in a day. And closer to me I could better treat him. Aoki looked directly into Absolute's mother's eyes. He really thought so. So he didn't want to hide anything. Oh, Mother Absolute nodded slightly after thinking about it. Just changing places to live will not affect their lives. Although it may be that the environment that has just been familiar with for a long time is about to leave. Absolute is born to wander in the mountains. And it is not unacceptable to change places. Aoki heart happy. Today, although Absolute was not captured in exchange for hunter points in accordance with the plan, he successfully abducted a future deputy head of the hunting group, and then brought the rare Absolute to his own back mountain and became himself half watchdogs, and 4 came. Absolute mother's qualifications are light cyan, maybe their father's qualifications are not low, so too normal Absolute's qualifications also have light cyan. As for the flashing Absolute's qualification is cyan. As long as you grow up, the back mountain of Aoki will be absolutely safe. Because Absolute can be dangerous to predict, one prediction may not be accurate. Is it not possible for 4 to predict to get there? And Flash Absolute also has a certain training value. When he was healing him, he got a little closer. And it was not impossible to abduct him as his own elf. You know that Absolute is a super evolving elf. As a flashing elf, Flash Absolute will definitely show his speciality in the future. Then you sort things out and he'll take you away later, Aoki said. Then I took a look at the burglar brigade standing behind, and thought for a moment and said, go to Luoyang Town and wait for me. I should go to Luoyang Town to set up our hunting team. Soon you will be able to see those who will be yours. The burglar brigade glanced at Aoki, but finally couldn't hold back, and asked, crazy, are you an elf doctor? I'm a breeder. You just think of me as an intermediate breeder. In the future, you can contract your elf energy cube, but it will cost the same, Aoki said lightly. Hearing that, pirate brigade widened his eyes, and some could not believe what he heard. Real or fake? But he wants to set up his own hunting group and recruit his own people. Will he still be found by himself now? So after a little doubt, he confirmed that Aoki was not lying. Ahead with the ability to grow a middle class? This hunting group seems to be a little interesting. With joy in his heart, the brigade slowly left. Before leaving, Aoki and her exchanged contact information. As for the brigade, will it deceive Aoki? In Oka's view, the possibility is there, but it is not high. They are all smart people, and they are justified by their emotions. The establishment of a hunting group will definitely be of great benefit to her, and there is no reason to refuse. In this way, the pirate brigade left the cave happily, and then left with the armored bird. So woman, it is smart and stupid for a while. www.mentalnovel.com. She didn't think about the possibility that after she left, Aoki shot several Absolute directly, and then went to change the task reward alone. Aoki thought of it, shook his head and returned to the cave. In fact, it wasn't the stupid brigade, but because her sixth sense told him that Aoki would not do it. Sometimes it feels so amazing. Watching the departure of the brigade, Aoki turned back to the cave. I saw that Absolute had taken all 3 cubs on his body, and 2 of them were riding on Absolute's back healthily, while the weaker Flash Absolute was pinched in his mouth. Let's go, Aoki said, looking at Absolute. But as soon as he stepped out of the cave, Absolute's mother stopped suddenly. Her red superpower flashed in her eyes. Aoki gave a strange glance at Absolute. I saw her nod to Aoki, then suddenly turned and ran in one direction. Aoki was puzzled, but he knew that Absolute did not mean to run away, because now Aoki was not really malicious to them, and that Absolute cub needed Aoki's treatment. Sitting on the back of the crow's head, he followed directly. I saw Absolute, with Aoki, on the edge of the lake where they met before. I saw a gesture from her towards Aoki to the lake, and her superpowers flickered in her eyes. In the water, there is Absolute's jerky telepathy sounded in Aoki's brain. What does Absolute mean? Is there something you need in the water? Aoki reacted the first time. Come out, dumb beast. There was no one next to him, and it didn't matter if the dumb beast came out. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 408 Dumb Beast Group Stupid Beast, go, take a look in the water. Then, Aoki put his hand on the back of the dumb beast and went straight into the water. With the super cap of the dumb beast, Aoki can get enough air in the water. Of course, it won't last long. Not to mention, after entering the water, Aoki found that there were really many elves and many types in the water. If all the water system elves in this lake can be moved to their backyard, the construction of the water system museum in the future will be smoother. If there are no water spirits in the town of the water system museum, then the appeal to league trainers will be much weaker. In addition to the common carp king and horn goldfish that are common everywhere, there are many elves unique to Feniyun areas. Grouper, Sakura fish, love fish, and even very rare ancient empty spiny fish. Not only that, seal and lobster creeps can also be seen in the water. It can be said that most of the water elves in Feniyun area are covered here. Here is a huge treasure. However, the stupid beast after entering the water seemed to have a special induction. Aoki did not direct, and he swam directly towards a place. Aoki didn't speak, and Absolute told himself there was something in the water. After entering, the stupid animal spontaneously made a choice, indicating that the thing in the water might be related to the stupid animal. After swimming in one direction for a while, the scenery in Aoki's eyes changed. Under the small lake, there was actually Kien-kun. After passing through a piece of water grass and rocks, he came to a dark cave. The dumb beast did not stop. After entering the cave, the space slowly grew. A little way forward, a huge shore appeared in front of me. Hidden space under the lake. As if suddenly clear, the dull beast took Aoki directly to the shore of the cave at the bottom of the lake. Aoki's eyes narrowed sharply when she saw the foreground image. Stupid beast, Aoki murmured, because there are many dumb beasts in front of him, and the number is still quite large. But there are no dull beasts and dull kings. There are almost 30 dull beasts here. Aoki can see that they have some scars on their bodies. Not only that, the dumb beasts who originally liked to lie on the water's edge, now all gathered in a corner, silently around the small water pool. And Aoki saw that the skin of each dumb beast was a bit dry, as if it had not been in the water for a long time. Yeah? Aoki's stupid beast screamed, attracting the attention of those stupid beasts. The foolish beasts saw a strange foolish beast that suddenly appeared, and slowly crawled out of it. A foolish beast that looked older may be the leader of this group of foolish beasts. Yeah? Too dull flowed. Although Aoki didn't know what they were talking about, she was able to feel the momentum of her drowsy beast growing, and her anger gradually appeared in her eyes. After waiting for about 10 minutes, their communication was finally over. I saw the old stunned animal sighed and crawled back slowly. The group of dumb beasts that had recovered a little in their eyes all lay back on the ground, staring indifferently at the water in the middle pond. as if their last hope. "What's wrong? A dull beast?" Aoki asked. "Yeah," the dumb beast screamed. Aoki has never seen him look so angry. Then the dumb beast directly used the electrocardiogram to connect Aoki's consciousness. "Master, my people here tell me that they have a powerful group of enemies in the water, and they have been targeting them. As a result, they have been unable to enter the water or escape." There was uncontrollable anger in the astringent voice. "Enemies? But when we came in before, we never found any enemies," Aoki said. "When they came in before, it was smooth." As if to verify Aoki's words, one by one slowly appeared in the water. First one shark fin appeared on the water, and then the number of shark fins increased. 1, 2, 3. 3 shark fins. Then yellow fins that are much smaller, 2 and 2 appear together, densely packed. There are about 30 or 40. This is. Aoki started the chip scan directly. An elf's data map appeared in his eyes. The one with the strongest strength was paid special attention by Aoki. Pokemon, Megalodon dark green. Gender, male. Level, 35. Attribute, water plus evil. Features, rough skin. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, primal power, brine, smash. Basic skills, splitting, key attack, glancing, biting, anger, gathering, water jet, malicious pursuit, harsh, bluff, frozen tooth, ghost face, toxic. Teaching skills, frozen wind, breaking water, waves of water. Skill learner, none. No wonder this group of stupid beasts are blocked here, and they dare not even get into the water. It turned out to be a group of giant tooth sharks and sharp tooth fishes. As the elves of the water system and evil system, they are really dumb beasts of the tech water system and the superpower system. And this is in the Feniyun area. Dull beasts are considered alien species. www.mentalnovel.com here are targeted by giant tooth sharks. Aoki feels reasonable. There may be very unknown reasons, but now it is true. The dull beast group was targeted by a group of sharp-toothed fish and megalodon sharks. If they didn't come in, the entire dull beast group would be destroyed here. It is also that the giant tooth shark and the sharp-toothed fish are not suitable for fighting after entering the water, otherwise the foolish beasts will have been destroyed. But now the foolish beasts of Aoki seem very angry. Angry at the weakness and fate of the foolish beast group, and their anger is indisputable. But Aoki understands why they are like this. Here is the abundance. The appearance of the dumb beasts has been an accident, but the evolution of dumb beasts requires the existence of another kind of elves, big tongues. However, there is no big tongue in this water area, which prevents the dull beast from evolving into a dull beast. There is no evil spirit restraint, but it is normal to fight. Looking at the scars on them, it means that they have actually resisted, but they can't beat them. Toothfish can evolve into giant tooth sharks, but they cannot. This is the sadness that requires special evolutionary conditions to evolve the elves. It is also the reason why the elves, such as dumb beasts, are only suitable for living in the Kanto region, because there are big tongues in the Kanto area. But Aoki's stupid animal obviously didn't think so. In his opinion, even if he couldn't beat, he would rush up and desperately, even if he was all dead, he would have to bite off a piece of meat from his opponent. This may also be the thought of the foolish beast after a long time with Aoki, because Aoki is such a person. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 409 Superpower Rage. Yeah, the dumb beast growled at the tusks in the water. But the giant tooth shark and the sharp toothfish were not scared, but showed a mocking look. Even the leading giant shark sprayed a water column directly from the water, spraying it directly on the face of the dumb beast. Then there was a loud laugh. The entire toothy shark and toothy fish population laughed. Aoki's face was a bit ugly, and the stupid beast was provoked in this way. Of course, as a stupid beast trainer, there was certainly something to be done. Take out a few elven directly, summoning the crow's head, pull, and claw-tailed scorpion, and then the ghost stone that has been in the shadow is also summoned by Aoki. As for the dream demon, she is not yet suitable for fighting. Stupid beast, wave of superpower water. Crow head, awakening power, pull, Icicle Crash, Claw-tailed Scorpion, Harsh Sound, Ghost Stone, Awakening Power. Aoki coldly. The awakening power of the crow's head is electrical, while the awakening power of Ghost Stone is grass-based, which can cause twice as much damage to the aquatic fang-toothed shark. The dumb beast is really restrained a little bit. Because of the superpower restraint, a powerful incomprehensible feeling filled the mind. As for the Pull and scorpions, they are not water spirits, and the effects they can achieve are very limited. The giant tooth shark and the sharp-tooth fish, seeing the skills coming from the sky, ran very flexibly into the water. However, the skills of the Pull and claw-tailed scorpion were directly missed. Although the dumb beast hits the giant tooth shark, the effect of the water system is really very limited. As for the awakening power of the crow's head and ghost stone, the lower-level liggerfish appeared on the water. However, such damage is very limited to the entire population of giant tooth sharks. The few toothfish that have lost their fighting ability are just the bottom of the giant tooth shark population, regardless of their qualifications or strength. And it appeared on the water. If no action was taken, it would soon recover its ability to move and join them again. Aoki was silent after seeing the attack effect of his elf. I have to say, this group of giant tooth sharks is really a bit tricky. Being restrained as the strongest aquatic elven monster in his hand, he is really helpless. Stupid beast, use superpowers to fish those lionfish that have lost their combat ability to the shore. Although there is no way to the lionfish in the water, you can't watch these lionfishes for a while. After that, let's resume our ability to act. And looking at the giant tooth sharks that are coming up again, obviously more vigilant than before. But the ridiculous expressions on their faces did not converge at all, and they also understood that most of the elves on the other side were dry ducks, who could only prestige on the shore, but could not enter the water. The only elves that looked similar to the dumb beasts bullied by them, although much stronger than those dumb beasts, they had no fear at all. What if the combat effectiveness is strong? Only one elf, who can fight in the water, can be his own opponent. It's even more fearless if you don't get into the water. A giant tooth shark and a sharp-tooth fish emerged from the water, and the energy of the water system were condensed by them, and the water wave skill. Directly toward the dumb beasts and crow heads they overwhelmingly attacked. Stupid beast. Superpower barrier. Crow heads. Wings attack to break them. Pull, frozen fist. Claw-tailed scorpion. Missile pin, shoot me down. The dumb beast face was cold, and its superpowers were turned on with all its strength, enclosing Aoki and the elves, and directly blocking some weaker water waves. Then some of the seemingly powerful wave energy of water were smashed by the crow's head and their wings one by one. Then there are the fish that missed the net, and the frozen fists and metal claws greeted by them. Only the scorpion-tailed scorpion uses the missile pin indiscriminately to fight for more water waves. Coming down this round makes the dumb beast's face even more ugly. He felt a little helpless of his people. But the more he felt this helplessness, the more aggrieved emotion in his heart became, and the nameless anger was burning in his heart. Angry. The new people's weakness did not dare to fight back. Instead they waited to die around a small water pond. Angering his own strength is low, facing the enemy's provocation, cannot make an effective counterattack, but also needs the help of his companions to resist those attacks. I felt my weakness for the first time. When the dumb beasts joined the Aoki team, they always looked diligent and well-behaved. Although he lost some of the dark ravens at the beginning of the battle, he quickly reacted, due to the attribute restraint that dark ravens caused to him. Later, when facing other enemies, he has Oka's command and training. No matter what kind of enemy he is facing, he can steadily defeat the other party, as if everything is under the control of Aoki. So, gradually, he felt that his current strength was also good, and he did not really want it. He wants to be stronger, more for Aoki than for himself. But at this moment, he is so eager to become stronger, to take revenge for his tribe www.mtlnovel.com, to be stronger, and to get rid of his name of being weak. Never been so eager. The superpower on the dumb beast suddenly swelled up, and with the anger in the eyes and the desire in the heart getting richer, the superpower on the body fluctuated like waves, surging more than once. This is. Aoki stared at the dumb beast with a stare. In the data image scanned by the chip, the superpower attributes of the dumb beast were skyrocketing. It seemed as if a yoke had been opened, and the superpower of the dumb beast seemed violent. Slowly, without active control, the body of the dumb beast slowly suspended. This is a superpower. After he is wrapped around him, he actively supports it, otherwise the ground will be crushed directly. Immediately afterwards, some small gravels on the ground trembled, and the drowsy beast slowly floated up and on the water surface along the shore. With the fluctuation of superpowers, one after another, small splashes like small tornadoes gradually appeared. This is what Nazi once said, the power of the stupid beast's physical ability. Aoki looked at floating in the air, wrapped in blue superpower, as if in a blue whirlwind. The eyes of the dumb beast exude a blue light, brighter and more gorgeous than ever before. At this moment, the superpower in the dumb beast suddenly erupted. The dumb beasts, who were originally expressionless on the shore, were shocked by the superpower of Aoki, the dumb beast. Some look appeared in his eyes. When he looked at the dumb beast, he looked surprised. Then slowly changed from surprise to shock, worship and finally fanaticism. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 410 Awakening of the Flash Elf Drip. Unknown energy detected. Preliminary estimate is the special awakening of the flashing spirit. The mechanical sound of the chip sounded in Oki's brain. Flash Elf. Oki's heart moved slightly. Although the doll beast is a flashing elf, after following Aoki, the appearance is not much different from the ordinary doll beast. And because the flash color of a foolish beast is not much different from that of a common foolish beast, many times even Aoki subconsciously thinks that a foolish beast is an ordinary foolish beast. I did not expect that now the special nature of the flashing spirits began to show. Yeah, I saw the dumb beast lying on the ground, looking at Aoki's doll beast floating in the air, with an inexplicable enthusiasm in his eyes. Then, as if there was any tacit understanding in the collective, the bodies of the beasts began to mobilize their superpowers. More or less, but each dumb beast transported its superpowers towards the dumb beast floating in midair. Feeling the collective superpower energy, Aoki's face changed suddenly. He felt like he was now in the power of superpowers. The most superpower at the bottom. He sat subconsciously and crossed his knees. He mobilized a handful of superpowers in his body, and then it seemed to turn into a small magnet. There is a small strand of foolish beasts like leaking water flowing into Aoki's mind. For a moment, Aoki felt that the energy of his superpowers was growing at a terrible rate. This is just a ray of superpower energy, like 9 cattle and a hare, but for Aoki, it is like a rushing river, directly pouring into the dry dam, pouring water frantically. As a disgrace to the superpower world, Aoki has gradually forgotten that he is actually a superpower. Now, he finally feels that he is a superpower, because the superpower in his body has changed dramatically in just 10 seconds. Now he feels that it seems that as long as he has only one idea, the small stones that had to be exhausted to lift up, he can now let him wave freely, and there is no feeling that his superpower is diminishing. If you compare Aoki's superpower to water in a drinking glass, now his water can fill a huge bathtub, and it's rising at a crazy rate again. This is the fun of being a superpower. Such a crazy wave of superpowers lasted a whole minute. After a minute, I saw the original dumb beasts, all of them showing a tired look, and some weak ones, lying on the ground and fell asleep. Grunts gradually appeared. The beasts have run out of superpowers, directly enter the body's self-protection, and enter sleep to restore their mental strength. Aoki opened her eyes fiercely as the last ray of superpowers merged into her body. Undisguised eyes flashed blue light. Qualitative change. This is what Aoki wants to say now. Superpower seemed to be everywhere in his inner body, and because it was just absorbed, it was a bit uncontrolled. Oki's body constantly showed a trace of fluctuations in superpowers. This is that the control of superpowers cannot reach the standard. It suddenly grew too much and reached the point of overflow. Don't pass. Alas, Oki just wanted to speak to stop the superpowers, but he opened his mouth, and a superpower squirted directly from his mouth. Close your eyes again and slowly gather the superpowers in your body into your brain. The stupid animal suspended in midair also stopped absorbing superpowers, and the superpower energy of the whole body slowly gathered into the body. Compared to Oki's escape, he was like a bottomless pit, which gathered all the superpowers intact. With her eyes closed, she lay on the ground silently. The head of the crow stood silently without moving, although they did not know what had just happened. But looking at the serious looks of Oki and the foolish beast now is obviously not a simple matter, so he stood silently beside Oki and the foolish beast and protected them. As for the giant tooth sharks in the water, they were just really dumbfounded. The changes in the dumb beasts they see, originally, as evil spirits. They should have no sense of superpowers, but just now, the huge superpowers of dumb beasts made them feel a sense of fear. What a joke. How could it be that those foolish pink elves are scary? The tooth shark leader shook his head and waved that feeling out of his head. He wanted to launch an attack to prove his existence. A stream of water spun directly around his body, and then spewed out like a large version of a water gun. Feeling the attack of the giant tooth shark, the crow's head and Bayola stood together, with a serious expression ready to stop it. But the dumb beast's eyes opened directly at this time, and his superpowers shook fiercely. The superpower of the dumb beast is like a huge palm, which directly sprays the water flow of the giant tooth shark and shoots it all at once. Slowly stood up, there was no superpower fluctuation on the dumb beast, but I don't know why. Now he looks like a time bomb. It's like a time bomb that will explode as soon as it is lit. Yeah? A strange gorgeous look suddenly appeared in the dumb beast's eyes, and Oki, who just woke up, saw it. www.mentalnovel.com. This is The Miracle Eye! Oki was a little surprised, because dumb beasts cannot learn the Eye of Miracle under normal circumstances. Neither genetics nor required learning can master. But this time the character of the dumb beast Flash Elf triggered him to learn the skill of the Eye of Miracle. Not only that, it seems that the superpowers in the dumb beast are even more terrifying. Oki has a superpower, even if the foolish beast does not show his superpowers. But Oki can feel faintly. Then the dumb beast directly used the mental shock he was best at. The effect is very outrageous. The mental impact is attacking the giant tooth shark, but when passing by the lionfish by the water, some weaker lionfish roll their eyes and spit white foam, and the whole body reverses. Come over and show your belly. The evil spirit toothfish was shocked directly by the aftermath of the spirit of the foolish beast. The superpowers of the foolish beasts have skyrocketed. And with the full indoctrination of 30 or so foolish beasts in the entire ethnic group, the superpowers are several times more scary than before. Then coupled with the learned Eye of Miracle skills, the strongest attack ability burst out. The blink of an eye came to the giant tooth shark in the blink of an eye, and bombarded his head with his horrified eyes. Suddenly, he felt a little dizzy, a sense of dizziness that had never appeared in his head. Stupid beasts! Their strength has skyrocketed. Monthly pass plus more. Monthly tickets reached 600. Hibiscus has a fever, his eyes are confused, and he can't read the words a bit. He is all over the body. If there is a typo, please correct me. Thank you. Then ask for a monthly pass. I'm hanging out. Chapter 411 Evolution. Dumb Beast. Under the scanning of Oki chips, the level of the dull beast suddenly increased by 2 levels to 34, not only learned the skill of the Eye of Miracle, but also allowed the qualification to reach the green peak, and a green and cyan mixing phenomenon. This imaginary chip cannot be discerned. A preliminary estimate is that the current qualification of the dumb beast has actually broken through the dark green, but because their body has not been accepted suddenly, if you wait for a period of time, it may be stabilized in light cyan, and maybe even more than that. And Aoki's harvest is not just the awakening of the stupid elf, the superpower soaring. Even his own superpowers have been greatly improved. In Oka's own feelings, his own superpowers may have reached the level of primary superpowers. It was just that the skill of electrocardiography needed to be learned, and Aoki couldn't use it all at once, and he wasn't sure whether he had really reached the level of elementary superpowers or was an illusion. After the attack, the dumb beast recovered from a serious expression. Just after the intense desire in his heart, he let the awakening be completed, and he learned the miracle eye of the superpowers skill. From then on, the evil spirits will no longer finish his existence in front of him. At least they can hurt each other without having to passively take damage. After the tooth shark was attacked by the stupid beast, it took a while to recover. When he looked at the dumb beast, there was a hint of fear in the eyes, but it was soon covered by his fierce expression. As the strongest person in a group, if all of them show a fearful look, what can they do with the cubs below? Sure enough, when the giant tooth sharks looked okay, the sharp toothfish suddenly became active again. However, it is only a few toothfish that have lost their fighting ability. The giant tooth shark is still there, and their fighting power is still there. There was a hint of jokes on the dumb beast's face. However, instead of launching an attack again, he looked at Aoki. At this time, Aoki also fully recovered from the change in his superpowers. Master, I feel that your superpowers have been strengthened a lot. The foolish beast directly connected Aoki's spirit using electrocardiogram. Today's dumb beasts have not only increased their total superpowers, but also their control over superpowers. The skill of electrocardiography is now in his hands. He doesn't have the jerky feeling that he had to concentrate before. Aoki nodded. I feel a little bit jerky. Thanks to you, it has grown a lot. It may have reached the level of the primary superpower. Then he continued, stupid beasts, give them some color to see. Otherwise I thought they couldn't do anything about them. The dumb beast nodded. Meditate, and then use the Eye of Miracle. The giant tooth shark may be too flexible in the water and can hide. Then target the sharp toothfish, Aoki said. Yeah? The dull beast screamed, closed his eyes and went into meditation. After a second, he opened his eyes directly. After a long workout, the increase in meditation only took 1 second. Then a strange light radiated from the round eyes, the Eye of Miracle skill. However, instead of using mental shock this time, the dumb beast uses another skill mastered with the Eye of Miracle. Strong mind. Blue and black appeared beside the dumb beast, as if they were small black holes, and no light was seen. Then one by one, the small rushed towards the excited toothfish. Obviously it is superpower, but the fangs feel the threat. Boom! There were explosions in the water. A sharp toothfish turned its belly on the water again, and some sharp fish fell directly into the aftermath of the explosion. In fact, the grades of these fangs are not high. It is only through the emergence of swarms that they do their best in the water. Not to mention being confronted with a stupid beast. But now they are under the attack of a stupid beast, and the whole group has fallen. Needless to say, Aoki took the initiative to throw all the stunned ligafish ashore. The number of ligafish is enough, and more, but the stupid animals stun them faster and faster. I am more and more proficient in the use of these two skills, Miracle Eye and Spiritual Mindfulness. Among the lionfish that were caught ashore, there were also some with good qualifications. Aoki took out the elven ball and caught them. Anyway, it is useless to put it on the shore. It is better to exchange for hunter points. Maybe after the giant tooth shark group disappears, its hunter star can be improved. Finally, there was panic among the fangs, because more and more fangs were brought ashore by the stun, but the giant tooth sharks had no way. Stupid beast, speed up, Aoki said. I heard that dumb beasts use skills faster and faster. However, the giant tooth sharks finally made a response. That is, several giant tooth sharks began to take turns attacking the beastly beast. Anyway, It is only normal damage. There is no level of suppression and attribute restraint. The damage is not great. Then another giant tooth shark began to use the skills to fight back against the dumb beast. Evil system skills are constantly used to come out. www.mentalnovel.com. The dumb beast can only be forced to stop the attack. Although the superpower has been enhanced, it has also learned that the Eye of Miracle can attack evil spirits, but the overall strength is not enough. After all, Megalodon is the ultimate evolution. Moreover, the giant tooth sharks are also very spiritual, allowing the lionfish to hide underwater, use skills towards the shore, and let some injured elves enter the water to recover, starting a wheel fight with a huge number. Master, I've decided, let's evolve. The dumb beast suddenly stopped attacking and said to Oki. Oka's eyes lit up instantly when he heard the words of the dumb beast. He's been waiting for this foolish decision for a long time. In fact, as a trainer, the elves can't evolve and evolve into that type. But for the dull beast, Oki gave him the right to choose, because no matter what evolutionary type the dull beast is, it is actually very good, and only the dull beast chooses it best for him. Are you sure? Oki confirmed. The stupid beast nodded firmly, and today, seeing the encounters of the stupid beasts, touched his heart. As if I saw the scene where I once lived with my people on the Trial Island. Bringing that group of people into this group of dumb beasts, the anger in the heart suddenly erupted. What do you want to evolve? Silence. The dumb beast, Oki, and other elves were all silent. This choice is about the life of the dumb beast. King of idiots. I want to evolve into a king. Lead them out. The dumb beast firmly said. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 412. King Dull. Oki was not surprised by the decision of the dumb beast. Choosing to evolve in this place and in this situation, the Dull King is definitely the best choice. And after the superpowers of the stupid beast burst, the stupid king is also the best evolutionary choice for him. In fact, if Oki chooses, there is a high probability that the dull beast will choose to evolve into a dull king. Although dull beasts have super evolution, now Oki has not even encountered one, and Oki now has a lot of super evolved elves. The final evolutionary fire chicken of the fire juvenile, the final evolutionary version of Coca-Cola, the boss Kadora, and the final evolutionary version of Ghost Stone. All are capable of super evolution. Compared to the super evolution of dull beasts, Oki feels that the super evolution of these three elves is more cost-effective. Of course, the super evolutionary stone is the key, and it is not Oki who can decide who to choose for super evolution. Nodded, Oki took the king's certificate from the storage space. The dumb beast looks serious, although he doesn't know how his trainer knew the evolutionary type of dumb king. After all, he had been in the group and had only seen dull beasts. However, I don't know why, when he saw the evidence of the king, there was an inexplicable impulse in the heart of the dumb beast, and after the superpower got soaring, he could feel a magical one from this seemingly worn-out crown power. Then Oki took out a long-prepared elf ball from his body. Inside is a large tongue shell found on Trial Island. Although it is not a flashy tongue, his qualifications are good enough, and he should be able to improve the qualifications of the dumb beasts by more than one level. And after this superpower surge saw, the original qualifications have been upgraded to light cyan. The level of the large tongue has no effect on the evolution of dumb beasts. Summoned the big tongue directly. When the big tongue came out, the drowsy beasts that had fallen asleep gradually showed signs of waking up, because there is a call for them in the deep, a call from the blood. Not only them, but the dumb beasts and the big tongues who brought the evidence of the king looked at each other, and they could feel the attraction of each other. The stupid beast seemed to understand what he was about to do, and raised his tongue with his superpowers. Put it directly on top of your head. The big tongue also seemed to understand its mission, and looking at the head of the dumb beast seemed to see a pink cake. Opened the shell and bite on the head of the dumb beast. In an instant, at the moment when the two elves were in contact, a white light trapped the two elves. Evolution. Oki and the other elves stood silently waiting, feeling the evolution of the dumb beasts. The dumb beasts that were originally asleep woke up again. Suddenly noticed the dumb beasts in evolution. The eyes lit up again. They felt a familiar but strange atmosphere. But there was a feeling that they should worship. He walked towards the dumb beast in evolution. Witnessed the birth of their king. A minute later, the white light dissipated, and a new elf appeared before them. The light pink skin became very deep, much deeper than the ordinary pink, and he has fallen on all fours, and now has 2 feet to stand on. Strengthening the hind limbs, the forelimbs are relatively thinner, and the tail suddenly thickens, balancing the whole elven. The most important thing is that a crown-like white shell appeared on the top of the standing head, with a red jewel-like ball in the middle, like the brightest pearl on the crown. Not only that, but the neck was surrounded by something like a bib. King Dull. The dull beast successfully evolved into a dull king. And judging from the body color of the dumb king, it should still be a flashing elf. I don't know if it is because the big tongue that has evolved as a subsidiary has no effect on the evolution of the dull beast, or because of better luck. In the case of one of the two, it has evolved into a flashing spirit. Oki cannot determine these things, but he prefers the first. But no matter which one, the dull king or the flashing spirit has already been finalized. The idiot king seemed a little accustomed to walking on both feet. After taking the first step tremblingly, he gradually got used to it. Walking to Oki, counting the height of the shell above the head, the height of the dumb king reached 2 meters, compared to the one that is now 1 meter and 7 meters. It needs to look up. And the dumb king's head is now, but Oki can no longer touch his smooth pink round head. But now as a king, you can't just touch your head. The chip starts up directly and scans the information of the dumb king. Pokemon, Flash King Teal. Gender, male. Level, 37. Attribute, Water System plus Superpower System. Characteristics, Do-it-yourself. Carrying props, Boss Momentum. Genetic skills, Sleep, Rain, Teleportation. Basic skills, Curse, Yawn, Impact, Scream, Squirt Gun, Mind Power, Immobilization, Head Hammer, Water Wave, Mind Head Hammer, Laziness, Heal Wave, Power Gems, Rogue. Teaching skills, Meditation, Spiritual Shock, Eye of Miracle Flash, Spiritual Thought Flash. Skill Learner, Hold, Awakening Power. Fire, Stomp, Flame Spit. This is the boss momentum. Oki was a little surprised to see that the qualification of the Dull King reached the teal color www.mentalnovel.com, but when he saw the boss momentum, he instantly understood. Looking at the cyan qualification display of the Dumb King, there was of blue filament. The limit of teal qualification has been reached. It's only half a step away from the light blue qualification, but this half step may become a cricket. However, the Dull King became the first elf in Oki to have the boss momentum. Oki has also encountered a few elves who have the power of a leader. The Big Needle beyond the Trial Island, the Poisonous Butterfly on the Unknown Island, and the Hunting Swallowtail Butterfly on the Unknown Island. Oki also tried to capture the spirit of the boss. The boss momentum will gradually disappear. However, the Idiot King is the elves that Oki subscribed in advance. After increasing the boss momentum, there is no sign of disappearing. Look at the dull beasts with sparkle in their eyes. Oki understands. Regardless of whether the elf once had the boss power, only after an elf is recognized by a group, it is possible to get the boss power, which is invisible and intangible, but has magical effects. King, please go and see your people first, Oki said with a smile. Originally, he wanted to pat the hand of the Dull King's head, stopped, and patted the Dull King's shoulder instead. The Dull King nodded, and an inexplicable breath appeared on his face, which made Oki somewhat unaccustomed. Silently sighed in his heart. The original Mrs. Little has now grown into a king of a group. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 413. Boss King. The other elves who witnessed the evolution of the dumb beasts with their own eyes had a look of shock. Suddenly, Wang smiled dully, and the crow's heads only confirmed that the standing elf in front of them was their once-chattered partner. Yeah? The Dumb King cried to the dumb beast group. He responded to the calls of all the foolish beasts, and they saw the foolish king adored and the king who belonged to them. "Master, I want to find a safe place for them to live," the dumb king said to Oki through electrocardiogram. Oki thought for a moment, and seemed to think of something immediately. He smiled and said, "Then take it to Fuai Town. I just want to open a waterway museum in Fuai Town. At that time, I will dig a huge lake in Fuai Town, and the beasts will live in it. At that time, I entrusted a group of large tongues from the Kanto area to be put together in the lake, so that the dumb beasts and the large tongues could attract each other and complete the evolution. The leader's momentum on the Dull King is obviously closely related to this Dull Beast's ethnic group. Wanting to keep the leader's momentum away, then this group of Dull Beasts is best controlled in their own hands. Oki also wants to see if there is still a possibility that the leader might rise. If the group of Dull Beasts expands, will there be any change in the leader of the Dull King? There are many water elves in this lake, and the variety is very complete. If possible, all will be moved to their own lake. Such a water system museum is complete. At least it needs to be attractive enough. Others want to capture water system spirits, and they must think of this water system museum. Once people remember this place, it will become more and more famous and develop more quickly. Wang Doxin nodded his head joyously. Since he evolved to become a Dull Queen, he felt an inexplicable responsibility on his shoulders. As one of the few Dull Kings in the Elven world, he needs to be responsible for one or more Dull Beasts. If possible, he hopes to gather more dumb beasts and not be bullied. Then, let's solve them first, Oki said with a sneer. The giant tooth sharks still in the water have also witnessed the evolution of the Dull King, and one by one's eyes appeared fear. Why the two-footed elf in front of them made them feel that they had been oppressing them. The Dull King nodded, waiting for Oka's order. King, this is your first battle after evolution. Let your opponents see your strength, and let your companions know you again and use tricks. Oki said aloud. The trickery skill is a skill learned after the Dull Beast evolved into a Dull King. By planning tricks, activating the mind and greatly improving the elves' special attack, the Dull Beast evolved into a Dull Queen. In fact, the biggest difference is in the head and mind. Both the Dull Beast and the Dull Beast are a bit dull, but the Dull King will give a very clever feeling. The so-called Dazuo may be like this. I saw the corner of the Dumb King's mouth slightly raised, as if thinking of a way. After using the trick, his special offense has been greatly improved. The Idiot King, use the Eyes of Miracles, and then mentally fortify it. I want to clean up all those small miscellaneous fish, crowheads, pulls, claw-tail scorpions. You are responsible for fishing those miscellaneous fishes that have lost their combat ability, assure. Oki ordered. Yeah? The Dull King screamed, and colorful lights appeared on his eyes, as if seeing through the essence of the evil spirit. Then the energy of black superpowers appeared, flying in different directions. Boom boom. As the superpowers exploded, some of the weaker fangfish in the water lost their combat ability directly. The crow's head, who saw the timing, brought all the distant liggerfish back with their claws, and some closer ones to Bowler, which formed a nice channel on the lake. He passed the extended claws and claw-tailed scorpion tail hook, throwing all the fangs ashore. As for the Dumb King, it did not stop at all. After the end of one attack, the next attack was immediately followed. This time the giant tooth sharks want to stop, but the Dull King apparently does not want to ignore them for the time being, and attacks the weak toothfish with all their strength. After 3 minutes, turned into a Dull King with full output of the turret. He cleaned up all the fangfish on the water. Even if some were hiding under the water, he could not escape the Dull King's eyes and perception. There are only a few giant tooth sharks left in the entire megatooth shark population in the lake. The giant shark leader's eyes glowed red, watching the people being salvaged one by one. But there was no way. The Dull King, who output for 3 minutes with no effort, actually didn't have any sense of exhaustion. From this we can see how much his superpower storage is exaggerated. The Dumb King, leave them all. Solve them all. Try a new method of using superpowers. Now your total amount of superpowers is very huge, but the amount of output is limited. Then try to aggregate the superpowers and form a needle-like superpower cone. This lethality will be more horrible. Aoki figured out a new way for the Dull King to increase the attack power. Yeah? The Dull King instantly understood what Aoki meant, and his eyes flashed blue. Huge superpowers and mental powers are mixed, but these superpowers are loose, and the main attack on the opponent depends on the amount. www.mentalnovel.com. With the control of mental power, the superpowers quickly gather, slowly formed a cone-shaped superpowered condensate. Then it is continuously compressed and condensed, and the superpower in the body is put into it again. The first time I tried this method of use, the operation method of Dawang was still a bit jerky, but the general direction is good. In the future, superpowers can be condensed into different shapes, such as or knife-shaped. That skill mental blade may be this way. For a while, it was really impossible to condense again. The Dull King slammed the superpower all towards a giant tooth shark. This is the existence of a leader next to Megalodon. Green qualification plus level 34, if it is not because of the Eyes of Miracles, in the presence of superpowers, he is not a nightmare. I saw the superpowered all approaching the giant tooth shark at a rapid speed, and within a blink of time, it appeared in front of the giant tooth shark. I saw the giant tooth shark's eyes widened, and before being able to react, it was attacked by the all. Boom. After the superpowers condensed, the effect was surprisingly good. Not only the speed became faster, but even the power was more than doubled. I saw the giant shark's body jerking, as if his head was about to explode. Then there was no difference from those fangfish, and the belly fainted. A giant tooth shark lost the combat ability directly under the attack of the Idiot King. However, there are still some shortcomings in this kind of attack. It is that the Dull King needs too much time to gather. If it is not this time the opponent does not know what Dull King does, he would have run away. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 414. Abducted One Piece. There are 2 giant tooth sharks left, and when I saw the skill of the Dull King hurt, he was frightened and dived directly into the water. Seeing Aoki as they moved, he took a step forward and put his hand on the shoulder of the Dumb King and said, "Go, don't let them run away." The Dull King nodded. The superpower jumped into the water with Aoki. The barrier wraps Aoki, so don't worry about not being able to breathe. The Dumb King, use superpower to push forward, control the current to speed up, Aoki said. No matter how dull the superpower talent is better than the water talent, but the Dumb King is still a water spirit. The speed in the water can never be said. Coupled with the help of superpowers, the 2 giant tooth sharks moving fast are no faster than the Dull King. If you did not take care of Aoki, the speed of the Idiot King may be faster. The Dull King who launched at full speed is like a rocket. During the process of catching up, consolidate your superpowers. This time, you can make the all's shape even thinner, and it can be longer. According to Oka's order, the Dull King compressed his superpowers to the size of a javelin. Headed towards a giant tooth shark, the superpowered spear directly submerged into his body while touching the giant tooth shark. His eyes rolled over and he was dizzy. There is only one Megalodon leader left. The Dumb King's tail swings harder, and the speed increases again. The Dull King pulled into the distance from the Fang Shark leader. With the increase in the number of uses, the Dull King became more and more proficient in superpower compression. This time, 2 spears were directly condensed. Seeing that he blushed, it was obvious that he had reached his limit. Whizzing, the 2 spears seemed to have no resistance to the current, and passed directly through the turbulent groundwater, following the leader of the giant tooth shark. No matter how desperately he escaped, he couldn't stop the approach of the superpowered spear. The 2 spears attacked the tooth shark leader almost at the same time. The double blow made him not much different from his tribe. His eyes turned white. His belly was up, and he drifted slowly towards the water. Take them. We go back. The 2 giant tooth sharks just lost their fighting ability and did not hinder their value. Aoki was going to capture them and go to the Hunters Guild for points. Hearing that the Dumb King turned his superpower into a filament and pulled the 2 giant tooth sharks back into the underground cave together. A minute later, Oki and the Dull King appeared in an underground cave. I saw the densely lined lizards on the ground, and 3 giant tooth sharks. Oki started the chip, scanned all the data of these sprites on the ground, selected the elves with light green and above, and grabbed them. 3 giant tooth sharks, 1 dark green giant tooth shark leader, and the remaining 2 are green. None of the ligerfish reached the dark green qualification, 1 was caught with the green qualification, and 4 were with the light green qualification. Generally, highly qualified elves of a relatively higher level, and evolved into giant tooth sharks are relatively high qualified elves. This shows that qualifications have a great impact on the growth of elves. The value of these captured elves should almost be enough to satisfy Oka's promotion to a 4-star hunter. If you want to quickly increase the hunter level and earn more money, the fastest speed is to clear up a large wild elven group directly. Well, just put the rest of these fangs here, and they can turn up the big waves. Daddy King, tell your people and see if they want to. Tooth sharks and lionfish said in their pockets. Yeah? The dumb king came to the dumb beast group and said something. Soon, all dumb beasts nodded in agreement. In fact, you don't need to ask them what they mean, because they have long regarded the foolish king as the leader. What the foolish king says, they can just do it. After the dull king told Oki the result, Oki said, "That's fine. Let's go ashore and take Upsila's mother and son back together." Oki remembered that there were 4 Upsilu on the shore waiting for him. Fortunately, Upsilu reminded Oki, otherwise they would not know that there is still a group of dull beasts extinct under the lake, and the Dull King made an evolutionary decision. From Oka's point of view, Upsilat is not a disaster beast at all. It can be called a Swiss beast. They put the crows' heads into the elven ball, and then the Dull King took the dull beasts who had not entered the water for a long time, and swam to the shore on the lake. When the Dull King brought Oki to the shore, Upsila's mother apparently knew something and was ready to leave. Then let's go back. Dazed King, how many elves can you take with your instant movement? Oki asked. Yeah? The Dull King screamed, and all dull beasts that heard his words released his superpower into a filament and tied it to the Dull King. The distance now can be passed directly. Dudu Wang said to Oki. Oka's eyes lighted up. You know, there are more than 30 dumb beasts and 4 Upsilats. Tying, reducing the burden of the Dull King, but this is also very his promotion. Put your hand on the dumb king's shoulder and the other hand on Upsila's mother's back. I saw the blue light in the eyes of the dumb king light up suddenly, his superpowers surging up, along all the superpower silk threads, wrapped all the dumb beasts. It was brewing for 10 seconds, and then all disappeared. When it appeared again, it was already in the backyard where Oki lived. Thump. The dumb king knelt down on one knee with sweat on his forehead. It seems that this amount of instantaneous movement is still very stressful for him, and is about to reach the limit. The idiot king, meditate. Oki patted the dread king's shoulder, and then continued, the idiots, you live in that pond for a while, and I will expand that pond again at that time. Yes, Upsilat, you live here for 2 days first. I will stabilize the little Upsilat first. It may take a few days. After hearing Oki's words, the dumb beasts glanced at the dumb king in meditation, and expressed a worried look, but also knew the relationship between dumb king and Oki, and obediently directed towards the one who had not dug for a long time, walking to the pond. After his mother hesitated a little, he nodded, looking for a more remote corner, and put the 3 young Upsilats down to live temporarily. Oki watched them settle down one by one, and nodded in satisfaction. A kidnapped kid came back. Here is also gradually getting on track. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 415 Preparation for lake construction at night. They also returned when they went out. Briefly reported to Oki their progress on today's mission. Almost everyone has registered as a hunter in the Hunters Guild, and waits for Oki to establish a hunting group before joining. And the recruitment of the Sky Team has gradually entered the right track. The main target of recruitment is to face the children of the poor or simply orphans. Those people want to be trainers, but they have no chance or way. In the Kanto and Chengdu areas, there are still opportunities to invest in the Rockets. As long as they can survive the selection, they can become a trainer. Although they have become members of the Rockets, they are better than the lives of the poor. I don't know how many times in Fenyun area, although there is such a force, the quality of recruited people is even higher. But Fui Town has no such force at all. The former Black Snake Gang couldn't even afford its own basic living expenses, let alone those poor children and orphans. However, Aoki is different. When setting up the Sky Team, he invested millions of Union coins directly, and the main purpose of the money was to buy elves to improve the combat effectiveness of members and also to buy elves for new members. Of course, Aoki has formulated a certain system for the management of the Sky Team. Only those who have passed the real assessment can become full members, and the rest can only be used as reserve players. Like the fighters involved in the Black Snake Gang, they are now only reserve members of the Sky Team. As for the newly recruited people, they are more often an external editor. As long as they pass a certain assessment, they will become peripheral personnel, and then after a period of assessment, they will become full members. However, the assessment of members is not as harsh and cruel as the Rockets, and it is more of an assessment of loyalty. Oki's main requirement for peripheral members is the assessment of loyalty. For the assessment of full members, you need to have a certain strength. At least the combat power of full members of the Rockets is needed. These things, Aoki gave them to Sky, Acrylic and Miyamoto. The joint management of 3 people can avoid many things, and can also reduce many unnecessary situations, such as a person's rights that threaten Oki's status. Not only that, but I still believe in Sky's loyalty Aoki, so let him assume more of a monitoring role. Just a day later, the official members of the Sky Team are still the previous 6, and Aoki is 7. The reserve team consisted of 13 people, all of them remnants of the Black Snake Gang and Viper. However, the members of the foreign editor recruited a total of 8 people today, and have not yet distributed the elves. However, the arrangement of their residence and food has stabilized their hearts. Then Aoki gave all 3 of the Spiny Tails caught today, and asked them to temporarily assign these elves as newcomers, and assign them directly. The value of these spiny tail worms is not high, and their qualifications are not much different, but they are growing fast enough. As long as they are full every day, they can evolve into poisonous butterflies after more than half a month and have some preliminary fighting power. And when poisonous butterflies emerge in large numbers and reach a certain level, the collective combat effectiveness is still considerable. At that time, they will be sent to explain the knowledge of the elves and the use of poisonous butterflies, and then instill in them the ideas of loyalty to Aoki and the team, so that the Sky Team will soon have a group of basic members. When the number of basic members reaches a certain level, some of the better ones will surely be selected, and the ranks and classes will be gradually raised, and the overall system of the Sky Team will be improved a little bit. With such a successful Rockets team as the backing and blueprint, the Sky Team's system requires almost no consideration. And the main management is also a member of the Rockets, and is more familiar with that set. Then Aoki gave those poisonous butterflies with a certain level of strength but general qualifications to 3 people, and let them distribute these poisonous butterflies. They can evaluate the Black Snake fighters. As long as they have some ownership of the Sky Team, people who are sensitive can distribute these poisonous butterflies to them. After the loyalty of these people has been verified and their strengths have been met, they will be the first members of the Sky Team. But how high they can climb in the future depends on their potential. After a brief meeting, Aoki disbanded after setting out the next task. The performance and loyalty of these people from the Trial Island are pretty good. If there is a chance, Aoki will help them improve their strength. It is enough to manage a force that is not even 3rd class with their strength, but after a period of development, it is not enough to see, and the strength must be improved by him. At the end of the day, the Sky Team now has 1 leader, 6 full members, 13 reserve members, and 8 outside editors. Aoki back to the room. www.mentalnovel.com took out his set of energy cube making tools. Crocodile's energy cube needs improvement, and young Absolu also needs an energy cube suitable for him to improve his body. At the same time, the elves need to digest today's battle harvest. In the backyard, the tropical dragon is lying on the roof and watching the surroundings. He does not participate in combat and training. Usually, his main task is to monitor the surrounding environment. Tyrannosaurus now has a much smaller role. Oka's task is to continuously expand the pond. Fortunately, the addition of the dumb beast group has made this huge project a lot faster. For this group of stupid beasts, Oki also scanned it with a chip. It may be because of the existence of the giant tooth shark group, some weak and low-quality stupid beasts were directly eliminated. Now, this group of stupid beasts has the lowest qualifications. Both have reached a deep yellow color, while the highest has a green qualification. And some of the dull beasts are not low level. As long as a few more levels, with a large tongue, you can evolve into dull beasts. Oki is going to build a lake here, and the beasts can become guardian elves in this lake, helping Oki to guard the entire lake and the wild water elves in the lake. Soon, Oki made the little Absolut's energy recovery cube. For the first time, I took it to Flash Absolute. Under the grateful eyes of Absolut's mother, Flash Absolute fell into sleep for the first time. As long as this energy block is continuously used, Flash Absolute will definitely be able to recover. At that time, there will be another patron saint in Oki. Add more. Monthly ticket reached 650. Ask for a monthly pass. I have a high fever. I set a timer to send it. I went to sleep. Chapter 416. Planning. Then Oki summoned the fire chicken, mosquito coil, and Coca-Cola. During this time, they mainly lay the foundation for their bodies. For example, the bodies of fire chickens and mosquito coils are still weak. Oki hopes that they can lay a solid foundation before training. Coca-Cola, although his body was polished well, continued to eat and fight for a long time. In fact, there were some invisible wounds on his body. During this time, Oki also banned his desire to fight and even strenuously exercised, because now he still needs to erase these hidden injuries on his body. Otherwise, a dark illness may form, which is not easy to get rid of. The energy block added to Earth Milk can help Coca-Cola recover faster, while improving his talent in the rock system. The situation of the fire chickens is slowly stabilized. The data shown in the chip shows that the potential fluctuations of the fire chickens have gradually stabilized. However, it can be clearly seen that with the ingestion of Oka's customized energy cubes for the fire juvenile chicken, the level of this fluctuation is slowly rising. After the real stabilization, the possibility of reaching the teal qualification is higher. As for the mosquito coil, the long-term detention of the Hunters Guild allowed his body to maintain more of its daily energy consumption than to use it for body growth. So he is the least developed of these three elves. But because he is a singly tribute sprite, his talent in the water system is quite good. Now the task of the three of you is to lay the foundation for the body, and then some of the trauma and internal injury must be restored. Otherwise it may affect your growth rate in the future. Oki touched their heads. Compared to the wet head with the mosquito coil, the hard metal head of Coca-Cola is still the most comfortable for the soft head of a childish chicken. Once the head of the most beloved stupid beast, but now the stupid beast has successfully evolved into a stupid king, and Oki finally found a substitute, that is, the fire juvenile. It is estimated that before the fire naive chicken evolved into a fire chicken, his head was always touched by Oki. Fortunately, QOGI didn't mind it, and even liked it a little, because when Oki felt it, he would happily slap it twice. The three little guys were soon sent to sleep by Oki, and they were still growing. What they need now is enough sleep and sufficient nutrition. As for the fight, let them go to the big brothers and sisters. Both the Dark Crow and the Foolish Beast have successfully evolved. Oka's strength is now more than a little bit stronger than when he saw the final trial. And the Dull King now has a level of 37, as long as he improves 3 levels, he can have elite strength. At that time, with the Dull King as the core and the establishment of the water system, the success rate of Oki will be much higher. In Oka's next plan, Paula, Ghost Stone, and Clawtail Scorpion will become the first elves to be trained. Once Dorky helped find the sharp claws, Oki could arrange the pulls to evolve. Once the most qualified existence in the Oki team, now the Crowhead and the Dull King have surpassed him. Then Oki arranged the development of the poisonous scorpion of the Clawtailed Scorpion, which is much simpler than the development of the poisonous attributes of the Ghost Stone. A pre-prepared, Quasar monster poisonous sac was given to the Clawtailed Scorpion. Take it, with the help of Ghost Stone, slowly consumed the toxin in this poison sac. Compared to the poisonous gas used by Ghost Stone, the energy in this poison sac is richer, and the Jawtail Scorpion that it just ate has been upgraded by 1 level to 26th level. The level of the Clawtail Scorpion increased, and soon it was able to catch up with the remaining elves. And the Scorpion-tailed Scorpion, which has been developing, has taken a calcium tablet for a long time, and to date has reached a height of 1.2 meters, which is already regarded as a giant in the Scorpion-tailed Scorpion. The height of a normal Jawtail Scorpion is about 80 centimeters. However, it has been a while since the birth of the Scorpion-tailed Scorpion. Recently, his bones have been constantly stabilized. Although the role of the calcium tablets in the back will be, the effect should not be great. However, the Onomatopo Scorpion-tailed Scorpion is almost as big as the normal Dragon King Scorpion. When he evolves, it will definitely be a different species in the Dragon King Scorpion. The characteristics of the Clawtail Scorpion is a sniper, and he will definitely become the main output of the team at that time. Of the 5 main fighting elves in Oki, the Crow's Head is used as an auxiliary output and harvesting, and the Dawang is a remote-range turret. Ghost Stone is the control and consumption, the pull is the pinning and output, and the Clawtailed Scorpion evolved into the Dragon King. After the Scorpion, it may be Oka's first elf to output and assume defense, so his growth is crucial. Otherwise, Oki is now an elf, and more can only fight guerrilla warfare, such as facing the metal monster of Ogo. But if the Clawtail Scorpion grows up, before Kokodora has not grown up, he is the first front row plus the main output. Oka's positioning for him has always been the one among his first batch of elves. After evolved into the Dragon King Scorpion, he was born to be able to learn the 3 teeth skills, and he can have a good coping method for all kinds of elves with different attributes. Therefore, after the development of the poisonous property is complete, there will be a period of hierarchical outbreaks of the Scorpion. Of course, along with his growth, Paula and Ghost Stone were also one of the main training targets. The Crow's Head and the Dull King are now more familiar with the evolved body. When they evolved, their levels had been improved, and they were still responsible for digesting themselves in a short time. When Oki trains these 5 elves to a similar point, maybe the 3 elves will be able to train the second echelon. Oki has one thing to keep in mind, and that is Bagheera. Ying has promised to trade the 3 elven catalysts to Oki. www.mtlnovel.com but just came to Feniju in these 2 days, stationed in a town. There are more things to be prepared, and arrangements and things to do. It is also very busy. After a period of time has stabilized, Oki will choose to contact the film. At the same time, the remaining resources provided by the rockets will also be exchanged for useful materials. At that time, the initial development of the Sky Team will not be affected by some small things. A simple plan for the next period of time, Oki himself needs to do. First, go to Luoyang Town, raise the hunter level to 4 stars, and then set up your own hunting group to absorb the brigade by the way. Second, arrange certain personnel to follow the brigade to capture the elves without asking how much to make, at least to let those who have just become hunters know what to do. Thirdly, ask his teacher Liu Shengen to ask about the establishment of the Daoist Tang. If there is a certain price to pay, Oki can also prepare in advance. If the museum can apply, then the next series of things can be arranged: the application of the Elf Center, the commercial development of Fuwai Town, the expansion of the Sky Team, and even the rectification and establishment of the black market in Fuwai Town. When the black market is established, it is time for the Sky Team to truly break even. At least Oki doesn't need to pull in his own pocket to get in. Then the Sky Team can play his role and help Oki get more resources to grow. But in fact, these things can be given to others. For Oki these are secondary. The most important thing is to improve strength. Maybe Oki will go out to practice again after the application is made. First more, ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 417. Enter Greentown. Early the next morning, Oki simply arranged the backyard and left Fuai Town. Sitting on the back of a tropical dragon, he flew towards Greentown. Now tropical dragons are really obedient to Oki's words. Not only is Oki holding his favorite food, but also because the fighting power of the Oki elves has now come up. As an elf, the tropical dragon will obey the orders of capable trainers. Now even if the tropical dragon doesn't like fighting anymore, if Oki ordered him to fight, he would not refuse. It's just that Oki is now training the elves, and he wants to have endless battles to train the elves to fight and improve their strength. Where can I use the tropical dragon? However, the tropical dragon with chlorophyll characteristics has no word on continuous manned flight. Not only is his back wide and comfortable, but it is also stable enough. If there is sun weather, the tropical dragon's flight speed is not slow. When walking through the forest, you will inevitably encounter groups of wild elves in the sky, and most of them will be scared away by the momentum of tropical dragons. But there are always some wild elves who want to come up to pick things. Fortunately, in addition to tropical dragons, Oki has crow heads. With the current fighting power of the crow's head, facing the tropical dragon Neonone, it is estimated that the tropical dragon is really not an opponent. Although the crow's head is currently at level 34 and the tropical dragon is at level 40. The gap in qualifications is really large. The cyan qualification of the crow's head and the light green qualification of the tropical dragon are more than a large class. And the head of the crow of the flight system, the tropical dragon restrained by the grass. If the characteristics of overconfidence can be superimposed, coupled with the high power of the bird's slam, it is possible to spike tropical dragons. Oki's crow's head is now only graded. There are just some wild flying elves who are not afraid of death and will attack, and they will all give it to the crow head to solve. The levels of wild elves are always uneven. Some can make the crow's head superimposed with self-confidence, and some can't. However, along the way, very few elves can withstand an attack from the head of the crow, and the opportunity for him to use the second attack is really not much. After all, the qualifications of wild elves are generally relatively average. After an hour and a half flight time, Oki finally saw the appearance of Luoyang Town. Looking from a high altitude, compared to Fuai Town, the development of Luoyang Town is really much better. No matter from the construction of the town or the development, even the number of people is several times that of Fuai Town. If it weren't for some mountains, people in Fuai Town could not easily pass through. I am afraid that many people would choose to move to Luoyang Town, located on the edge of the volcano, but because of the wind's direction, the volcanic ash will never blow into the Green Shade Town. With the high temperature of underground volcanoes, hot springs are a major feature in Luoyang Town. Many people come here because of the outdoor hot springs in Luoyang Town. Not only can you relax your body and mind, but it can also prolong your life. Oki let the tropical dragon put it down before entering Greentown. The main purpose of coming to Luoyang Town this time is for the black market. It is best not to expose yourself too much. Wearing a league trainer's clothes and a peaked cap, he silently walked into the Green Shade Town without anyone watching. Then after 7 rounds and 7 rounds, Oki skillfully found the entrance to the black market. The black market in Luoyang Town was opened directly in the mountains. Some people emptied the entire mountain and built a black market in it. Oki did not observe much of the forces in the black market of Luoyang Town. After changing clothes, he put on a black robe and went directly into the black market. He summoned Paula and walked silently on the streets of the black market. Then he took out his cell phone and dialed the number of theft. Almost instantly, the call was answered after Oki dialed and told the other party to see him at the gate of the Hunters Guild on the black market. 3 minutes later, They both appeared at the door of the Hunters Guild. Paula Oki and Rosalindo of the other side, although they were both hiding under a wide black robe, immediately recognized the other. "Did you come on time?" Pirate Brigade glanced at the pool beside Oki. In Fenyuan area, there are really not many people in the Chengdu area who follow him. It's just that not many people pay attention. Most of the elves around here are the elves of Fenyuan area, and of course some of them carry elves from other areas, but this does not mean much. Followed by the elves of Fenyuan area. Is this person from Fenyuan area? Maybe not. And the elf who is not in Fenyuan area is next to him. This person must not be in Fenyuan area. Anyway, the main thing to look at in the black market is strength. As for the region's elves, this is not very important. Let's go, Oki said lightly. Be the first to walk towards the Hunters Guild. I have to say that the Hunters Association is quite successful. Although it originated in the Kanto region and was mainly developed by the attached rockets, the Hunters Association has now expanded its branches to almost all regions. Do not fight for power or fight for any right to speak, leading to the establishment of the Hunters Association so that all parties can see only the benefits. So the Hunters Association can be so popular. The hunter profession www.mentalnovel.com is also one of the great professions in the wizard world. The layout of the Hunters Guild is mostly the same, half of which is the task submission and pickup place, and half of the elves redemption and purchase place. Oki walked straight towards the task submission window. Hey, lunatic. There is the window for the registration of the hunting group. Seeing Oki's movement, the brigade couldn't help reminding. But Oki did not stop, saying, I know, there are a few elves who are going to match the task and submit it. That said, it is understandable to steal the brigade. It doesn't take long to match the elven capture task anyway. With a curious mindset, Pirate Brigade followed directly. As a full-time 4-star hunter, she pinned her 4 golden stars to her chest, and there are not many high-ranking robbers who are still hunters in the Hunter Guild. So when she walked by, she was very eager to make money. Many people were hit by her and wanted to swear, but when she saw the 4 gold stars on her chest, she closed her mouth consciously. No matter where they are, there is a hierarchy of strength and class. Although the star rating of a hunter does not represent strength, but without strength, how many people can become a 4-star hunter based on luck alone? Although Luoyang Town is just a town, because it is located in the mountains, there are still many hunters in the Hunter Guild. After all, there are wild elves everywhere in the mountains, and hunters can make a lot of money here. Standing quietly behind a relatively small team and waiting, the burglar brigade seemed very boring, followed by Oki with his fingers. She was a little curious about what elves Oki wanted to match. Always think there will be surprises. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 489 Need one explanation. Hunter Guild staff handled things very efficiently, and soon it was Oka's turn. Can I help you? Said the staff member with a professional smile on his face. I want to match the task. Oki said naturally that he took out a bunch of elf from his pockets, which were not filled with giant tooth sharks or sharp tooth fish, and there were a few poisonous butterflies and some of the other miscellaneous elves were about 15 in total. It was placed directly on the conveyor of the elven ball, and then it was teleported one by one. Please show me your hunter's ID card. The staff continued to send Oki's elf ball away. Oki passed his hunter's identity card through the glass window. Dear Samsung Hunter, please wait while the task matching is in progress. The professional smile of the staff member remains unchanged, said. Hearing her words, Oki nodded, but the thief standing behind was suddenly calm. Did I just hear right? The staff member just said, Honorable Samsung Hunter. Is this lunatic just a Samsung Hunter? The Pirate Brigade felt 10,000 critical strike damage. Emotional lunatic. Is this guy just a Samsung Hunter? So what else is said to form a hunting group? Samsung Hunter is not qualified to create a team at all. Damn, this lunatic also made me his deputy head, and for a long time I was not a Samsung Hunter. So what did you call me for? Exclamation mark. Suddenly, The robber's expression froze. This lunatic is still just a Samsung hunter. What I said before, the task of capturing Absolute, but it takes 4 stars to get it. In other words, he had never received the task of capturing Absolute before? Didn't he give him a task in vain? Although the task was not completed, the other party threatened himself with Absolute's mother and son. It seems that what I want to do is to make myself their deputy leader of his hunting group, right? Suddenly, the theft brigade felt a deep sense of being counted. Feeling like a fool, being turned around by others. The expression of Pirate Brigade suddenly cooled down. If it weren't for the Hunters Guild, they would be hunted down by the Sun Dogs. Pirate Brigade felt that his sword was already hungry. Standing silently behind Oki, waiting for him to match the task. She needs an explanation. If this explanation can satisfy her, when she meets again in the future, even if she is not the enemy, she won't even care about this lunatic. Oki also waited silently. He knew that Pirate Brigade knew that he was only a Samsung hunter, and he would definitely explode. But it's still so quiet now, it seems her patience is good. The corners of his mouth are slightly raised, and he is choked. Soon, the analysis of the data of the 15 elves was completed, and then the task matching was performed according to the current star rating of Oki, and each of the elves was matched to the task with the highest reward. Hello. All 15 sprites have been matched and all task lists have been displayed. Please watch them and see if you need to adjust. There is a computer screen for hunters who shows the matching tasks for all the elves captured by Oki. Among them, the highest reward is the dark green qualification of the giant tooth shark, not only because of the giant tooth shark's dark green qualification, but also because most of the giant tooth sharks live in the sea, but also live in groups and want to. It's much harder to capture. However, this quest reward for juvenile shark is not much different from the quest reward matched by 2 green qualified juvenile sharks. Oki frowned and asked, why is the difference between the rewards of the high level and high qualified giant tooth sharks and the high level and medium level giant tooth sharks? The staff nodded politely, and then explained, because your hunter level is Samsung, you can match the highest reward for capturing the giant tooth shark, so the reward is similar. If you are promoted to 4-star hunter, the reward is expected to be much higher. After hearing her explanation, Oki also understood that, in general, her hunter level was not enough. Then match the remaining 14 elves first, and the high qualified giant tooth shark. Let's put it down for the time being, Oki said. Please wait a moment. The staff set up the computer according to Oki's request. All the matching missions disappeared one by one, indicating that the missions had been completed, and the rewards were all transferred to Oki's identity card. Hello, the mission has been submitted. You have earned a total of 4.6 million points and 4.6 million alliance coins. According to the hunter level of the guild, your hunter points have successfully reached 11.1 million, so congratulations, you will be promoted to 4-star hunter. This is your hunter's medal, please keep it. The staff took out a golden star and handed it to Oki. The value of 2 green qualified giant tooth sharks is close to 2 million, let alone 1 green qualified sharp tooth fish, and 11 light green qualified elves. Even if there are 200,000 or 300,000, there are almost 2 million, so in Oki's view, these are enough to promote themselves to the 4-star hunter, let alone a dark green qualified giant tooth shark. www.mentalnovel.com. Oki puts the stars into his pocket, then he said, now match me with that high quality fang tooth shark. Now if you match that dark green qualifier, you can really get the right value for him. Soon, the matching was done. On the display, Oki clearly saw the corresponding task reward of this giant tooth shark. 2 million hunter points plus 2 million alliance coins. This is the value of a normal, eventually evolved dark green qualified elf. In fact, if all the alliance coins are sold, the value may be even higher, but after the Hunters Guild matches the task, it is almost equal to 2 copies of the money, so if it can match the task, it will still be submitted to the Hunters Guild for a higher harvest. Oki directly submitted this giant tooth shark together. In fact, This giant tooth shark is not weak, but after all, it is an elf that can move normally in the water. If it is not cultivated, it may be really ordinary on land. Aoki did not give it to his men to improve their combat power. After these giant tooth sharks are sold, they are likely to enter the rich people's fish tanks for viewing. This time Aoki has harvested a total of 6.6 million hunter points and 6.6 million union currency revenue, and the star rating of the hunter has been raised to 4 stars, so the type and level of the hunter points can be fully exchanged for the elves. Aoki picked up her hunter ID card and left the seat. Then he saw the pirate brigade silently following him, leaving the team together. Aoki sat down at a relatively corner table, and the brigade sat opposite him. I need an explanation. The brigade's voice was a little cold. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 419 Hunting Team established. Aoki laughed when he heard the words of Pirate Brigade. Hearing Aoki's laughter, Pirate Brigade opened his eyes and thought of leaving. Fortunately, Aoki stopped laughing in time to prevent the Theft Brigade from leaving. Well, don't laugh, you should have seen it. I did just become a 4-star hunter. It was an accident when I met you last time. But I really need to thank you, Aoki said. I really want to thank her. Without her luck, she might not have met the 4 elves of Absolu Mother and Son, and she would not have entered the lake in the deep forest. The group of stupid beasts has successfully evolved to become a stupid king, and has also received the leader's powerful carrying props. Perhaps all this is due to the brigade. Even if Aoki luckily meets Absolut's mother, she will never take Aoki to her residence. Nor will she choose to let the malicious Aoki approach her children, because Aoki's first thought when she saw it was definitely to catch it, either to use it by herself or to match the mission to the Hunters Guild. The brigade looked coldly at Aoki, waiting for his next words. But you can't deny that there is nothing wrong with what I said to you before. You really need to join a force in order to make yourself grow faster in the future, don't you? And even if you found Absolu the same day, she will still take you to her cave. You may still not choose to arrest at that time, isn't it? Aoki said lightly. And now I have become a 4-star hunter and have been able to establish my own hunting group. This is not different from what we expected before. Besides, I never seemed to tell you that I am 4-star hunter. I just said that I want to establish a hunting group. Pirate Brigade heard Aoki's words and gradually fell into contemplation. Although Aoki lied to her and made her angry, it didn't really affect her much, did she? And now Aoki has indeed become a 4-star hunter and can establish hunting groups. If it is true that he did before, after the formation of the hunting group, it should soon bring in a group of people. The hunting team will soon be able to make it. It's much better than being a younger brother in another hunting group that has already formed, or creating a new hunting group and recruiting people by yourself. Then Aoki took out a metal box from his storage space, put it directly on the table, and pushed it in front of the brigade. This is. Pirate Brigade looked at the contents of the box pushed by Aoki, and was afraid to confirm. Yes, these are high-level energy blocks. Although they are only the most common ones, the price is not low, which is the compensation I concealed from you. Aoki continued, as long as you promise to become the deputy leader of the hunting team, all the benefits of being a deputy leader will not lose you, and you can also get high-level energy blocks for a long time. 3 elves will supply it. If you can help the hunting team to upgrade to the toaster team, they will provide 4 elves, and the Samsung team will provide 5 elves, and so on. When you will increase your hunter level to 6 stars, I can customize advanced energy blocks for you and customize them according to your needs. This is the benefit of being the deputy leader. Of course, if you have a return, you need to pay accordingly. First of all, the first and most important point is not to betray, otherwise you will not be able to escape my pursuit. Don't doubt it. Believe me, I have such energy. Then as long as the hunting team is developed vigorously, my biggest goal is to be a shopkeeper. But if you have any task that you can't deal with, or an elves that can't deal with it, you can come to me directly. Aoki bluntly stated his requirements. The pirate brigade was lost in thought. Looking at the box filled with high-level energy cubes on the table, his thoughts gradually sink. I have to say that such benefits are really tempting to her. After all, as a civilian trainer, she couldn't find a senior breeder to help her make customized advanced energy blocks. Not only was she short of money, she wasn't even identified. Even if it is just an ordinary high-level energy cube, she can only take on the elven rows down now. The rest of her elves now only eat intermediate-level energy cubes. And she needs more money to train the elves, or to find a more suitable her high-quality elves. After all, the strength cannot stagnate. Aoki didn't urge her, so she sat silently in a chair with her hands on her chest and waited for the answer from Pirate Brigade. 10 minutes later, it seemed like a decision had been made. The Burglar Brigade held his hands on the table, stood up and looked down at Aoki and said, "Okay, I can be the deputy head of your hunting group, but I hope what you said can be done." Aoki smiled, and once again took 2 pieces of metal from the storage space and pushed them to the brigade, motioning her to accept. "Here are the 2 remaining high-level energy cubes. Each of these boxes is for 2 months. When you are almost done, contact me. Let's go and register for a hunting group." Aoki turned directly and walked towards the registration window of the hunting group. The registration process for hunting groups is similar to the registration process for ordinary hunters. After all, after the main hunter's star rating reaches 4 stars, they can register as hunting groups, and it is free. It's mainly troublesome to recruit staff, but Aoki is much simpler, and when Sky joins them all is enough. Aoki was very casual this time, and the hunting group's name was called Sky Hunting Group, which made the robbers talk for a long time. The 2 appeared again at the door of the Hunters Guild, but this time, in addition to the 4 stars on their chests, they also had a hunting group logo on their right shoulder. This logo was also painted by Aoki, which is not difficult to see anyway. You reading book www.yuukanzu.com is not very nice either. Okay. The hunting team registration is complete, and the deputy commander also marked your name. Aoki said. The brigade nodded, wondering. Your hunter name is Joker, and you changed my hunter name to Hunter J. But there is also a deputy head, who is Hunter A. When Aoki registered the hunting group, the leader's name was his hunter name Joker, and the name of the hunter of the Burglar Brigade was changed to J. But Aoki also added a deputy leader A, but the Burglar Brigade did not know who it was. But Aoki knew very well, probably because of the bad taste. When asking Sky to register as a hunter, let them register different letters. Miyamoto is A, Alec is K, and Sky is Q. The meaning is very obvious, and the other deputy head is Miyamoto. Although Aoki still trusted the capabilities of the brigade, Aoki also arranged Miyamoto to the position of deputy commander, in order not to rob the rights of the brigade, mainly to report the situation of the hunting team to Aoki in time, which is half responsibility for monitoring. This is also scheduled by Aoki. You will know in the future. You will be here for the past 2 days. I will let them come one after the other. At that time, you will be responsible for recruiting, and then the arrangements will be up to you. Aoki waved her hands and left directly. Hunters Guild. He left the Pirate Brigade silently waiting for the arrival of Miyamoto here. Sky and Alec Aoki have other arrangements for them. The main person in charge of the hunting team is Miyamoto and the brigade. As for those who join, let them arrange it by themselves, leaving half to guard Fuai Town and then half complete the mission of the hunting team, and then you can perform shifts. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 420 Junior Superpower. Aoki walked around the black market for a while, mainly selling things obtained on the trial island. 20 large pearls, each worth 50,000 union coins, 65 small pearls, each worth 10,000 union coins. Here is a total of 1.65 million union currency income. Then there is an intermediate dark stone, 3 primary moonstones, a primary leaf stone and an intermediate leaf stone, all of which were previously obtained evolution stones. This quality evolution stone has no effect on Aoki. At most, in exchange for some alliance currency, the primary evolutionary stone is sold for about 300,000 pieces, and the intermediate evolutionary stone is more precious. Almost one piece is sold for 1.5 million. Therefore, the sale on evolution stone brought 4.2 million union coin revenue to Aoki. After all these things were sold, the total amount of union coin on Aoki came to 15.59 million, which can be said to have reached the highest net worth in his life. Of course, with the improvement of Aoki's strength, the money seems to him so. The certificate of a king is not available to Aoki now. Although I pitted one from Ogo, I can't pit Ogo all the time. In this way, even if Ogo agrees, his family will no longer agree. Therefore, it is estimated that Aoki's sharp claws need to pay for himself. Then you need to buy the babies, mosquito coils and Coca-Cola. The recent venom properties of the scorpion are under development, and venom treasures cannot be discontinued. The crow's head and the dull king have successfully evolved, and the formula of their energy blocks also needs to be adjusted. The value of the used items is also increasing, so don't look at Aoki now more than 15 million, it really needs to be used. It may take up to an hour. When Aoki came out of the black material market, there were only 9.8 million union currency left on his body. However, the harvest is still great. At least the materials mentioned earlier were all purchased with the highest quality that Aoki can now afford. Then Aoki went to the skills store again, not to buy skills, but to learn a few skills CDs previously obtained on the Saint Anu. Through the skill learning device, two very practical skills, earthquake and surfing, were handed over to the dull king. With the current strength of the dumb king, these two skills are also the most cost-effective. Aoki wants to build a waterway pavilion. The dull king will be his trump card. The improvement of his strength will definitely be of great benefit to the establishment of the Aoki pavilion. Without too much stay in Luoyang town, Aoki left the tropical dragon directly. Instead of going to the house in Fuai town, he appeared on the back hill. Last time I was going to clear the hunting swallowtail butterfly group, but was disturbed by the stolen brigade. Aoki was going to clear it again, and then continued to explore some distance deep in the mountains. Obviously, such a large mountain forest will not only consist of these elves. Release the Onomatid lamped scorpion, the Onomatid pull up, and the Tomatid foolish king. The scorpion-tailed scorpion and scorpion will be the main combat force for cleaning the swallowtail butterfly group. And the appearance of the dull king is more about Aoki, who wants to familiarize him with the two skills just learned. Surfing may be okay. After all, it is a water system skill. The dull king will learn faster, while earthquakes as a ground system skill will require a long time to train. Maybe similar to the fire system skills spraying flames. After all, the ground system is also restrained by the water system. The main tasks are left to the elves to deal with them. The dull king exercises skills on the side, and can also take care of them. Aoki stood in place and began to sort out the superpowers in her body. The last time I borrowed the light of the idiot king, the weak superpower in the original body has soared. Aoki has not yet had an accurate number in his heart. I don't know how much his superpower has been enhanced, and whether he has reached the level of the primary superpower. I took out a box of rosary beads from the storage space. It was originally used to test the superpower strength of the stupid beast. However, the number of these rosary beads can no longer meet the training of the stupid king. Just Aoki can take it. Detect some of your own superpower strength. According to his original strength of superpowers, among these hindrance speeds, he can only lift up a hindrance speed in front of him, barely reaching the level of first-time superpowers, which can be said to be the lowest end of all superpowers. Eyes looked straight at the beads on the ground. Aoki mobilized some superpowers with less control after the body swelled. Use the methods in the superpower manual to lift the beads. 1, 2, 3. Aoki didn't feel any pressure. Suddenly a joy in my heart. At least now, his superpower has increased several times. Even if he doesn't get the level of the primary superpower, he must not be too far away. When the raised rosary beads reached 15, Aoki felt pressure. But I still can. Gritted his teeth and slowly raised more. 16, 17, 18. At 19, Aoki was sweating profusely. Eyes widened, staring at the last obstruction bead, trying to mobilize the superpower in the body to lift it up. Bloodshot eyes gradually appeared. When Aoki felt that he was going to be unable to hold on, the 20th rosary beads floated up and fluttered. www.mentalnovel.com. Only halfway, it was like the tarot card, the 20th the hindrance beads fell, and then all the hindrance beads fell in succession. Aoki's face was a little pale, but his expression was surprising. 20 resistance beads, the level of a junior superpower. If he can lift the 20th hindrance beads smoothly, Aoki will reach the level of a junior superpower. Although the 20th has not been fully lifted yet, Aoki feels that he is actually capable of lifting it, but the superpower in his body has expanded too much at once, and he cannot use and master it skillfully. As long as you give him a little time and scratch those superpowers from scratch, you can definitely lift the 20th hindrance beads. In other words, Aoki can become a junior superpower as long as it takes a while. At that time, the strengths of the superpowers will be demonstrated initially. In fact, when Aoki first knew that he would become a superpower, his biggest wish was to become a junior superpower. As long as you can learn the ability of electrocardiogram induction, the superpower can greatly improve the strength of the trainer in the battle. No matter how fast the command is, everyone needs time to speak, but after learning ECG, you can directly direct through superpowers, and you don't need to speak at all. ECG induction can be much faster than speaking. In the face of various attacks, the response will be faster. And without speaking, the opponent will not know what Aoki's order is, and will not be able to make a targeted order. Add more. Adding more rewards to Lei Mian's cat boss. I had a high fever to kill all my archives during this time, and headache. Chapter 421. Arrange things in the afternoon. Aoki took the elves to clear the swallowtail hunting group on the back mountain, and some of the higher-level hunting swallowtail butterflies were either killed directly or caught up, which can be reserved for the next members. Anyway, these elves can't sell much money, but they can quickly improve the strength of newcomer trainers. Of course, the premise is to be able to tame these elves. However, hunting the swallowtail butterfly is a gentle spirit, as long as you use some means to still be able to conquer well. As for those poorly qualified, low-level yet evolving spiny tails, they were directly cleaned up by Aoki and the elves, and this time none were left. The Echinococcus captured last time is also sufficient for the time being. Too many low-qualified elves are not good for the development of strength. In addition to the elves fighting, Aoki is more focused on his own superpower training. In fact, the total amount of his superpowers has reached the level of the primary superpowers, but because of insufficient control, he is still a little bit worse than the primary superpowers. After all, it's a side effect of the superpowers surge. But in contrast to Aoki, which took decades to become a junior superpower, now he can achieve it only after continuous training. It will no longer be talent, but effort. In this way, restrictions on Aoki are much smaller. I believe that daily exercise will soon reach the level of junior superpowers, and when Aoki is a trainer, his commanding ability will be improved once. Indirectly, it can improve the fighting power of the elves and enhance their own strength. After clearing the hunting swallowtail group, Aoki took the elves to walk inside the forest again. In general, there are many mountains here, and as you go deeper, the level of elves will get higher and higher. Fortunately, Aoki now needs high-level wild elves to fight, train the elves' combat power, and improve their level at the same time. And when night fell, with the current superpower of Dawang, it was no problem to bring Aoki back to the house alone. After all, even if I have been walking, I don't go very far in the afternoon. Back at the residence, Aoki summoned Alec Ranks again in the conference room on the second floor. Today I went to Luai in town to create a hunting group, and then I found a more reliable hunter as the deputy head. At that time, You all joined, and then a two-shift or three-shift system was adopted. She will take you on a hunting mission. In addition, Miyamoto, I also placed you in the position of deputy head. In addition to your usual task of capturing the elves, you need to pay a little attention to that deputy head. If there is any unexpected situation, please contact me in time. It is reported that the strength of that person is not bad, Aoki said. Miyamoto smiled and nodded. Although he seemed to have a deputy commander over him in the hunting group, the task assigned to him by Aoki all explained that Aoki believed him even more. Aoki's trust in him is gradually building. Then, Alec, for the time being, you are mainly responsible for the suitability of the Sky Team. Continue to recruit people, give them a little exercise, do not appear as garbage like the Black Snake Gang, and after the initial assessment, you can assign the elves and perform well, you can reward even better elves. Anyway, starting today, Miyamoto will turn over some of the captured elves to the team every day. Yes, Alec nodded solemnly. This was Oka's trust in him, but it was also a pressure. Although he helped his uncle manage for a while, it is not the same now and then, so many things need to be restarted and rescheduled. Then here are some elves that I have caught today with good strength or qualifications. They are all put in Sky First. The money and the elves captured by Miyamoto are also given to Sky First. Ask Sky to apply and leave some files behind, and leave the matter of managing finances to Sky. Aoki continued. Although these three people now have a good trust in Aoki, Aoki has the highest trust in Sky. After all, he followed him first. Although the strength is the weakest, now this gap, after the development of the forces, the feedback of resources will be able to lift him up at once. Sky froze and nodded solemnly. You can see Aoki's trust in him, but again, this position is not easy to do. If one fails to handle it, it is easy to offend people. No matter if it is Alec or Miyamoto, they will not show anything in front of Aoki, but if they offend, there will definitely be actions in the back. Fortunately, now that everything is a startup, everyone is working hard to do their own things. I want Aoki to see their abilities. As for the struggle for power and gains, they still have to wait until they have completely stabilized. Many people may have thought to consider. Although Alec and Miyamoto know what it means for Sky to control money, www.mentalnovel.com, the relationship between the three is still relatively good. Aoki didn't say much. Of course, he had his own ideas for this arrangement, and these things need not be explained. It will naturally be discovered later. Are there any performances by the mayor and the mayor's son? Aoki asked. Alec, who is mainly in charge of the Sky Team, stood up and said, there is nothing for the time being. Although the mayor's son has discovered something that is not right, many people have never appeared again. But those people are basically all. I lived alone, otherwise I wouldn't gather in the courtyard of the Black Snake Gang in the middle of the night. And then the subordinates let the Viper take a group of people to walk around the street for a few times to show the sense of existence. Sun's doubt. Then, the Void organization in Zijing City is relatively far away, but according to Viper, it is time to hand in the money to the Black Snake Gang. I don't know how to deal with this. Decide. Void? Aoki's strange name came out of his mouth. The leader of Void is said to have a strength close to the level of the Uranus, which should be around the peak of the quasi-Uranus. Now he is not an opponent. However, it was mainly Okada in the Void. There was not much pressure on Aoki, and it was no problem to escape after a while. Don't alarm this organization for the time being. Tell Viper how the Black Snake Gang will usually provide confessions, and then let him do it this time. Don't increase the amount and not less. Let's say that we have stabilized Fuai Town completely. If this matter is done well, tell him that he can become a full member. Aoki said. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 422. Contact Liu Shengen. Now the Rockets Division. The main members of the Sky Team are 7 Aoki, and there is no clear hierarchy. After Aoki applied for this Rocket Division, various systems will be implemented in accordance with regulations. But now that they are formal members, when the regulations are completely determined, they will be at least middle-level members of this division. I believe that Viper understands this, so he will definitely do it well. Although he used to be the third leader of the Black Snake Gang, to be honest, the Black Snake Gang and the current Sky Team are really incomparable. Whether in terms of strength, management methods or resource input, it is clear that the difference can be seen. Viper can also be regarded as a visionary person, otherwise the Black Snake will not give him some important things to do. Therefore, he can clearly feel that Aoki definitely has the ambition to this Fuai town. And he doesn't know why. He always feels that Aoki's potential is extraordinary, and Fuai town may be just a starting point. Then the weight of this so-called full member will be much higher. Yes, Alec replied and sat down. The main thing of this meeting was to talk about the establishment of a hunting group and the arrangements for these people for a period of time. It can be seen that some obvious skeletons have gradually formed, and what is to be done later cannot be completed in a day or two. It takes time to fill the skeleton with blood and meat. I will make some arrangements in the backyard. Don't let anyone approach. It is better to build a fence between the backyard and the house in front. Some things still need to be careful. Aoki issued the last instruction. The crowd nodded their heads. From now on, the backyard is almost the private place of Aoki. Although the crowd didn't have Oka's orders, they would not approach them casually, but maybe somebody wandering around, or someone with ulterior motives. I'm not afraid to be seen. After all, the combat power of the Aokis elves is not covered, mainly because I want to have a relatively stable private space. Can be used as a place to store elves in Aoki. After all, Aoki to this day, all the conquered elves are brought on the body, although this can enhance the relationship. But sometimes it is actually unnecessary. Trainers also need to store the elves in a place where they can be cultivated. After all, the number of elves is increasing in the future. When they cannot practice in the wild, it is time to release 20 or 30 elves at a mealtime. It's the end of the night. In fact, the place that Aoki hopes more is the nameless island that was once found at sea. The environment above is more suitable for Aoki's requirements, but it can't be done now. In addition, Aoki will build a pavilion here, and safety can be guaranteed. It may be that Aoki decides whether Fuai town is underground or bright. If in ancient times, Aoki might be the lord of a region. After the meeting, Aoki left directly. Now he has a lot of things, so after the skeleton is set up, it is more to leave things to his subordinates to do, and he still focuses on improving his strength. Maybe the next time he takes the initiative to intervene, it is time to establish an underground black market in Fuai town, or the establishment of Fuai Town Hall. Everyone also understood that Aoki's mind was mainly on the cultivation of elves, so generally nothing would not bother him. The world still sees strength. Power or something can only be used as an aid to enhance strength. For example, if the Rockets are not as strong as Sakagi and can face the championship or even beat the championship, the Rockets will not develop so smoothly. Even if Sakagi is now alone, does anyone dare to underestimate wherever he goes? If he had not been under the surveillance of the Alliance in the Kanto area, he might have led the team directly to Feniyuan, and within 3 months, Feniyuan would once again become one of the Rockets' sphere of influence. It's just that the League doesn't want to watch the Rockets grow bigger. Rather than such a scattered sand in the Feniyuan area, I would not want to see the Rockets expand again. Therefore, the Rockets have been invading other regions in accordance with the law. One of the main reasons is the League. Although the underground forces in various regions are not weak, they are not the same. After all, the Rockets really want to rush in. They can still do it, and they may lose a little more. But this situation is definitely not what the League wants to see. They don't want someone who can really compete against them. Now the Rockets have made them a little helpless. If the Rockets' power expands again by 1 or 2 regions, then this elven world is still not the League's final decision. It really is not necessarily. After returning to the room, Aoki sat directly in front of his exclusive video phone. For the first time, he called his teacher Liu Shengen. After waiting for about 30 seconds, when Aoki thought that Liu Sheng had just gone, the phone was connected. www.mentalnovel.com. I saw Liu Sheng, who had not seen him for a long time, wearing a white coat with a little yellowing. The hair and beard on his face were a bit messy, and there was bloodshot eyes in his eyes, and he looked like a shiver. Liu Shengen just saw that Aoki was calling and was a little surprised. He said, "Boy, I'm busy doing experiments. I just say anything if I'm finished. I'll continue after I finish talking." Although Liu Shengen has the strength of the Heavenly King, he prefers to cultivate the family. As long as the funds are sufficient, most of the time is spent on experiments, and some more effective energy blocks are deployed. Of course, the energy blocks made may not be very powerful, but I still like this aspect. It can be said that Liu Shengen's own elves can reach the level of the Heavenly King level, in large part because of his energy and investment in nurturing his family. As long as one elf has sufficient qualifications, a senior breeder can really pilot a live to the strength of the Quasar King level. Of course, the resources consumed may be used to cultivate 3 or 4 Quasar King level elves already. Moreover, the elves that have been cultivated in this way have only superficial strength. When they really fight, there are still many differences. However, breaking through to the Heavenly King level, it can be done not only by cultivating the piled up materials. The role of the trainer is also critical. When Aoki saw Liu Shengen's appearance, he couldn't help frowning and said, "Teacher, you have to take care of your own body when doing experiments. As a cultivator, if your body is tired, it will really be a member of others." It's a laughing stock. Liu Shengen's appearance now is apparently because of experiments, and he has not slept for a while. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 423 proposed to open a museum. Hearing Aoki's words, Liu Shengen was stunned. He lives to this day, and not many people have cared about his body so directly. Immediately laughed. "Okay, well, your stupid boy now educates me." It didn't mean to be angry, but the expression of emergency was slowly relaxed. "Suddenly I feel really tired." After all, they are also older. Not when they were young, they could not sleep for several days for experiments. Aoki also smiled when she heard about it. Since the identity of the alliance is to be retained, sometimes it must still be brought into this role. "Well, let's talk something." Liu Sheng just took a sip of tea and sat down in a chair and said, "That's it, teacher. You should know that I'm already in Fenyuan area, right?" Aoki said. "Fenyuan? Did you go to Fenyuan area?" Liu Shengen suddenly made the atmosphere awkward. And Liu Shengen from Aoki should have followed his whereabouts, so if he went to Fenyuan area by himself, he should be able to understand. But now it's obviously different from what he thought. Cough. "Okay, I know, you are in Fenyuan area. You continue," Liu Shengen said after coughing. Aoki's face was also a little awkward. "It's like this, haven't I come to Fenyuan area recently? Suddenly I think Fenyuan is still a good place, and I want to prepare to develop in Fenyuan area. Then, when I visited Fenyuan recently, I suddenly found that the location and environment of a small town were good. I bought a house directly here and wanted to settle here. Later, I walked around in this small town and found that the facilities and development here were really backward, so I wanted to help develop here. After a period of consideration, I think it's better to open a museum here and help a lot." So, halfway through Aoki, Liu Shengen was interrupted. "Wait, do you mean that you are going to build a Taoist pavilion in a backward town in Fenyuan area? Are you sure?" Liu Shengen almost took a sip of tea on the screen and confirmed. Aoki nodded. "You have to build a Tao pavilion in Fenyuan area, and it's better to go directly to the alliance to sign up for the competition. You can open the first 3 places, and you can choose the area yourself. After all, the law and order in Fenyuan area is relatively general. The alliance also wants to increase the intensity of management," Liu Shengen said directly. "If I want to build a gymnasium by participating in the competition, will I tell you?" Although participating in the competition, Aoki is also confident that he can get the top 3, but the point is that there is no such competition now. And the most recent competition time is also scheduled 3 months later. Aoki rebirth is only 3 months in total. How can you wait another 3 months? "Teacher, I mean, I don't want to wait for such a long time. The next contest in Feniyuan area will wait at least 3 months, and 3 months is enough for me to get a huge improvement." Hearing that, Liu Shengen just glanced at Aoki with a sincere expression, and showed a thoughtful look. He knew that Aoki's potential was good, and wasting such a long time waiting was obviously not in line with Aoki's current age. Aoki's age is now the fastest. In fact, it is the Feniyuan area that was later financed by the Alliance. This kind of competition for opening the Daostang is held. Like the Kanto and Chengdu areas, the Daostang is already full, and it's not that much if you want to open a Daoist. Easy. In many large cities in Feniyuan, Dogwon is actually full, but there are still some remote towns that have not yet opened Dogwon, so this kind of competition is still going on, but the frequency is not so high. Why run to the Feniyuan area to open a museum? Although the Feniyuan area can also be opened, after all, the Alliance has been developing for some time and has been much stricter recently. If you go to the Hezhong or Shinao area, I may follow look at it. You can still open the Dogwon directly. Liu Shengen was a little bit embarrassed. Aoki also knew that he was telling the truth. But now the Feniyuan area is the area that the rockets want to capture most. Although the Shinao and Hezhong areas are also good, they are too far away from the rockets to support. Even if they are established with the influence, they cannot invade normally. There are a few friends in the Feniyuan area. If I go to other areas, I may be alone, Aoki explained. Hearing Aoki's words, Liu Shengen suddenly thought of Aoki's friend Ogo. Suddenly his eyes brightened. If you have Ogo's help, it may be simpler. I don't know if you can talk to him. Tell me. Convincing Ogo, as long as Aoki mentions it, Ogo will still accept it. But some things cannot be done. Even as a friend, you can't always give one side and get the other side. For Ogo, Aoki still hopes that the Daostang will be established, and invites him to develop the town of Futaba. This way, whether he or Aoki can get benefits, it can be regarded as a return to the help he provided to Aoki. However, it is not appropriate to trouble him about the construction of the museum. Aoki is helpless. www.mentalnovel.com. Although my teacher has a certain position in the Alliance, but after all, it is not the management, and to a large extent still cannot say too much, and can only find help from other friends. Then his teacher owes other people's favor and is not easy to handle. Aoki sighed silently, originally did not want to use this as a condition, but now there may be no way. Take a deep breath and say, "Teacher, if I make a certain contribution to the Alliance, and then with your help, can you help me open a Dao pavilion in a short time?" Liu Shengen is also thinking about helping Aoki to open a pavilion. It's not that he can't do it, but the price he may have to pay is really a little big. Some of his experimental results may have to be contributed to the Alliance. That's his hard work. He won't make this when it is not necessary. Selected. After hearing Aoki's words, Liu Shengen said, "Oh, tell me, what contribution can you make?" He was also curious about what Aoki said could contribute to the League. However, he has already made a decision in his heart. If there is no other way for Aoki, he will contribute 1 or 2 of his achievements, and then visit some old friends with a cheeky attitude, and it should still be possible. After all, Aoki can be said to be his first disciple, and possibly the last. Now, for the first time, Aoki asks for an incident, and he still wants to help him do it. After he waits, many of his achievements will be handed over to Aoki, and now he can be considered to give his original things to the League in advance. Aoki groaned a little and said, "What if I found a way for the elves to evolve?" Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 424 Preparation for Assessment. A new way of elf evolution? Liu Shengen looked questioning. Okay. Aoki nodded and continued. I have discovered a way of elf evolution. This elf has been discovered for a long time, but it may not be known how it evolved. What elf? The Idiot King, Aoki said. The Idiot King? Do you know how the dumb beast evolved into Idiot King? Liu Shengen looked serious. Finding a way of elf evolution is not a simple matter. After all, many famous elf researchers have not found a way of elf evolution in their lifetimes. That is, Those doctors who specialize in elf may know or discover something in this regard. I found by accident, although the situation is special, but I think the Dull King should meet these conditions to complete the evolution. My Dull Beast evolved into a Dull King in front of us, Oki said. Then he took out the elven ball and summoned the Dull King. There is no way. In exchange for an opportunity to open a pavilion, Oki feels that it is more affordable if he uses the evolutionary conditions of the Dull King in exchange. Anyway, even if he doesn't say it now, it will be researched after a few years. It's better to take this name first. Yeah, the Dull King appeared here, but when he was in the Elven Ball, he knew what Oki was doing, so he just called out dumbly when he came out. This is to say that whoever is the smartest of Ocus elves is definitely the Dull King. Although he looks dull on the surface, after evolving into a Dull King, a sense of self-confidence will definitely not make him feel stupid. It's really a Dull King. Liu Sheng just saw the Dull King behind Oki. His eyes lit up. For the Elven King, he only heard about it. He hadn't really seen it. He didn't expect his disciples to actually cultivate a Dull King. He knew that there was a Dull Beast in Oki, but the dull-looking Dull Beast had evolved into a Dull King. The temperament of the whole elf is completely different. How did he evolve? Forget it. Don't say this first. If you really find out the evolution method of the Dumb King, then the space for operation will be larger. Liu Shengen originally wanted to ask, but later gave up. After all, it was the achievements of his disciples. Let him announce it himself. In this way, you find a time to visit Golden City in the Kanto area. At the breeder evaluation site in Golden City, you passed the assessment of the intermediate breeder. And then I will take you to meet someone, and then apply for a small with him. The identity of the elf researcher, and then told him the original Dumb King evolution originally. If he nodded in agreement with your results, then your fame will be very great. The youngest intermediate breeder in the Alliance, and the youngest elf researcher in the Alliance, have also discovered a way of elf evolution. With these names, you go to the Alliance branch in Fenyun area to apply for the opening of a museum, and then I find a few more old friends to have a relationship. There should be no problem. Liu Shengen explained what he thought. The most reasonable and stable method now. After hearing Liu Shengen's words, Oki felt that it was quite reliable. Just like that, I'm afraid I will be exposed to the Alliance's attention for a short time. At that time, things about the underground forces and the hunting group will converge. And the person Liu Sheng just took to see himself, and in the Kanto area, the weight of speaking is so big. Wouldn't it be that person? Dr. Oki, the most famous PhD researcher in Kanto who has the most real materials. If it was him, Oki felt it was more reliable. With Dr. Oki's status in the league, few words he would argue against. After all, not to mention his knowledge in elf, but to say his strength, that is absolutely top in the Kanto area. In other words, Dr. Oki once served as the champion of the Kanto region, but soon retired himself. Otherwise the champion of the Kanto region will still be Dr. Oki. He is also the most qualified to sit in the championship position in the Kanto region. But he is just like his teacher. He is not interested here, and he is not enthusiastic about power, and the management in the league is also happy. No one has pointed at them, leaving the Kanto championship position to the present. Okay. Then I got up and went to the Golden City of Kanto in 2 days. Teacher, will you be with me then? Oki nodded and agreed. Liu Sheng just waved his hand and said, I won't go. At that time, you can go to the breeder assessment site in Golden City and you can do the assessment directly. After you have passed the assessment, I will tell you where to find that person. Things will wait until your assessment is over. It is estimated that after passing the assessment of an intermediate breeder, your reputation will suddenly become much greater. Liu Shengen's experiment is now at a critical moment. He didn't have the time to see how Oki did it. He may come out after the experiment is finished. www.mentalnovel.com, but it is not working now. Oki said that it had nothing to do with it, but it was an assessment of an intermediate breeder. It seemed to him a relatively simple matter. That is to say, there is no alliance status in the previous life that does not have such a high degree of confidentiality. Otherwise, he will check the status of an intermediate breeder in his previous life, become a certified mid-level nurtured by the Alliance. It is really considered a member of the Alliance. Many internal functions of the Alliance will be open to it. At the same time, there are also many preferential policies for intermediate breeders. Those who pass the assessment if they feel that they are not strong enough to protect themselves, can also directly join a family. As long as they are not those top families and an intermediate breeder, they are really willing. Okay, teacher. Then he'll go to Golden City first and pass the assessment of the intermediate breeder. Aoki said, if it was not because he was too shocking to become a senior breeder at his age, it would not be impossible for Aoki to test the senior breeder now. Although the breeder has a lot of knowledge, the most important thing is the knowledge about the elves and the making of energy blocks. Haha, are you pretty confident? Have you read all the materials I passed on to you before? Liu Sheng just saw Aoki so confidently and smiled happily. Of course I finished watching it, and I remember it in my mind. The teacher can take the school at any time. Okay, then he'll test you. Don't pass the middle breeder's assessment, then I will be ashamed. Then the two disciples discussed the knowledge of the intermediate breeder. Most of the time, Liu Shenggen asked questions, and then Aoki answered them. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 425. Arrive in Golden City the next day. In the morning, Aoki left the town of Futaba on a tropical dragon. The following period of time mainly saw people in the identity of the Alliance, and the tropical dragon as an elf of his Alliance, has been shown many times. Last night, Aoki specifically called the German staff to ask them to book a flight ticket from Kanas to Kanto in the Kanto area today. Aoki also lamented that it was not known what it cost to join the German company, but now it seems that the benefits and convenience have gained a lot. Sitting on the wide back of the tropical dragon, Aoki closed his eyes and exercised his superpowers. After the last Dull King's evolution, the superpowers skyrocketed, and it was only one step away from the junior breeder. It is just because of insufficient control ability that the amount of super ability has reached the level of a primary breeder, but it is much worse in use. Now that Aoki has a little time, he will sit down and close his eyes to exercise his superpowers. It's a bit like an idiot king meditating. However, the talent of the Dull King in superpowers can be said to throw away several areas of Aoki. According to the calculation of the chip, Aoki should now only have 60% of the superpowers in the body. When the mastery reaches 80%, it is almost a junior breeder. As for mastering it to 100%, the improvement of Aoki is not so great. He doesn't have to worry so much. At his current training rate, it would be good to improve by 1 percentage point in 5 hours. This is still a continuous situation. There is a high probability that Aoki may not be able to increase 1 percentage point a day, and it is more reliable to increase 1 percentage point in 2 days. After all, he couldn't just focus on his superpowers, but also be responsible to the elves. In the principle of not wasting time, Aoki was not willing to waste time sitting on the back of a tropical dragon. Soon after flying for more than 3 hours, Aoki, sitting on the back of a tropical dragon, came to Kanas. Yesterday he also called Ogo and learned that he left Kanas City again and went out looking for strange stones, but Aoki didn't tell him about going to Kanto. Based on Ogo's dedication to special stones, maybe he can really find some super evolutionary stones. It's just that there isn't one in Aoki's hands, and it is not the time when super evolutionary stones can be released. At least you need to wait until Aoki has gathered a certain number of super evolutionary stones before publishing the information about the elf super evolution. At that time, Aoki's fame may usher in another surge. As for what will be harvested and what dangers will face, Aoki needs to make a good estimate. If the benefits are not proportional to the danger, he would rather rot the super evolutionary matter in his stomach. After the super evolutionary of others appears, he will use the super evolutionary stone he prepared in advance. Aoki calculated, Gengui, Flaming Chicken, and Kokodora, at least they need 3 super evolutionary stones, even if there are no 3 that can match their elves. Then whether it is with the rockets, on with the league, it's all good. Anyway, the super evolutionary stone, The more things you can get before the super evolution really comes out, the better. Invaluable. If Oki finds a super evolved stone of the big needle bee before the super evolution comes out, and contributes to Sakagi, and tells the effect of the super evolved stone of Sakagi, I don't know if Saki will directly pardon the position of Okada to Oki. Oki feels that with Sakagi's heart and spirit, it may not be impossible. Soon, Oki in a taxi arrived at the airport in Kansas. People at Devon have long been waiting here. Respectfully handed the first-class ticket to Oki, and then handed over several specially tailored high-level suits to Oki. Oki's position is a consultant to the chairman. Although he has no real power, he is the group of people closest to the chairman. Those who can speak at any time can change the fate of a group of people. Of course, they are careful not with. In addition to these things, they also have some things that can be used on the plane, some preparations after getting off the plane, and even the rooms of the most luxurious hotels in Golden City have been fully booked. When Oki knew, she was really stunned. It turns out that this is the life of a rich man. Really is. I almost fell. Fortunately, I just have a rich friend, not my own money, or I may really repeat the mistakes of previous lives. I don't know how Doru lived his life in this kind of life, but he didn't fall. For the first time, Oki had a real admiration for Ogo. The flight from Kansas to Golden City takes about 5 or 6 hours. Oki really doesn't waste any time now. In fact, for him now, there is not much difference between economy class, business class and first class. It's just that the first class cabin may be quieter, and the changes on Oki's body will not attract others' attention. Lunch can only be eaten on the plane. www.mentalnovel.com. However, Oki was busy training his superpowers. After a quick meal, it was all right. As for the elves, they also used energy cubes to solve the lunch. After all, it was on a plane and it was not suitable for a big meal. After 5.5 hours, Oki came down from the plane. Today, the dumb beast has evolved into a dull king, and if you bring it around, it will be a bit domineering and leak, and it will also cause many people to watch. So Oki does not have an elf around him now. Anyway, Ghost Stone is still in the shadow, and he will appear as soon as possible when he encounters any danger. Today's day is spent on the road, but fortunately, even if Oki is on the road, he can exercise his superpowers, and it is not a waste of time. During the daytime, Oki's superpower control increased by 1%, plus yesterday's afternoon exercise. Oki now controls 62% of his superpowers in his body, and his improvement is pretty good. If you can really achieve a percentage point a day, you can reach the level of the primary superpower in just 20 days. The chip used to be calculated by Oki for more than 2 decades. Terra. Stay directly in the hotel set by the German company. It's too late now, and I can only go to the breeder's assessment point tomorrow. Oki is going to go to the black market in Golden City at night to buy some elves in the Kanto area, and then they can be raised in their own large backyard or on the back mountain. In particular, Oki will purchase a large number of large tongues that can help the dumb beasts evolve. It is best to choose some qualifications that are not bad. Add more. Adding more to the rewards of Danhao Royal Boss. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 426 Nurturers Guild. In the evening, after dark, Oki quietly left the hotel. The black market is not to say that it is only open at night. It is more because the black market at night is really a black market. Many people and resources are displayed only at night. Oki is still in the original outfit, but it was originally followed by a dark crow, and now it is followed by a pull. With Oki's current strength and Baela's fighting power, when walking on the black market streets, many people will voluntarily evade when they encounter Oki. After all, those who lick blood at the edge of the knife have some basic danger perceptions. Go directly to the Pixie Exchange of the Hunters Guild. Oki now has a lot of hunter points, but it is only worth some basic elves, and the value is not very high. In the surprised expression of the Hunters Guild staff, Oki exchanged a large number of water elves. 10 reachable ducks ranging from dark yellow to light green. The number of mosquito coils was slightly higher, and 20 were exchanged directly. Agate jellyfish, king of carp, horn goldfish, big crab, and sea stars have all been exchanged for 10, with the largest number of large tongues, and Aoki directly exchanged 30, and the qualifications of large tongues are also among all the converted elves. The highest average qualifications. However, the value of the two elf like the little sea lion and the mohair is slightly higher, and Aoki only exchanged 5. At this moment, I spent 5 million hunter points on Aoki. Fortunately, the elf level and qualifications are relatively low, so the value is not very high. If you redeem those highly qualified elves, you may be able to run out of focus points with just 1 or 2. His main thing now is to enrich the number and types of elves in his lake. As for the qualification of the elves, as a breeder, he can gradually improve through a period of screening and adjustment. After all, most of the elves inside are placed in Aoki, allowing outsiders to capture them, but they need to pay a certain fee. He plans to build a lake with many regional water system elves, which will not only make his pavilion more famous, but also bring more travelers and trainers to Fuwai Town. However, this is a huge project. If there is no Hunters Guild, Aoki will not be able to complete it by himself. The Hunters Guild in Feniyuan area is not without the elves in the Kanto area, but it is exchanged for the elves in the Kanto area in Feniyuan area. 1 or 2 may not be visible, and when there are more, the gap will widen. Fill all the backpacks on your shoulders with the reduced elf ball and a full bag. Some distressed left the Hunters Guild. A total of 5 million points. If it is a high quality elf, the 5 million points should be able to redeem a light cyan, and the characteristics and skills are pretty good. Like the mosquito coil of Aoki, you only have 6 million points. The higher the Hunter Star rating, the higher the value of points. It's just a pre-investment now, and Aoki is taking points to buy time, so you can't really go and catch water elves everywhere. If your own hunting team develops, it's okay, but it certainly won't work now. For Aoki, nothing is more precious than time. Leaving the black market directly back at the hotel, let the elves play and sit on the bed and enter into meditation. Now Aoki can directly use meditation instead of sleeping. Although the meditation at night is mainly to restore the spirit, it can also slowly improve his superpower. It can also increase Aoki's mastery of superpowers. The first batch of elves that have been subdued by Aoki, such as the Crowhead and the Dull King, are not very playful in such a small place, and their minds have gradually matured. More often, they watch other elves play, and my mood will be much happier. Paula's original temperament is relatively high gold and proud, usually sitting on the ground by herself, playing with the condensed ice hockey. In other words, the claw-tailed scorpion and the big milk tank can play with the fire juvenile, Coca-Cola and mosquito coil. The scorpion-tailed scorpion is because he is not very old, and he is crazy to fight, but he is still a child mentally, and they have a good time with the fire child. As for the big milk tank, there is no other way. She is now almost a full-time nanny, and more of it takes care of the lives of 3 little guys. She also likes this, because after all, she already has so many partners, and she is satisfied. There is really not much interest in fighting. When the night of the game reaches a certain time, the head of the crow will come out to remind them that the time is almost up and it is time to rest. The other elves were also very obedient. After the crow's head evolved, its deterrent power became more prominent. Now not only in terms of seniority, but also in the strength of the top of the Aoki team. Moreover, the crow's head was originally the big brother, and everyone was more convinced of him. One night, as usual, passed quietly. In the morning, Golden City's breeder assessment point. A young trainer, www.mentalnovel.com, wearing a league trainer costume and a childish chicken around him appeared here. Standing at the door and looking at Gundam, the breeder's assessment point is also very unique. In fact, it can also be called the Breeders' Association Golden City Branch. Although it was set up by the Alliance and is a public organization, all aspects of the breeder are mainly responsible for the Breeders' Association. Aoki's teacher, Liu Shengen, held an honorary eldership at the Breeders' Guild. There are no positions with real power, which can only be regarded as names in the Breeders' Association, but it can still be seen that Liu Shengen's position in the breeders' profession is still very good. That is to say, Liu Shengen was obsessed with experiments and did not have a fight for power or profit. Otherwise, the position of a real power elder of the Guild of Cultivators would never run away. Maybe it can be mixed into the position of vice chairman. The breeders' branch of Golden City is regarded as a more important branch of the Breeders' Association. The headquarters of the Nurturing Family Association and the Alliance are located in the same place, on the Baiyan Mountain, which is located next to the Alliance headquarters. From this we can see how high the status of the public organization, the Nurturing Family Association. After all, cultivating a home is a key to the Alliance. It is also one of the key help the Alliance can develop to the present. The Pokemon Center with the Joey family, the Alliance Police Station of the Junshaw family, the Alliance Investigator Organization, and the pavilions of the cities are known as the 5 major components of the Alliance. The reason why the League is set as a championship plus the 4 kings is a large part of the reason, and it is precisely because the composition of the League is mainly composed of these 5 major parts. Except that the champion is mainly responsible for the League's search officer and all suitable, each Uranus is almost responsible for an important part of it. First, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 427. Take the assessment. Oki took a brief look at the building of the Golden City Breeders' Guild, and then walked inside. Like other Alliance organizations, before entering the Breeders' Guild, you need to check your identity. After showing the gatekeeper his Alliance ID card, Oki successfully entered the Breeders' Guild. There are still many people inside. Some of the culturists' associations are not just cultivators, but also many Alliance trainers. Some League trainers who need energy blocks often come here to buy energy blocks, and those trainers who are more powerful will also go to the Breeders' Guild. Please ask the higher-level breeders to customize energy blocks for them. Of course, in that case, the price of the energy cube is relatively high, and the average person really can't afford the money. It's great to be able to use ordinary advanced energy blocks for all of your main spirits. After a little strolling in the sales area, Oki didn't have anything to buy, and went directly to the special area of the breeder. Most of the buildings of the Nurturing Association are like this. The first floor is mainly a selling area. You can buy a more popular energy block. The second floor is a mixed area of trainers and trainers. Trainers can find the right breeders here and make energy blocks for them. As for the third floor and above, it is the exclusive area of the breeder. It is not that the breeder has no right to go up. The third floor is mainly the assessment site for breeders, and the fourth floor needs to be a junior breeder before entering. The fifth floor requires intermediate breeders, and the sixth floor requires senior breeders. As for the seventh floor, it is the exclusive area for the branch presidents and elders in the guild, and ordinary people are not allowed to enter. The casual intrusion may affect the breeders who are doing experiments, and the impact will be relatively large. It should be known that when breeders research new energy blocks, they need to be very careful. Any change, even a small amount of 1 gram or 1 milligram, will have an unknown impact on the energy block. Therefore, the 7th floor is generally not allowed to enter. Even if it is on the 6th floor, it is impossible to enter without reaching the level of a senior breeder. Each layer has more stringent regulations. However, Oki is going to the 3rd floor this time. As long as you swipe the Union ID card at the entrance of the stairs, there is no problem to enter. After all, this is a semi-public area, and the main responsibility is the assessment of the breeder. When Oki just entered, there was a staff waiting here for everyone who entered the 3rd floor. "Hello, do you want to assess the breeder?" The staff member with a professional smile on his face, a little surprised when he saw Oki's appearance so young, but still said this very smoothly. Oki nodded. "Please go to the front desk to collect a form, fill out the information, and then you may need to do a simple test. I hope you can understand." The staff reached out to the front desk opposite and said with a smile, "Although Oki seems young, in the elven world of talents, She did not come to assess the breeder without seeing such a young age. As for whether she can survive, the high probability is still not good. However, the assessment of the breeder cannot be passed directly in one pass. Some people may pass the test 20 or 30 times before passing it. But as long as he passed the assessment, the value immediately went up. So no matter who entered the third floor to assess, the staff attitude is very good. Others may not pass the assessment now, but what if they pass later? Didn't it just offend a breeder? When Yan Qingma said thank you, and went straight to the front desk. "Hello sir, please show me your ID card and fill out the registration form." The front desk staff also said with a smile. I took out an application form from below the table and gave it to Aoki, and swiped Aoki's identity card on the computer's instrument, and recorded the personal information. Whether or not they pass the assessment, these people will be reserve personnel of the Alliance, or they need to make certain records. Aoki looked at the form, looked at it a little, and filled it out with a pen. Soon, the form was completed. Aoki was then led into a special small room with only a table, a chair, and a piece of paper on it. This is a simple basic test. As an assessment point for breeders, there may be hundreds or thousands of people signing up every day. If everyone tests one by one, it is estimated that they will be busy. Therefore, before assessing the primary breeder, you will need to fill in a paper roll, and you can continue the assessment only after you meet the standard, otherwise it will be removed in the first batch. 90% of the people will be screened out at this level. After all, it is not difficult to say these problems, and it is not easy to say simple. But for Aoki, who owns the chip, it is a piece of cake. The chip directly scanned the questions on the test paper, and soon all the answers appeared in front of Aoki's eyes. And these answers are not the formulaic ones, they are the result of the chip using big data simulation synthesis. In fact, even though Aoki has always relied on chips to make energy cubes and learn about cultivators' knowledge www.mentalnovel.com, but under long-term years, Aoki's own knowledge of cultivators has a lot of reserves. Although it may be a bit far away from the intermediate breeder, these basic topics are completely difficult for him. It's just that the chip processing speed is faster. Aoki is too lazy to think more. 20 minutes later, Aoki, who had completed the answer, took the paper out of the room. I saw the receptionist surprised when she saw Aoki leaving the room so quickly. So fast, wouldn't it be a mess? But he was even more surprised when he saw the dense text on the test paper. "Thank you, please wait a moment," the staff member said, and hurried away with the test papers. Helpless Aoki can only sit in place and wait. Obviously, he did not expect that he could do the questions so fast, and the examiner of the basic questions had not arrived yet. 5 minutes later, the staff member who had left before came with a middle-aged man who looked more gentle on his face and glasses. The staff member whispered in the ear of the middle-aged person, then smiled apologetically at Aoki, and left directly. "Little brother, did you make this paper?" asked the middle-aged man with a smile on his face, shaking the paper. Aoki glanced at the paper in his hand and nodded. "It's really amazing, such a young age, so thorough understanding of the basics of the breeder, really amazing." The middle-aged man glanced again at the dense papers and sighed. Then another staff member sent the information form filled out by Aoki to the middle-aged person. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 428. Check the martial power 0 times. Aoki, age 16, assessment items, junior breeder assessment. 16, middle-aged was a little surprised, looked at Aoki's height and appearance. Aoki is now a little over a meter and a little tall, and looks about the same as a 16-year-old. Just a 16-year-old junior breeder. After all, cultivators are not like trainers. As long as the trainer knows a little about the elf, and then has an elf who can fight, he can almost call himself a trainer. But breeders are different. The breeder's familiarity with elves is much higher than training. At least you need to know most of the elves, and you must be familiar with some of the characteristics of the elves. Otherwise, make a suitable energy block or other service for the elf. Although the breeder mainly focuses on the production of energy blocks, but regarding the massage of the elf, the treatment of some minor diseases. These need to be involved. The higher the level of the breeder, the more knowledge is required. So the trainers may be young, but the breeders are generally older because they need time to accumulate knowledge, experience. The more you accumulate, the more you may be able to master. So as a 16-year-old as a trainer, it may be a good age, but for the breeder, it is a bit young. Few people can become breeders at the age of 16, unless the elders who have breeders in the family cultivate them at an early age, or a disciple of a big family, with enough knowledge in the family. Otherwise, it is not so easy to acquire a sufficient amount of knowledge at the age of 16. Oki nodded. Oki certainly understands the age of 16 for a breeder. But now he is only assessing the primary breeder, and he will still be assessing the intermediate breeder when he meets. This is also one of the main reasons for Liu Shengen to ask Oki to sign up for the assessment of breeders. The middle-aged originally wanted to say something, but suddenly thought of the results of Oki's basic test paper. He still didn't say. Then follow me. He turned and motioned to Oki to follow. The two went to a room where 4 people were seated, one of which was a 25-year-old girl, and one was a little older than Oki, about 18 years old, and one who looked like he should be over 30 years old. Young people. The middle-aged man told Oki, "This is the waiting room for the assessment. You sit here and wait for a while, and you will get your name before you come in." Then took Oki's test paper and information sheet and went to another room. Oki found a corner, and sat down silently, observing the 3 people in the room secretly. These should be the same as themselves, to assess the primary breeder. The middle-aged man, who was obviously over 30, didn't look like he was taking the test for the first time, and his resolute face was calm. The 25-year-old girl may be taking the assessment for the first time, and she is agitated to sit there, but it is in line with his age. As for the other boy, there was no special performance. However, Oki was a little surprised at the young man who looked like he was about 18 years old. It was not easy to participate in the junior breeder assessment at the age of 18. Oki is observing others, and of course others are observing him. Oki's age is relatively small, but he can enter this room and wait for the breeder's assessment. All 3 were surprised. However, because they didn't know each other, several people sat in the room and were separated, so they didn't talk. The breeder is not a screening, nor does it remove a few from a few people, just the ability. So there was no hostility between the people. After waiting for a while, the middle-aged men opened the room and walked out of it. A dejected 28-year-old man, looking lost. The middle-aged man in glasses still patted his shoulder from time to time, expressing comfort. "It's okay, you can come again next time, you're almost there. But the knowledge about the elf needs to be consolidated a little bit." This is obviously the person who failed the assessment. Quietly left the room without turning back. Next, Mikako. Yes, the nervous woman, originally called Wu Xiangtsai, jumped out of her seat and called out, "Don't worry, your teacher said that you should be okay, just play normally." Middle-aged glasses encouraged. In this way, there were 3 people left in the room: Oki, a young man of about 18, and a middle-aged man of about 30 who looked very calm. When the woman entered, the room became quieter. Suddenly, the middle-aged man in his 30s also suddenly stood up and walked to the 18-year-old young man. He seemed to want to talk to him, but the young man ignored him at all. So the middle-aged man could only leave very helplessly. When he stood up, he took a look at Oki sitting at the back. www.mentalnovel.com hesitated and came over and sat beside Oki. Oki kept watching his movements, and when he sat beside him, Oki could not help frowning. "Hello brother, my name is Wu Nen. This may be the last time I participated in the junior breeders assessment. Maybe I really don't have the talent in this area. It's more suitable for me to be a trainer. Knowing if I can leave a contact method can also be regarded as a memorial," Wu Nen said. Hearing Wu Nen's words, Oki was clearly surprised. Wu Nen, incompetent? Wu Nen. Yes, martial arts. I don't know if my little brother can meet my wish. because I have collected the contact information of 99 people who participated in the assessment with me, and now only one can make up 100. This is my last thought for the cultivator, and I will concentrate on being a trainer in the future. But Aoki didn't hear much about this martial arts. Is it a coincidence? Because Aoki remembered that Xiaogang's father also seemed to be called Wu Nen, and he was still a Taoist trainer. The owner of the Dojo Museum in the dark grey city of the Kanto region, the rock trainer martial arts. Did this guy ever pass the breeder? Are you in dark grey? Aoki couldn't help asking. Short hair, thick eyebrows, and lined eyes. Isn't this similar to Xiaogang's 90%? When Wu Nen heard Aoki's words, he also hesitated. Yeah, my little brother has been to dark grey. It seems that this martial art is really the owner of the Doguan Museum in dark grey city, Xiaogang's irresponsible father. They have become the owners of the museum, and they have been assessing what kind of nurturing family is a waste. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 429 Formal Assessment. Wu Nen, the owner of the Doguan Museum in dark grey city, and one of Xiaoxio's good partners in the future, Xiaogang's father. In the anime, Wu Nen's combat effectiveness is not high, but how many people can do the master of the museum? And in the Kanto area where talents are crowded out and trainers' combat effectiveness is bursting, how can they gain a foothold in the dark grey city without strength? For a period of time when Xiaozi came out, Xiaogang was always the owner of the Doguan Pavilion. Did he really think that Xiaogang could be a child? It's not that Wu Nen has been there. With his name, not many people go to pick things up. Xiaogang is so enthusiastic about the elf breeder career. Part of the reason may also be related to his father's pursuit of the breeder career. Okay. Aoki directly agreed to Wu Nen's request. Although the reason for this request sounds strange, but Aoki feels that this is not a strange person who can leave 8 children and his wife together at home and go out to practice alone. People who can give birth to 8 children at once are not ordinary people. This is much more capable. Fortunately, it is the owner of a road museum, otherwise it may not be able to raise it. Just like on the earth, giving birth to a child prepares him to learn and buy a house and a car. In the elf world, children of trainers are generally trainers. It is more difficult to prepare elves and prepare various materials than buying a house or car. Besides, it was 8 at a time. Terror. Maybe I also want to add a friend to foster a family. In the future, if the child's elves use it, it can be cheaper. The two exchanged contact information with each other. Wu Nen returned happily to his seat. He failed nearly 100 times, and his goal was to be able to get the contact information of a person who was assessed together at one time. As for what it was, he didn't really think about it. Maybe it is subconsciously planning for your child's future. After a while, Mikako, who had just entered the assessment room, happily appeared, and it seemed that the assessment was successful. She did not leave directly, but sat in the original chair, waiting for the assessment of others to end. But this time, obviously, there is no tension, and there is a little pride in the eyes of others. Next, Wu Nen. An old friend. The middle-aged man in glasses said with a smile, knowing that Wu Nen is not nervous, and joked. Wu Nen greeted the 3 in the room and went in with a smile. After half an hour, Wu Nen walked out with a bitter smile on his face. It seems that it failed to pass the assessment. In fact, Aoki is also relatively clear about his situation, and also knows why he failed to pass the assessment of the junior breeder. First of all, as the master of the museum, Wu Nen has absolutely no problem with the knowledge of the elf. The only problem may be in his hands. In his early years, as a trainer of rock-based elves, he definitely lived and trained with his own rock-based elves. As a result, the physical strength is too strong. Even if I notice it later, I make adjustments, but the impact left in the beginning is still there. It is precisely because of this, that in the production process of energy blocks, martial arts certainly cannot completely control the parts that require very fine operations. Therefore, it is normal to fail the assessment. Wu Nen was a little bit frustrated, but he adjusted it quickly, and failed so many times, he has long been used to it. And as a Taoist trainer, There is absolutely nothing to say in terms of quality. Smiling at Oki, the two started chatting. Although as a cultivator, martial arts might be almost, but in the training of elf, or the training of rock-based elf, the ability of martial arts is absolutely nothing. Many rock spirits have some research. Even if it is not rock elf in the Kanto region, he has done in-depth research. Oki asked him for some knowledge about Giru and Boscadora, and also learned the habits of some rock-based elves, and the gains were relatively large. Soon, the assessment of the remaining 18-year-old youth was also over. Although the assessment failed, the proud look on his face did not make him like it. Does Uncle Yunin know who he is? Oki couldn't help asking. Hey, Golden City's senior breeder and grandson of Master Shangtai, he has a little talent in the cultivation of elf, but he is more proud and doesn't like to communicate with others, so when I went to him for contact information, he just ignored me, Wu Nen said with a grin. Oki nodded. It turned out that there was a backstage of a senior breeder. No wonder he was so proud, but it was also because the martial arts was too low. People don't know the identity of his Taoist trainer. But this failed to become a junior breeder, nor did he know what he was proud of. Next, Oki. Finally, it was Oki's assessment. Little brother Oki, come on. Wu Nen cheered Oki. Oki walked in with a smile. When passing the proud young man, the other side also showed disdainful eyes. Obviously, I feel that Oki is younger than him. How can he pass the assessment? After entering the room, there was a round table in the middle with some tools and materials on it. www.mtlnovel.com. There were 3 people sitting across the table, which should be the examiner for this assessment. One of the 3 was Miss Joey. Sitting in the middle was an old man with a beard who looked like he was 50 or 60 years old. On the other side was the middle-aged man who had just gone out and called Oki. This sitting in the middle is the examiner of the assessment, the vice chairman of the Golden City Breeders Association, the senior breeder Jubao Master. Sitting on the other side, I believe you also know, is the Golden Elf sent to Miss Joy. One of the principal responsible persons, also has the ability of an intermediate breeder. As for me, my name is Jing, and I am also an intermediate breeder. I am mainly responsible for the staffing of this time. Jing smiled and introduced. Good examiner. Oki bowed respectfully. Sit down first. Let's start with a few simple questions. Jubo's old voice sounded without emotion. Oki sat down obediently. Being able to do the position of vice chairman of Golden City shows that the ability should not be worse than Liu Sheng. This is Oki's idea. Do you know how long it usually takes for an iron shell to evolve into a large needle bee? Jubao asked. If the elves develop normally, it takes about 2 weeks for the iron shell maggot to evolve into a large needle bee. However, there are also unexpected situations. If external stimuli are received, there may be the possibility of evolution in advance, but more or less the body there will be some flaws. Oki groaned slightly, pretending to think. Then you know how to eliminate this defect. Can use. The 2 asked and answered one by one, and some of Joey's questions about the elf knowledge were mixed in the middle, and the mirror was mainly looking aside. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 430 Lost World. The more they looked, the more surprised they were, because after each question, Oki can answer the question accurately as long as she groans for a second or 2. And some elf's knowledge will also develop in various directions, and Oki will talk about them one by one. Anyway, the main purpose of evaluating the elf breeder this time is to make a splash. It's best to shake up the top executives in the league, and Oki doesn't mind showing more. As for whether his identity will be investigated, he has a teacher named Liu Shenggung, a proper alliance. The birth of such a genius breeder is more valued than a genius trainer. Oki also answered these questions under their eyelids. There was no possibility of cheating. They could only sigh that another genius was born. Well, you have answered these questions well. Below you will follow the description on the list and make a primary energy block. If you have your own tools, you can use your own. If not, You can use them on the table. You can also use the tool. Jing asked Oki after asking what Juba and Miss Joy meant. Pick up the paper on the table and look at it. The primary energy cube will not involve more than 8 materials, which is still very simple for Oki. On the trial island, he can make good intermediate energy blocks, let alone primary energy blocks, with simple wooden tools. After seeing the needs, Oki went straight to his hands. Use the materials on the table. First select the required materials one by one, and then arrange them neatly. Dispose of materials that need to be peeled or need special treatment. The operation of Xinian flowing water, without a trace of drag. Let the 3 people watching him operate, nodded. Grinding, stirring, separating, fusing, standing to the final step of solidification molding. All operations of Oki are down. There are no slight errors and errors. By the time this primary energy cube took shape, only 10 minutes had passed. The 3 people at Juba couldn't sit still in their positions, walked to Oki, picked up the primary energy cube in the container and looked at it. The mirror also took a small tool out of his pocket, took a part from the energy cube, and tasted it in his mouth. Miss Joy put the energy cube under the light, and she can see that there are relatively few impurities in it. The primary energy cube contains the most impurities, but Oki can now make it so crystal clear. Miss Jing and Joey ask themselves, if they can make this elementary energy block by themselves, can they achieve the level of Oki? The answer is probably no. I saw the light shining in Jubo's eyes. He is a senior cultivator, much better than the average senior cultivator, otherwise the grandson of the previous senior cultivator will not let him directly. Maybe a lot of people don't offend a senior breeder, even if that young man is almost there, let him pass. But Jubo didn't, because he didn't shake the senior breeder at all. In the strict sense, the other party is still half of his subordinates. But this energy block made by Oki, he really can't pick up the slightest fault. Maybe let him do it by himself, and it can only reach the level of Oki. Genius, Jubao murmured, holding the energy cube. Although 16-year-old junior breeders are relatively rare, they are not absent, but those people are closely completing the assessment of junior breeders, and many of them are completely based on the people behind them, and they are let it go by. But Oki started with the basic questions, so that they could not pick up the slightest problem. Sighing for a moment, Jubao announced, "Congratulations, boy, you are already a junior breeder, and among the junior breeders, it is the most powerful batch. I don't know where to take out a medal. The engraved on it is the logo of the Alliance, and then under the logo of the Alliance is written a few characters of the primary breeder. This is the certification medal of the junior breeder in the Elven world. As long as the person holding this medal, the first entry, only those who can enter the Alliance status can enter, without showing their identity. For example, the Pokemon Center, or the Cultivation Guild." However, Oki did not come to the result, but shook his head. Seeing Oki shaking his head, the 3 frowned. It is important to know that the moment when such a medal is awarded is relatively sacred to a member of the Alliance, and the issuer is the deputy chairman of the Golden City Breeders Association. If Oki does not give a suitable reason, it may be directly blacklisted in the future. Even if he valued his talents and did not enter the blacklist, he might not be allowed to evaluate the breeder for 5 years. Oki noticed their expressions and knew that he was suddenly a little bit surprised. Scratching the back of his head, an embarrassed expression appeared on his face and said, "I'm sorry, I'm a little excited, but I didn't mean to disrespect the nurturing family, I need to continue the assessment, so I will wait until my assessment is finished before issuing it." Little guy, the assessment is over, and you are already qualified to become a junior breeder. You don't need to continue the assessment. After hearing Oki's explanation, Jubao and others looked much better. www.mcnovel.com. Oki said, "That was not what I meant." Before Oki finished talking, the mirror showed a monster-like look, staring at Oki with wide eyes, and couldn't help exclaiming, "Don't you want to assess an intermediate breeder?" Suddenly, the expressions of the other 2 also froze. "Assessing intermediate breeders?" Even if Oki failed the assessment, it was already a big news that a 16-year-old junior breeder tried to assess a mid-range breeder. But it can cause a sensation in the Golden City Breeders Guild. Oki, you are only 16 years old. You are already a very outstanding group of young people. You don't have to rush to assess the intermediate breeder now. You can. Miss Joey couldn't help it. But when it came to half of it, I suddenly reacted. It seemed that Oki's calm appearance when making the primary energy block, and the effect of the produced primary energy block seemed to be a little stronger than himself. Intermediate breeder is not impossible. Joey and Jing are a little distracted. Both are already 30 years old, but even at the age of 30, they have become intermediate cultivators. They have been called geniuses by many older generations, and told them that the next generation will cultivate them. Home depends on them, and they will be the world. But now they haven't waited for the older generation of cultivators to abdicate, and they haven't been able to sit at the culmination of what the older generation said. People of their later generations have already caught up. This doesn't surprise two people. Call the police. It is said that it is their world to cultivate the guild in the future, but now their descendants are about to surpass them. How can this be broken? Wait online. Anxious. Add more. Bonus for the Captain of the Giant Kingdom. Chapter 431. Really want to be famous, are you sure? Jubo's expression was serious. If it is an ordinary person, at an age like Oki, it is necessary to assess an intermediate breeder. With his hot temper, he will definitely pass by. However, considering the quality of the primary energy block that Oki just made, I think of the flow of clouds in his previous operation. Can only confirm whether Oki is sure. The assessment of intermediate breeders and primary breeders is not a grade. Intermediate breeders can perform middle management in the Breeders' Association if they perform well enough. Just like the mirror now. Oki nodded with certainty. He hasn't really experienced the assessment of primary breeders and intermediate breeders. But Jubao knows that the primary breeder can be evaluated here. The primary breeder is simple, but the intermediate breeder is not so simple. At least the examiner needs to be changed. Joey and Mirror, who are intermediate breeders, are no longer eligible to serve as examiners. Then you go outside and wait. The assessment of the intermediate breeder is a bit more complicated, and there are more things to prepare. It may take longer to wait, Jubao said. Then Oki followed the mirror and left the room. Takenrai and Mikako waiting outside the door. When they saw Oki coming out, they did not wear the medal of the primary breeder. Mikako showed such a look, but it is normal to think about it. After all, Oki looks so young, and the time to enter is not long, less than half an hour. You know, she took an entire hour to test, and it took her about 40 minutes to make the energy cube alone. How long has Oki got in? Didn't arrive in half an hour. Wu Nen thinks the same, patted Oka's shoulder comfortably and said, "Little brother Oki, it doesn't matter. With your age and talent, I believe it won't be long before you can become a junior cultivator." You see me, Uncle Wu Nen, but it failed 100 times. I believe you will not exceed 5 times at most. Oki smiled and didn't speak. He also knows the kindness of martial arts. Just find a spot and sit down, waiting for the start of the intermediate assessment. But Wu Nen and Mikako were a little surprised. This is all over. What are you doing here? See if anyone will take another assessment below. Wu Nen thought that Oki was lost, so he wanted to find a place to sit and take a rest. And Oki's smile was also a strong smile. So he sat beside Oki and started enlightening him. It is obvious that Mikako's personality is still pretty good. Although she passed the assessment once and got a little pride, this pride was not intentional, and Kunzi praised herself. He sat in the other half of Oki and enlightened him with Wu Nen. In this regard, Oki was helpless. Can't you tell them to be an intermediate breeder? This seems to hurt people a bit. And they have not received the medal of the junior breeder, telling them that they have passed, and they may not believe it. I hope they can get ready soon. Silently waited for an hour. Under the command of Wu Nen and Mikako, Oki really felt a little dizzy. Who said that 3 women had a show? This woman and a man obviously can sing well. But his savior soon appeared. In the surprised look of Wu Nen and Mikako, the door of the examination room opened again. Mira hurriedly trot out from the inside and asked in front of Aoki, "How is it, Aoki? Are you ready?" But there are a lot of big people inside. Rao Yijing spent so long at the Golden City Guild, and has not seen so many big people appear in an assessment room. Although the assessment of an intermediate breeder requires at least 3 senior breeders to be present, many people know that the target of this assessment is only a 16-year-old boy. The first reactions were all jokes. The second reaction is, go and see. They also know that the primary examiner for the assessment of the primary breeder is Zhu Bao, and he can be considered a 16-year-old boy who can try the intermediate breeder assessment, which means that there is a certain probability that he can pass the assessment. Alright. Suddenly, the senior members of the Golden City Breeders Guild boiled. This is a 16-year-old intermediate breeder. Of course their identity and experience represent what this is. Gathered together, ready to participate in the assessment of Aoki together. Okay. The original Mira also felt that today there is no preparation room for intermediate breeders, and it is still difficult to gather 3 senior breeders. Although many senior incubators are in the guild building, many people are experimenting. If they are disturbed, the consequences will be more serious. But I don't know who spread it. Senior incubators have left things in their hands, and Lian said he will be an examiner. Even many intermediate educators have applied to watch the assessment process. Suddenly in the assessment room, a total of 10 senior breeders were gathered, which accounted for almost half of the senior breeders in Golden City. And there are countless middle-level breeders. As there are too many people, there is no time to register. So when he came out to look for Aoki, he was so hurried. There are really too many big guys inside. If these people are united, and nothing else, there will definitely be a big earthquake in Golden City, the kind that neither the League nor the Rockets can stop. Not afraid to let them wait too long, Jing quickly pulled Aoki and walked inside www.mentalnovel.com. As for Mikako and Wu Nen, they were stunned. What do you mean? And assessment? Aoki's assessment failed. The two walked in with curiosity, because the Mira pulled Aoki, and there was no time to deal with them. Anyway, he knows the identity of Wu Nen. The owner of the Doguan Pavilion can be regarded as a half-level senior in the league. It doesn't matter if you look at it. As for Mikako, there is no problem. Although she is only a junior breeder who has just passed the assessment, the teacher who can't bear it is a senior breeder and she is still inside. So the four entered the assessment room together. When Aoki was pulled into the examination room by a Mira, he also took a moment. How could there be so many people in the original empty assessment room, which had already filled the previous round table? Then the table where the three examiners originally sat was suddenly extended, and 10 old men and wives sat neatly behind. All people above 50 years old. Sitting right in the middle is Zhu Bao, a senior breeder who has just passed Aoki's assessment. What the hell? How many people are needed to assess an intermediate breeder? Aoki, who has not been tested by many intermediate breeders, is also aggressive. It's just that he doesn't know how much sensation caused by his application assessment. Many incubators who are talking about customers have let go of their affairs and come to watch one after another. As a result, everyone outside now already knows that a 16-year-old young boy is going to be assessed as an intermediate breeder. The success rate is also said to be considerable. It is estimated that it will not take an hour, and the Golden City may also spread. Aoki, really want to be famous. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 432. Shocking. The reason why a 16-year-old teenager has to participate in the mid-level breeder assessment can cause such a sensation, and it is also related to the position of the Breeder Association in the Alliance. Although the Breeders' Guild is relatively high in the league, but it's still a little worse, because there are too many senior breeders. That's right. There are too many high-level breeders, which leads to no one accepting anyone, and no one can represent the entire breed of breeders. This has led to a lot of internal voices in the Nurturing Guild. But if a person above the level of a senior breeder can emerge, this situation will change directly. So now the 16-year-old Oki brings great hidden meaning. If Oki can pass this intermediate breeder's assessment, it goes without saying that the Breeders' Association must have regarded Oki as a treasure. No one wants to move. As long as Oki can grow normally, he will be the leader of the next breeder. This is what everyone is expecting, and it is difficult for anyone to speak, because the upper levels of the nurturing society have long since allowed this to happen. There is only some contradictions and discords in the cultivation of the family, but it is absolutely consistent with the outside. Nurturing a family's fighting ability is inherently impossible. If you can't unite together, it will be more difficult to stabilize your position. So the appearance of a person who can represent all breeders is the hope of all senior breeders. Liu Shengen originally did not have much desire for power, so after knowing that Oki had the ability of an intermediate breeder, he did not let him participate in the assessment for the first time. Power is sometimes an advantage, but sometimes it can make a person fall into it. Power is good, but the most important thing in this world is strength. The power brought by no strength is just an attic in the sky, which may collapse at any time. Oki sat silently in the previous position under everyone's attention, without making too many expressions or showing any panic expression. It was a calm look. The 10 people in front couldn't help but nodded secretly. At least this 16-year-old teenager who is going to participate in the assessment of an intermediate breeder has a good heart. Then Oki faced questions from 10 senior breeders. The question asked this time is obviously much harder than before, and it is not twice as difficult. So in order to behave normally, Oki groaned for 3 to 4 seconds before answering each question. If it is a particularly difficult problem, Oki will pretend to think longer. This performance still made the 10 senior breeders nodded. It makes some of the middle-level breeders watching it feel a little blushed, because they feel that they may not be able to answer it. After all, what problems the assessment needs to face are also random and not fixed. 10 senior cultivators took turns asking questions this time, and the questions asked will be more comprehensive and can also show the richness of the knowledge accumulated by Oki. The questioning session lasted almost an hour, and Oki was asked about 40 times. Originally, the average person was assessed as an intermediate breeder, and it was almost a dozen questions asked. They did not intentionally target Oki, but every time they asked a question, Oki was able to answer it, which made a few people more and more interested, and asked so many questions without holding back. Everyone who finally reacted discovered that time had passed a long time. 10 people looked at each other for a few times and nodded. There was no problem with Oki's performance. Next, as long as Oki can make normal intermediate energy blocks, he can become an intermediate breeder. Put the recipe card of the intermediate energy cube in front of Oki, and let him draw one as the test question for the production process of the energy cube. Oki grabbed one. Dark energy cube, Ghost Elf's intermediate energy cube. Looking at the formula in his hand, Oki could not help frowning. The energy blocks of ghost spirits are generally the more difficult ones to make. Scan the contents of the recipe into the chip, and then process the analysis and calculation results. How to do it to make a normal energy block. Pretending to stare at the formula for 3 full minutes, Oki dropped the formula. I'm familiar with this formula so quickly. Have you made it before? The 10 senior breeders sitting on the front end couldn't help talking about it. It's possible. It takes at least half an hour or more to get a normal medium energy formula, said a grey-haired old lady. Keep watching. Jubao interrupted the discussion of several people. Oki took out the materials one by one, and then arranged them neatly. The chip has analyzed the entire formulation process. The rest, just follow the instructions. Take a deep breath. Oki's hands worked quickly. All operations flowed in one go. It doesn't look like a person who is exposed to this formula for the first time. It seems that I am all familiar with what to do next, and I have eaten the entire formula. Oki's performance has made most of the stands think that Oki has made this intermediate energy cube formula long ago. www.mentalnovel.com. After all, The operation is so familiar. But only 2 of the 10 senior breeders frowned. One was Zhu Bao, and the other was Kibao, who was sitting next to Zhu Bao and the vice president of the Golden City Breeders Association. Lao Ju, is this the formula you just researched? Kibao looked at Zhu Bao next to him and couldn't help asking. Zhu Bao's expression was serious, and he nodded, yes. The materials and operation sequence he used and the means are indeed the dark energy cubes that I have just researched for a long time, but my formula has never been seen. This is also the first time that I have been added to the card for the assessment of intermediate breeders. If you are sure, there is only one explanation. Kibao's expression also became serious. Genius. Nurturing a genius at home. But such a genius makes me feel a little scared. Do you confirm this person's identity? Kibao continued. Zhu Bao shook his head. After he finishes, ask. There was nothing to hide from the communication between the two, and the senior breeders beside them also heard it, showing a shocked look. Gradually, what was the energy block made by Oki? And it was also the first time that this energy block was made. And it soon spread out. All of a sudden, everyone in the room knew. The 16-year-old middle-aged breeder was already shocking enough. But it seems a bit frightened now. Many intermediate breeders who feel that they have good talents have a wry smile on their faces. Okay, the future has not become ours. It's about to become him. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 433. Famous after making Oki. Those advanced breeders did not come to see the results of the energy block production for the first time. Instead, Zhu Bao stood up with a serious expression, staring at Oki with a sharp look and asking, Oki, who is your teacher? They must ask this question now, because they have to determine if Oka's identity is safe. They, as the half-eye level of the Alliance, of course, also know the matter between the Alliance and the rocket. It's not that the two sides have plugged in each other twice. Some people can be found, some people haven't been found yet. If Oki does not have a reasonable identity, then even if Oka's talent is high, they will not invest a lot of resources into it. Oka's expression remains the same. Anyway, now that he is in the league, he can be considered a person with a little background. My teacher's name is Liu Shengen, Oki said. Xiaogang. Zhu Bao and Kibao couldn't help but speak out. Xiaogang? ? What the hell? Oki was a little aggressive. But the expressions of the 10 senior breeders apparently relaxed. Although Liu Shengen didn't like any rights in the circle of cultivators, his fame was still a little big. At least Zhu Bao and Kibao thought they were inferior to Liu Shengen, and now a student from other people can actually reach this level. Decided. The next 3-hour high-level breeder conference. Don't go. Otherwise they will not be killed. Although Liu Shengen was not identified to confirm Oka's identity, they already believed it. If the Rockets or other organizations really want to send someone into the league, people with this talent, are they really willing? And although Liu Shengen didn't care about things, he did things fairly well. He would never accept Oki without investigating his identity, even if his talents were outstanding. People who didn't know Liu Shengen's name were surprised, and those who didn't know were bewildered. It can be seen that Liu Shengen just passed on to some high-level breeders. Ordinary people don't really know. Oki, a person who participated in the breeder's assessment for the first time, was able to know Liu Shengen's name, so the possibility of fraud was obviously low. But to be on the safe side, Kibao still made a look in the mirror and motioned him to check. Then 10 people began to comment on the energy blocks made by Oki. Even if you haven't seen this kind of energy cube, but after all are senior cultivators, you can still tell the quality of the energy cube. In the end, the 10 agreed that there was no problem. Suddenly, Kibao's cell phone rang. Kibao didn't want to answer, but when he saw the number above, he could only smile at Zhu Bao, and then pressed the answer button. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the cell phone. Little 7. Why? My apprentice went to your assessment. Do you still think he has a problem? Want to investigate? Or have you started suppressing the newcomers? Oki heard Liu Shengen's voice clearly. Obviously Kibao, Zhu Bao and Liu Shengen are also familiar. Hearing his words and tone did not mean anything angry. Kibao said, Xiaogang. What Xiaogang? Is Xiaogang your name? Call Gang. Liu Shengeng interrupted Kibao. Aoki was the first time to see Liu Shengeng in this tone, with a strange expression. Teacher, did he meet his peers and show his true face? Cough. Your apprentice is still here. Kibao coughed to hide his embarrassment. In fact, Liu Shengeng is better than him both in terms of seniority and ability, although he should not go all out. He is also an honorary elder of the Breeders' Association, and he is only the vice president of the Golden City Breeders Branch, and his position is a little higher than him. I really want to say that Liu Shengeng can be regarded as his half-teacher before, but the two are about the same age and are also teachers and friends. Oh, that's it. Liu Shengeng's voice suddenly cooled down. Aoki grinned. However, Liu Sheng just called the first time, still surprised Aoki. It seems that his cheap teacher is still good. Then I saw Kibao holding his mobile phone and making a phone call with Liu Sheng just now. Hang up the phone. Kibao looked at Aoki with a strange expression. He beckoned and called the mirror over, and whispered a few words in his ear, and then it was strange to see the mirror looking at Aoki. What makes Aoki a bit aggressive? What does this mean? What did the teacher order? Not only Aoki is aggressive, others are also aggressive. But those senior breeders are fine, at least they can ask. Kibao explained in a whisper to those people with a strange expression. Suddenly, the eyes of 10 people looking at Aoki were a little strange. Aoki felt that the goosebumps on her body were about to rise, and was looked at by such a strange look by a group of 50 or 60-year-old old ladies, which felt strange everywhere. I don't know why. Several old ladies took out the mirrors and sorted out their makeup slightly. Even those grandpas frowned a few hairs, as if they looked more handsome. In this strange atmosphere, Aoki was restless. Fortunately, the efficiency of the mirror is still very high, did not let Aoki wait. I saw a few people carrying cameras walking in quickly, and a large number of reporters and people taking photos. It is also unknown where the mirror got a banner from. It also reads, warmly celebrate the apprenticeship of Master Liu Shengeng, a high-level cultivator, a young boy named Aoki who is only 16 years old. www.mentalnovel.com to become the youngest intermediate breeder in history. Okay. It was really warmly celebrated. Is he celebrating himself or is his teacher Liu Shengeng trying to show off? Give those old friends a group excitement. Aoki watched as he was surrounded by a group of reporters. Each of the microphones has to be stuffed into his mouth. That's what the teacher said. Make me famous. Then use the fame to persecute the alliance and let yourself open a temple in Fuai Town. It seems to be relatively reliable, but can these journalists not to do so? Want to eat the microphone yourself? What other cameras are there? Aoki has lived for 3 lives, and this is the first time that he has been exposed to the spotlight. However, if this fire breaks out, it will not only attract a lot of popularity for Fuai Town, but also provide a more secure guarantee for your identity in the alliance. At least his status in the league. Generally no one will investigate. After all, the alliance has so much publicity. They are about to promote Aoki as the next president of the Breeders' Association. If the time comes to publicize that Aoki is a member of the Rockets, will the prestige of the league be swept away all at once? In other words, as long as others don't reveal Aoki's identity, Aoki can definitely achieve high level in the league slowly. And if the average person wants to reveal Aoki's identity, the alliance may not believe it. Otherwise, stigmatize a few times, and the geniuses of the alliance will not have to confuse. Check this one day and night. It also makes people feel at ease training and growing. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 434. Go see the Big Brother 5 hours later. The top vice president's office of the Golden City Incubator Branch. Aoki held a newspaper in her hand and looked blushingly at the contents of the newspaper. He really blushed. These reporters wrote too much. Ha 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 ha. Okay. This should be the way. My only disciple of Liu Shengeng should have this kind of treatment that attracts worldwide attention. Liu Shengeng sitting on the sofa opposite Aoki laughed. Liu Shengeng arrived at the breeder branch of Golden City just 2 hours ago. As the name suggests, polish your disciple and don't make him too bloated. but after seeing him clearly, he never stopped laughing. A flower was almost growing on his face. Kibao and Jubao sitting on the other side patted their heads with a headache. When Kibao heard that Liu Shengen had initially ordered a big promotion, he knew that everything was Liu Shengen's vanity. You say that you are so old, what vanity is needed? It is really stimulated them. You say that you are all senior cultivators, and you are teaching disciples. Why is the gap so big? In fact, they didn't know that Aoki was also an apprentice who had been accepted by Liu Shengen halfway. If he knew it, he would be really angry. Okay, Primary 7 and Primary 9. Please W. This time the incident is almost over. Turn back and ask me to say hello to the boss. Liu Sheng just put down the newspaper and clapped his hands. Kibao and Jubao looked at each other, and there was a hint of relief in their eyes. This show-off is finally leaving. Show off how many times a year in front of you soon? Would you like to be so hard this time? However, the two did not say much, and Liu Shengen was also an old friend, so there is no need to say more. Get up and send Yanagi and Oki to leave the breeder branch of Golden City. This time it turned out to be better than I expected. Liu Shengen sighed out of the door. In fact, even if I don't take you to see that person now, by cultivating the influence of the guild, it's enough for you to open a doguan in a small town like Fuai Town. But now that I am out, I'll take you to see it. It's a rising world. Liu Shengen continued. When Yanoki nodded, the assessment of the intermediate breeder this time had a much greater impact than he imagined. He originally thought it was just a wave of popularity and fame, but he did not expect to touch the heart of the Breeders' Association. At that time, the assessment was over. A large number of reporters entered, and Oki was surrounded by the masses for half an hour before he could barely squeeze out. Kibao and Jubao helped him to stop those people. Under the shocked expression of Wu Nen and Mikako, Oki sent them away. Wu Nen also told Oki before leaving, that he must train his children well in the future so that his children can become an excellent breeder. Then Wu Nen also told Oki his identity. If you need help in the future, you can go to him at any time. Anyway, the two left contact information with each other. Then it will be said that Kibao and Jubao were interviewed. I don't know if it was the two people who made the decision themselves, or they have already passed through the above people, and directly announced that Aoki will become the next generation of people cultivated by the Association of Breeders. In other words, Aoki is now not only a member of the Alliance, but also a member of more than half of the Breeders' Guild. Of course, before Liu Sheng came, Kibao and Jubao had persuaded Oki after learning about Aoki. Let Aoki give up the job of training the trainer, but catch the trainer, and also guarantee that, up to 10 years, Aoki may be able to impact the level of the senior trainer or higher. Don't say anything about the trainer now. The position of president of the Association of Nurturing the Family Association, Aoki wants to do it. A large number of people sent him up, but Aoki declined it politely. 10 years. 10 years later, I may already be a regional champion, which is not much higher than the position of president of the Nurturing Guild. And who said that the two professions of trainers and nurturers cannot develop together? Does Mickley in the Fenyuan area reach the peak in the two professions of coordinator and trainer? Although when he finally won the championship, some people said that it was by virtue of Ogo. There are also alliances to compromise the Fenyuan District Coordinator Association, so that Fenyuan District can develop better. But how can it become a champion without strength? How to lead the four kings below? Therefore, if others can't do that, it can only mean that talent is not enough. Ogo didn't achieve the regional championship, and did he master all the required capabilities of Devon? In the future, under the control of Ogo, the German company will only become more and more powerful. However, those reporters are also exaggerated, describing Oki as the breeder of the next generation. Teacher, hasn't this been a little overdue? I'm afraid of being targeted by such exaggerated propaganda. Oki said. Liu Shengen glanced at him and said, what are you afraid of? Isn't this what we want? You are famous and have the strong support of the Nurturing Guild. As long as you don't do anything outrageous, The Nurturing Guild will attest for you. This time you apply for the Dao Pavilion www.mentalnovel.com and there is absolutely no problem. And you want to develop this small town in the ravines of Fuai Town. And you want to attract more people to the past. It is not enough to rely on your pavilions alone. Go to the ravine. It is not like the Green Shade town next door. People have natural hot spring advantages. You have become a huge magnet that attracts popularity for Fuai Town. Many people, whether they are close friends or younger generations of unconvinced challengers, come more and more topics. Isn't the popularity of Fuai Town just coming up? For your apprentice, I really broke my heart. Aoki looked at Liu Shengen as if I was very attentive, and only showed a bitter smile. Don't push me all the things I want to show off. Even if the Cultivation Association values itself, don't you need so many reporters? Shall we be secretive? Do you know what it means to be a pig and eat a tiger? Now there is nothing to do. Maybe I will go out and cover my face like Mickey. It's like going out with a star. Oh, okay. Things are already like this. You don't have to worry about someone shooting at you. Now you are exposed to the brightest light. Anyone who wants to get close to you will be directly stabbed. It comes out, and with the eyes of those powerful leaders, obviously it will not move you on this cusp. Otherwise the old undead who cultivated the guild may really go crazy. Liu Shengen continued. Let's go and take you to the person I said. Talking about taking out 2 elven balls, a fossil pterosaur and a fire-breathing dragon appeared in place. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 435. Zenxin Zen said. Liu Shengen came directly to the back of the fossil pterosaur. Then he signaled Aoki to the back of the fire-breathing dragon. Actually, Aoki himself has flying mounts. Tropical dragon. But after seeing the 2 dragons, Aoki felt that he still shouldn't take it out and shame it. These 2 elves can be regarded as Liu Shengen's main elves. Whether it is a fossil pterodactyl or a fire-breathing dragon, they are all heaven-level elves, and the momentum emanating from them is not acceptable to ordinary people. Fortunately, Liu Sheng had just been here, otherwise Aoki really couldn't face the 2 elves. Even if the dream demon in his shadow comes out, it is estimated that he cannot resist the 2 skills of the fossil pterosaur, and this fire-breathing dragon is estimated to be Liu Shengen's initial wizard. Although it is worse than the fossil pterosaur, it is not much worse. After all, Liu Shengen is the top part of the senior breeder. Even though he is not very good at training the breeder, it is also relative to his capacity as a breeder. In terms of his elf combat effectiveness, the King of Heaven's trainer also belongs to the top. At least Aoki feels that the shadow is stronger. After all, Liu Shengen has just cultivated elves, and the quality of the resources he spends is definitely much higher than the shadows. Under the eyes of Liu Shengen's affirmation, Aoki climbed up on the back of Spitfire Dragon. Roar! The fire-breathing dragon was proud, and originally it was his arrogance that would not allow such a weak person to step on his back. But he was watching beside him, and he would not be able to carry him. I can only roar and express my dissatisfaction. Aoki smiled, lay on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, and took out some delicious energy blocks from the storage space. But there was no nutritional energy. This is a snack that Aoki usually makes for his elves, which is a solution for them. Solution. The fire-breathing dragon glanced at the energy blocks on Aoki's palm. With such a long time between him and Liu Shengen, what kind of energy blocks have not been seen? In the mind that not eating is a waste, I barely ate the energy cube in Aoki's hands. But he did not expect that it tasted a little surprising. The fire spirit generally likes the spicy taste, as is the fire juvenile chicken of Aoki. And this time the fire-breathing dragon is just a snack special to the fire juvenile chicken. Can increase the intimacy between the elves and the trainers. Seeing that the fire-breathing dragon liked to eat, Aoki took out some more and fed it to him. After this, the fire-breathing dragon's sense of Aoki was much better, at least no longer rejected. At least from the negative feelings of a meeting, now it has changed to a positive number. And Aoki on his back has a little peace of mind. Liu Shengen has been watching Aoki's movements next to him, watching how he and his Spitfire dragon pull into the relationship. If he uses his advantages, he will gradually change his view on him. Could not help but nodded. Aoki had some means to get along with the elf. Okay, let's go, Liu Sheng said just when he was almost there. Teacher, this is the city. Before Aoki's words were finished, the two elves flapped their wings and brought a gust of wind. Fortunately, there are not many people in the surrounding streets, otherwise people may be hurt. The Uranus level trainer is domineering. Golden City bans flying, and now it says flying. As far away as a doll-filled room in the Golden Power Super Hall, a young girl had an angry expression on her face, but could not vent. He kept muttering, another one who wants to fly is flying. If it weren't for my strength, hell, practice hard, wait for my superpower to upgrade to another level, and directly cover the entire Golden City to see who is still flying. But it's hard to get another level! Exclamation mark. Why so slow? Talking, the young girl reluctantly converged and entered meditation again. The superpowers of the whole body are surging. If Aoki can be here, he should be able to perceive that if the superpower in his body is the amount of a bathtub, the superpower in the girl's body is estimated to be 1/10 of the sea. Anyway, there is a big gap. Only Liu Shengen and Aoki did not understand the anger and depression of the girl. On the backs of the fossil pterodactyl and the fire-breathing dragon, the two flew towards the southwest with all their strength. Liu Shengen felt like this. His 2 feet were firmly absorbed on the back of the fossil pterodactyl, and the howling wind did not affect him, because the fossil pterodactyl helped him stop it. But Aoki obviously didn't have such treatment. Although he pleased the fire-breathing dragon, he flew with all his strength, but he did not care about the existence of Aoki. This led to Aoki lying on the back of the fire-breathing dragon very ugly, blowing his head with the strong wind. Not to mention, the flying speed of fossil pterosaurs and fire-breathing dragons is really very fast. At least several times faster than the tropical dragon of Aoki. Looking at the Golden City that gradually disappeared from the field of vision, and then following the direction of the flight, the conjecture in Aoki's heart became more and more accurate. This is the wind. After flying for 3 full hours, Aoki's hair almost erected before finally reaching her destination. The appearance of a small town appeared in the sight of Aoki. Seeing this small town, although Aoki has never been, he knows his name. What a new town! Be the origin of everything. Fossil pterosaurs and fire-breathing dragons fell before they entered Zenxin town. Not many people in Golden City can educate him, but Zenxin has it. Liu Shengen put away the fossil pterodactyl and fire-breathing dragon. This is Zenxin town. It is a small town with a good environment, but not many people know it. The person who will take you here today lives here. Maybe you have heard of his name, Liu Shengen said. Aoki nodded. www.mtlnovel.com followed Liu Shengen and walked towards Zenxin town. Looking at the surrounding environment, we can know that this is really a place that is very suitable for old age. It is located in the mountains, and it is also one of the few towns in the Kanto area closest to Beiyin Mountain. Zenxin town has the name of the Alliance's affiliated town, and the people who can live in it are either the seniors of the Alliance or what contributions they have made to the Alliance. And the League attaches great importance to Zenxin town. Perhaps Dr. Aoki chose to settle here for part of the reason. And Xiaozi, who is well known, was born and lives here. Xiaozi was brought up by his mother alone, and his father never appeared. Aoki speculated that Xiaozi's father might have been a high-ranking affiliate of the Alliance, who dedicated his life in the battle, so he could live here. From the care of Dr. Ogi for the Xiaozi family, it can be seen that Xiaozi's father may not be inferior, or have some relationship with Dr. Omu, otherwise why there are so many people in the town, but Dr. Omu is only with the Xiaozi family so close. Add more. Thanks to the 6 million rewards of the Forgotten Wombat Big Brother, becoming the second leader of this book. Thanks Hibiscus. I wanted to finish it all at once. After all, the monthly ticket was also in arrears, but the Hibiscus had a high fever and worsened the cold 2 days ago, and all of the documents were exhausted. Everyone knows it, so let me take a look. I make a big move. Add one more today. Then I still owe the Forgotten Wombat Big 5 and 05 chapters to the monthly pass plus. Hibiscus will work hard to code and fight for a big move. Then everyone cast their monthly pass, and Hibiscus will remember it. Thanks for your support. Chapter 436 Okigzching Liu Shengen took Oki straight into Zenxin town. Although the surrounding environment seems to be fine, Oki always feels that he has a pair of eyes always looking at himself. It does not carry any malicious intentions. It may be to monitor your own existence and prevent yourself from making any destructive events. I don't know if this spy monitors himself. Dr. Ogi's elves, the elves sent by the Alliance, or the elves of others in Zenxin town. Anyway, Oki has little resistance. So when I first came to the Elven world for the first time, I wanted to grab a real new town. With Liu Shengen leading, Oki did not encounter any obstacles. The two walked into a huge house, which is estimated to be the largest in Zenxin town. After entering the house, you can see that there are a lot of instruments stacked in it, some of which seem very valuable. But they were randomly placed on the ground, a bit messy. Obviously the host here is not finishing. Then I saw a person with white hair and a long white lab coat, with their backs facing Oki, flying on both hands of the test bench, as if performing some difficult operation. After Liu Sheng saw the figure, he walked over with a smile, and Oki followed. Near Oki smelled a familiar scent. The taste of instant noodles. It seems that this person is Dr. Oki, who has not run away. A man who cooks good instant noodles. Xing. Liu Sheng just shouted. Then he saw that Dr. Oki, who was serious about eating instant noodles, turned around, and there was still no time to eat with instant noodles on his mouth. When Dr. Oki saw Liu Shengen, his eyes suddenly lighted, and he immediately put down the instant noodles in his hand. Wu Gang, Hajima, Xiao Gang, I haven't seen you for a long time. Liu Shengen had a few black lines on his forehead, and he recovered immediately, and said with a smile, same as before, Xing, can't you swallow it first? Grunt. I saw Dr. Oki swallowing all the noodles in his mouth, and laughed. Ha ha. Xiao Gang, it's you. It's been a long time. Said that the two had a hug after a long reunion and patted each other back. At this time, Dr. Oki noticed Oki standing behind Yanejiu. Liu Shengen said, Ahem, Xing, this is mine. Oki, your apprentice. Needless to say, I'm watching TV. You are really enough. They are all old and come out to show off. I don't know how many old guys got jealous and accepted a good apprentice. Ah. Dr. Oki blurted out. Hello Dr. Oki. I have only seen you on TV all the time, and I finally saw you this time. Oki said respectfully. It's really just seen on TV, and it's all the two-dimensional paper people. Okay, good. Young and promising, Xiaogang can receive an apprentice like you at this age. It is his. Ahem. Well, it's your luck. Xiaogang's talent and strength in cultivating homes can be said to be the top group in the world. Dr. Oki changed his voice immediately when he heard Liu Shengen's cough. Continued, I think when I first went out for a trip, I met Xiaogang, who also just debuted. At that time, he was determined to become a top cultivator. The two of us also traveled to Kanto and Chengdu regions. The eyes flashed with memories. Dr. Oki, whose full name is Yukio Aki, was a very well-known elf trainer before he became a doctor of elf research. His strength can be said to be unfathomable. Oki is probably not worse than the average champion and may even be stronger. He is one of the veteran characters of the Pokemon League, and has a very special status in the Pokemon League, because he has helped not know how many people, and does not know how many people have been taught. So Liu Shengen just said to Oki that as long as Dr. Oki agrees to help, then Oki would basically have no problem if he wanted to open a pavilion. However, Oki didn't know that Liu Shengen had such a relationship with Dr. Oki. In this world, apart from relatives, disciples, and fellow travelers, it can be said that it is a very good relationship. A relationship that can entrust the back to others, a relationship that can put life and death for the companion. It can be said to be comparable to a brother. So, it seems that the backing in the league seems a little bigger. Moreover, Oki's expression is a bit strange. Dr. Oki's personality and style are very similar to Xiaozi. Dr. Oki is optimistic about Xiaozi, and there is a large part of this reason. Xiaozi's love for elves is exactly the same as Dr. Oki. Then, his teacher Liu Shengen is similar to Xiaogang. Dr. Oki and Liu Shengen equal Xiaozi plus Xiaogang. They are both called Xiaogang, and they all want to be top cultivators. Wait, Wu Nen seems to say that he wants his son to be an excellent breeder like Oki, so is it all destined? The main melody of this world seems to have participated in it unknowingly. Even Oki, the butterfly's flapping wings, did not have any impact on this matter. Dr. Oki and Liu Sheng just chatted there, talking about their deeds, while Oki stood quietly listening. After a long while, the two talents shifted the topic to www.mentalnovel.com. Yes, Xing. The main purpose of this visit is to trouble you, Liu Shengen said directly. In terms of his relationship with Dr. Oki, it doesn't matter if he speaks directly, and he also knows Dr. Oki's personality and likes to speak straight. Oh, what's the matter? Dr. Oki asked. Say here. Right, you see, I forgot, and still standing. Let us go in. But I don't have anyone here either. I am here for the researchers today. And I am left with my grandson Ximao at home. Just a moment. You know my instant noodle technique, Xiaogang, Dr. Oki said, walking with Liu Shengen and Oki. After passing through a few doors, I went straight to a huge backyard. It is said to be a backyard, but in fact it is no different from a huge grassland, which contains many elves. Some were wild elves, some were teleported by trainers for Dr. Oki's care, and some were Dr. Oki's own elves. As a breeder, it can be clearly seen that these elves are very well trained, and it can be seen that the daily meals and the nutritional allocation are good. When Dr. Oki came in, a lot of elves came around and circled around Oki. Ha ha, let's play by yourself. If you are a guest today, I won't play with you, Dr. Oki said with a smile. The elves glanced puzzledly at Oki and Liu Shengen, but left very obediently and went to the grass to play with other elves. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 437 Terrafast Dragon and Dream Demon Exposed. Sit down and talk. There will be no people here, said Dr. Oki, pointing at the table and chairs under a huge umbrella. But at this moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, covering up this huge parasol. Dr. Oki smiled. Xiaogang, remember your old friend? Liu Sheng just froze, and immediately showed knowing smile. Well, he didn't evolve at that time. Without making Oki wonder for too long, the next second, the black shadow disappeared, and a huge yellow elf appeared in his vision. The subconscious scan of the chip caused Oki's pupils to shrink suddenly, and the heart stopped. Pokemon, Fast Dragon Blue. Gender, male. Level, 94. Attribute, Dragon plus Flight. Characteristics, Mental Power. Carrying Props, none. Genetic Skills, Speed, Wave of Dragons, Wave of Water, Iron Tail. Basic Skills, Wing Attack, Storm, Fist of Fire, Lightning Fist, Feather, Tight Beam, Electromagnetic Wave, Tornado, Wrath of the Dragon, Beat, High Speed Movement, Dragon Tail, Water Tail, Dragon Dive, Mysterious Guardian, Dragon Dance, Reverse Scale, Destroy Light. Teaching Skills, Meteor Swarm, Frozen Fist, Snoring Fist, True Fist. Skill Learner, Hold, Awakening Power. Middle. Rock, Dragon Claw, Poisonous, Frost Beam, Blizzard, Light Wall, Rain, 100,000 volts, Thunder, Earthquake, Tile Splitting, Shadow Clone, Jet Flame, Sandstorm, Large Letter Explosion, Rock Block, Swallow Return, Chi Bomb, Ultimate Impact, Spike Attack, Stomp, Rock Fall, Dragon Tail, Dream Word, Stand In, Surfing, Waterfall Climbing. Excessive. This fast dragon is really excessive. Oki shouted in his heart. It was the first time I saw Oki, a blue eligible elf, and more than that. The blue qualified quasi-god elf has a level of 94, and there is a rapid speed in her genetic skills. Coupled with that skill that does not hide the characteristics of the tyrant, Aoki is really shocked. It turns out that the ace elves of the true strongest in the league are like this. Level 94, a champion with proper championship strength. Although Aoki felt that Dr. Ogi had the strength of the championship, his inner guest still had a little reservation. But the appearance of this fast dragon made Aoki's strength as a relatively accurate positioning. Champion definitely have the championship strength, but also the top championship strength. In the future, he will become the champion of the dragon department in Chengdu. His fast dragon is probably not as scary as Dr. Oki. The general beast is probably not enough to look at him. What is said is of course the true beast. Oki estimates that the three gods on the island of the three gods at sea can't beat this fast dragon. It is a problem that the frozen bird and lightning bird may have a bigger advantage, and the flame bird is probably enough. This is a three-eyed bird with a priesthood. It is not the kind of three-eyed bird that is encountered in the wild. That kind of fast dragon is expected to play one piece. 94 level blue qualified Quasishri dragon. These words surround Oki's heart. Who would be able to have such an elf? It is estimated that the people who can restrict him in this world will not exist very much, right? It's no wonder that Dr. Oki can live so comfortably, and the alliance still has to please and hold it. It is really strong enough. At this time, Fast Dragon's eyes turned to Aoki's body. Suddenly Aoki felt a little familiar. It turned out that after they entered Zenxin town, the gaze staring at them was the sight of Kuei Long. It's already so strong now. The little guy at the time. Liu Sheng just patted the body of Kuei Long. Quick Dragon did not evade. He still knew Liu Shenggen's smell. It was just that he looked at Aoki with a hint of doubt. In other words, it is more confused about the shadow of Aoki. Wu Kuei Long whispered twice. Dr. Oki's face suddenly changed when he heard the cry of Kuei Long. Seeing that Dr. Oki changed color, Aoki and Yanagatsu also changed. It's just that the reasons for the change are different. What's wrong, Xing? Liu Shenggen asked. Aoki was his disciple. It was clear that Quick Dragon had discovered something, which caused the change in Dr. Oki's face, which was always light and light, obviously not a trivial matter. And Aoki's face changed because he noticed that Kuei Long shifted his eyes to his shadow. Others don't know. But does Aoki himself know what's in his shadow? The Dream Demon now lives in his own shadow. And just when Quick Dragon noticed his shadow, Aoki even felt that there was a slight wave of superpowers in his shadow. Adolescent Aoki, have you been to a place that hasn't been clean recently? Dr. Oki's expression was serious. Just because my old friend just told himself, I felt the breath of a king-level elf in the shadow of Aoki. Although hidden well, he still couldn't escape his keen sense. Hearing Dr. Oki's question, Aoki's thoughts turned sharply. Now Dr. Oki must have discovered the existence of a dream demon, so what should I say now? Concealment is obviously impossible. Then we can only expose the existence of the dream demon. As his teacher and Dr. Oki, you reading www.uukanzu.com should not miss a junior heavenly king elf. Aoki nodded and said, I did go to a place with some problems once, but did not encounter any danger. I even met a good partner. Although she is relatively strong now, she has a simple mind and my strength it was almost so she was not trained. Then Aoki said directly to the shadow, come out, dream demon, don't be afraid. As Aoki's words had just fallen, a hat-like head slowly emerged from Aoki's shadow, two small red eyes, and a scared expression glanced at Dr. Oki next to Dr. Ogi, and then seemed to be frightened generally. He ran to Aoki's side and hid behind his back. Seeing the emergence of the dream demon, Liu Shenggen's complexion suddenly changed, and two elf appeared in his hand. Although the strength of the dream demon is relatively ordinary for them, but for Aoki, it is simply nature. Aoki smiled bitterly and said to Liu Shenggen, teacher, it's okay. Xiaomeng is just a child, only a few years old child's mentality. Although she is powerful, she will not use it, and she has been from birth to now. I have never seen other elves or human beings. Now follow me and I will be responsible for teaching her some basic knowledge. Speaking of which, Aoki took out two energy blocks of the dream monster from the storage space and put them in front of the dream monster. The dream demon is still a little scared. But when he sees the energy cube, he immediately forgets the fear, and eats 2 energy cubes in one bite, revealing a happy smile. Seeing the appearance of the dream demon, Liu Sheng just let go of his heart a little bit, but he didn't let his guard down completely. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 438 Admonish but drive. Oak on the other side is not the same. The moment he came out of the dream demon, he knew the elf well and immediately walked slowly with a magnifying glass, and a smile on his face appeared to be very close. He felt the pure heart like a child from the dream monster. Just like the Use and Geo elves he issued each time, although each elf has its own personality, it is impossible to conceal and imitate the gem-like purity in his eyes. Only those newborn babies will have it. So the first time Oki released it, he confirmed Oki's words. Dream Demon, it is really rare. This Dream Demon has very good development, and the grade and qualifications are also good. Obviously, the quality of the dark stone used during evolution is quite acceptable. Dr. Oka slowly held the magnifying glass, approached the Dream Demon and said with a smile. But the Dream Demon was obviously a little scared of him, avoiding Dr. Oka around Oki. So it became a picture of one person and one elven circled around Oki. Woo. On the side, some fast dragons who couldn't stand the showed a helpless expression and called out to Dr. Oka. His trainer doing this really made him feel helpless. It must be that the dragon mold has fallen in the last life, and such a trainer has been in this life. Hearing the sound of Qa Long, Dr. Oma reacted, watching the dream monster look at him like an anti-badger expression, showing an awkward smile. Ah, ha ha, ha ha, what, professional habits, I didn't hold back for a while. Then he grabbed his head. Oki touched the head of the dream demon, soothed her slightly, and shook her head to show that it didn't matter. How is it, boy Oki? Is there any interest in putting the dream demon with me for a while? The next time you see her, you will definitely improve, Dr. Oka said. After hearing what Dr. Oka said, the most violent reaction was the dream demon. With a loud scream, he went straight into the shadow of Oki and never came out again. Ah, Dr. Oki, she doesn't seem to like it, Oki said awkwardly. Ahem, that's no way, ha ha. Actually, Dr. Oki didn't really want to keep the dream demon, but he was curious about the source of the dream demon. But now it seems that the dream demon is really like a little child, and seems to only believe in the existence of Oki, since there is no big problem to follow Oki so much. He was worried about some powerful elves who wanted to kill someone. After all, ghost spirits also have a lot of strange abilities. Dr. Oki has not seen the ghost spirits that absorb human vitality. With the affirmative look of Dr. Oki, Liu Sheng finally let go of his heart. Now Oki is not only his apprentice, but also the treasure of the entire Breeders' Guild. However, there can be no problem for no reason. Tell me how you met this dream demon. Liu Shengeng said. Teacher, you know, last time we were on the Santanu, wasn't I in order to lead those of the water fleet away? Then I jumped into the sea and found that the ship was long gone when I went back. So I looked for it an island state. Then Oki gave the 2 7-pointers, 3-pointers, and fakes the situation when the dream demon was discovered. At the same time, he could also reveal to the two that he couldn't guess something. Maybe they could find out what they saw. So, you found the existence of the dream demon in an underground cave full of ghost system energy, and the dream demon is just the beneficiary in that cave, not the producer? Liu Shengeng looked serious. He had never heard of such a place. The same is true of Dr. Oki, but his expression is better than that of Liu Sheng. This world is very large. The area that the Alliance has discovered now may only be part of this world. There are some special places, and it is not impossible. Maybe that is one of the eruption points of the energy of the ghost system in this world, but there may be a place left by which beast. Anyway, if you try it, you will not find it anymore. Don't look for it in the future. Oki nodded. Can't return to the trial island in a short time, or wait to see when the strength is strong enough to face unknown situations. Also, don't let others know about the existence of the dream demon. The two of us have no interest in her. But you have to know that not all of the world are Alliance trainers. If anyone knows that you have one Uranus level, elves will bring you great disaster. And not all League trainers can be trusted. So what you have to do is to maintain the concealment of the good demon as before. Fortunately, not everyone can feel the existence of the dream demon like Zheng's fast dragon, at least not by my strength, Liu Shengen warned. And it was also a comfort to Oki. www.metalnovel.com. At least the person who can find the dream demon should be better than him. Oki does not have any resistance ability, just surrender. Well, it's a little far away. Let's talk about the business. Liu Shengen went on to say that obviously he didn't want to say more about the dream demon. Oki can hide the dream demon, and he must be able to distinguish the importance of it. Although this apprentice of his own is not very old, the separation of things in dealing with things is based on his vision and often feels good. Yes, don't talk about this. Let us talk about the business. Xiaogang has said that there is something I need to help from now on. The two of us realized now, but I haven't seen you many times to ask me for help. Watch this time, getting things has something to do with Cookie, Dr. Oka said with a smile. After hearing that, Liu Shengen also smiled and said, yeah, am I not old enough to accept a good apprentice? As a teacher, of course I have to do something for the apprentice. Dr. Oka nodded, and someone can inherit the mantle. It's really good. But I don't know when someone can inherit it. But the little guy next door seems to be pretty good. Although he has no heart or lungs, his love for elves really makes people think of their young self. That's it. Although my apprentice's talent on the cultivator is ridiculously high, the talent on the trainer is actually not weak, and he is personally biased towards the trainer. When traveling in Feniyun recently, passing by a poor town, I was suddenly told to open a Taoist temple in the town and asked if I could open it. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 439. The Way of Dumb King Evolution. Hearing Liu Yanggang's words, Dr. Oka looked at Oki with a hint of surprise. Open a hall? However, I did not expect that Oki, the propagandist of the next generation of hype on television, wanted to open a Taoist hall. Are you ready to go together on both sides? If you want to open a Taoist temple, there should be no problem, as he is now in the Breeders' Guild. Those old men will definitely speak to him, Dr. Ogi said. Those who can make him all called an old man are obviously not too young. No way. The breeder is known to live a long time. Except for a few individuals, several old guys in the Cultivation Association have almost the highest seniority in the league. Yes, he has no problem opening the Dadao Pavilion now, mainly because he didn't expect to achieve such an effect before. The things that the stupid boy showed during the assessment really stimulated those old guys. But before he saw the assessment, he also told me that he wanted to give him a special evolutionary way of the elf and give it to the Alliance. Plus you and I said a few words in exchange for an opportunity to open a museum. Liu Shengen explained, and continued, then, it is better to give him the status of a researcher so that the results he submits can be signed by him, which may have a better effect. Hearing Liu Shengen's words, Dr. Dama frowned. Xiaogang, Xiao Qingmu is almost at the tip of the knife. Do you still need to bake him on the fire pit? Isn't it that the researcher is too important and can't just give? But you think that if you have a breeder to maintain, and then have the identity of elf researcher, if there are no research results, it is better to say, but if you really make any important research results, with his current strength, in Feniyun area, you guess if anyone will hit him? We also have to open a Taoist temple and become a Taoist trainer. Will such a comprehensive person want someone to kill him first? Dr. Oki's speech did not hide or cover up. Liu Shengen was his good friend, and he still had to say something directly. The three fell into silence all at once. I have to say that Dr. Oki's words are still very relevant. There is nothing wrong with the emergence of an outstanding talent, but an over-excellent person may even make some people feel the emergence of a dangerous excellent talent, but it will drive some people crazy. I didn't think about it, but let's talk about Oka's achievement. After all, it is his achievement. which can be secretly recorded in the League's archives. When he has enough strength in the future, he will show it. Liu Shengen said. That's all right. I'm still a little curious. What exactly did Oki find? They put their eyes on Oki's body. Oki did not speak, took out an elf ball from his pocket, threw it out, and summoned the Dull King directly. Seeing the appearance of the Dumb King, Dr. Oka's eyes lighted up instantly, exaggerated than when he saw the Dream Demon before, and he did not know when a magnifying glass was changed in his hand. The Flash King. However, Dr. Oka was stopped by Liu Shengen before he passed. Xing, I will study it later and talk about the business first. Oh, yes. Professional habits, professional habits. Oki said. Dr. Oki. The evolution of the elf that the students discovered this time is the way of the Dull King. People have discovered the existence of the Dull King long ago, and also guessed that the Dull King is dull. An evolutionary form of the beast, or an evolutionary form of the dull beast, but no way of evolution has been found so far. I accidentally let the dull beast evolve into a Dull King, and I think it is because of this situation that the dull beast can evolve into a Dull King. Having said that, Oki stopped. Shouldn't they ask questions next? Why didn't both of them react? Liu Shengen slaps Oka's back. Continue. Don't get ink. This stupid boy, our two elders are here, and they want me to ask questions to cooperate with you. Look for it. After being photographed by Liu Sheng, Oki quickly grabbed his head and continued. Yes, before, I was from Ogo, the big daddy of the Zvuchi family, the Zvuchogo, and from him, I got a certificate of king, and then by chance, I let the dumb beast at that time bring the king's proof, and then the big tongue shell playing with the dumb beast bite on the head of the dumb beast, so evolved into a Dull King. Certificate of the king? Dr. Oka's eyes lightened. I haven't been clear about his role ever since he discovered the existence of the king's evidence. Many times it is only used as an ornament or a collectible. I didn't expect that he could even assist the elves to evolve, murmured Dr. Oga. As for why Oki obtained the king's certificate from Ogo, it was no longer his concern. Yes, king. The Dull Beast evolved into a Dull King. www.mentalnovel.com is the king of a group, then the generation of this king must inevitably have momentum similar to the king, and the proof of the king is above. With this kind of thing, you can understand how to evolve into a Dull King. The more Dr. Oma said, the more he felt that the evidence of the king allowed the Dull Beast to evolve into a Dull King. This is no longer a guess but a necessity. Xiaoki. Your guess of 90% is okay. You just need to have another Dull King experiment, but the proof of the king is not very easy and the price is too expensive. Oki nodded. Of course. There is no problem, as long as the past life can be found in a few years. He first seized a name. Are you interested in keeping your Flash Dull King here for a while? Let me study it. Dr. Oki once again showed his professional ethics. Oki smiled helplessly and said, Dr. Ogi, I want to open a waterway pavilion. Now Dawang is my trump card. Without him, I don't think I have enough strength to open a pavilion. After all, my elf chose there is no specialization in water elves. Yes, if you are going to open a water museum, the presence of Dawang can also help you increase the popularity of some museums, increase the number of people who come to challenge, and the strength of the museum's trainers should not be too weak. Little Oki, if you only have a Dull King, even if you have the qualifications to open a pavilion, the number and strength of the elves is a little worse. Dr. Oka will not force Oki. Well, before the construction of the pavilion is complete, I will go out to exercise for a while, and it will be almost the same when I come back. And then I may need to subscribe to a few more water system elves to fill the number of elves that are used as the water system. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 440. Apply for 3 affiliates in Fenyuan district. By the way, Xing, Oki hasn't received Yuzum Geo elves before, but now it's okay to receive one. Right? Liu Shengen said beside him. Oki is a civilian trainer and cannot receive the Mikami elves. Oh, isn't Xiao Kingmu a civilian trainer? Dr. Oka said. Liu Shengen nodded and said, yes, Oki is a civilian trainer, so when he showed the talent of the breeder, The old men of the Breeders' Association were crazy. Really? Excellent talent. Dr. Oka sighed. You can get one. Just now you need to open a water system museum. It's better to get a water system Imperial Family Elf. How about the Jenny Turtle in the Kanto area? Jenny Turtle? Oki thought about Genus Turtle, and his ultimate evolutionary water arrow turtle. The water arrow tortoise is also quite good among all the 3 royal elves. Pure water system turtles have very good resistance, and their weakness is only twice the restraint of electricity and grass. But it has twice the resistance to steel, water, fire and ice skills. As the Sanjian's water arrow turtle, it is also good in racial value. It is good at physical defense and special defense. The speed is not very slow, but there is not much prominent feature between the various values. The main reason is that it is relatively average and can be integrated into many teams. The main point is that the water arrow turtle is the Kanto Imperial Sanjia that can undergo super evolution. After the super evolution, the super water arrow turtle has an additional 100 points of race value, of which 50 points are added to the special attack, which leads to the super water arrow turtle. The special attack suddenly reached 135 points, and the special attack had a chance to play. And physical defense and special defense are not weak, can stand and output. It is also very good. More importantly, the super evolved water tortoise will have the characteristics changed to a super launcher. Wave and wave guide like moves can increase by 50%. But it is a quite outstanding feature. Coupled with 135 special attacks, this feature has been better played. But to be honest, for Oki, the water arrow turtle may not have a strong presence in his team. The dumb beast has evolved into a dull king, and he can fully afford the output of special attacks. After all, the most suitable position for the super water arrow turtle is the large fortress in the back. And even his image is in line with this position. But Ney has overlapped with the Dull King. I don't know if I can choose Miss New in other regions, Oki asked. Dr. Oki groaned and said, theoretically it is okay. See, which region do you want? Richness? Oki nodded. After all, I will build a Taoist temple in the Feniyuan area, so if I can, it better want a prince in the Feniyuan area. Of course, because I want to open a water system. The best is the Bioliada in Feniyuan area. Oki really missed the giant marsh monster. The Juzun monster is an excellent sprite in terms of attributes, race value, and characteristics. Just 4 times the weak grass, allowing him to face most of the elves. The rapids and moisture characteristics are not bad. The super evolved leisurely freedom is the perfect characteristic of the rainy team. And the giant marsh monster uses physical attack and physical strength. CU. After the super evolution, the giant marsh monster has a physical attack value of 150 points, a physical defense and special defense that can reach 110 points, and a physical strength of 100 points is not weak. If there is a rainy team, the cooperation is simply a killer. So now the most suitable for Aoki, in fact, is still giant monster. If the mosquito coil can evolve into the mosquito coil frog emperor, it will have the characteristics of rain. With the special rear output of the daddy king, the super giant marsh monster is free to swim freely. A few more elves can mix and match a few times. Molding, bringing horrific fighting power. If you are in Feniyuan area, it is also possible. If you want to establish a pavilion in Feniyuan area, you really need a few local water spirits. Numawayu is a good choice. However, if you want Numawayu, you need to pick it up in Feniyuan area yourself. I don't have it here either. I will send an email to Dr. Odaki in Feniyuan area at that time, and you can pick it up at that time. Then I will give you the contact information of Dr. Odaki. You can contact yourself. Dr. Oka said. He didn't think there was any problem with Oka's choice. Although it is a pity that Oki could not leave the Dull King, but there are still opportunities. Dr. Oka still has some lingering memories of this flashy Dull King. After all, this is a rare flashing elf, and it is still a very rare type of elven king. It is estimated that there is no second one in this world. If it is a flashing dumb beast, it also needs to be able to evolve into a Dull King. Obviously, this probability is poor. That's it. That's the business. it's finished. Liu Shengang went on to say, Aoki, go out and play, and see the environment of Zenxin Town. Don't go too far, and don't hurt the elves here. I talked to Dr. Oki. This is obviously something to say. I can't tell Oki. Oki is also very knowledgeable and nodded. Take out the elven ball and put the Dull King in, and then walk towards the door. Although I'm curious about what Liu Shengang and Dr. Ogi want to talk about www.mentalnovel.com. Compared to this, Oki is more curious about the legendary son of choice, Xiaozi. Go out now, stroll through Zenxin Town. Maybe you can see Xiaozi who hasn't traveled yet. There is also Dr. Ogi's grandson, Ogimomo. After going out, Aoki released the Dull King. It has been a long time since the Dull Beasts evolved that Aoki has not released the Dull King with him. After all, the existence of the Dull King still has a very high rate of return, and even many people do not know the elves of the Dull King. However, this is really a new town. There are relatively few people, and it is absolutely safe. By the way, the Idiot King's superpower perception may help him find the two guys who have the ability to become champions. Maybe they can make some impressions while they are not yet trainers, or change something. Although he seemed to have affected some martial arts, he did not seem to be able to change the plot, and even promoted the development of the plot. So what happens if you want to try to change Xiaozi? Does the son of the chosen really have this fixed trajectory? Of course, Aoki will not be stupid until now to deal with Xiaozi, or any Xiaozi's departure or elves. For his future strength than Xiao Ziqiang, Aoki still has absolute confidence. He was just a little curious about the trajectory of the world, whether he would change something because of his appearance. It's a small attempt. Add more. Become the owner of this book for the Forgotten Wombat. The second edition of The Leader. 4 more left. Then the monthly ticket is now owed a lot. Hibiscus is still running. A big move. Don't worry, everyone will have more. Chapter 441. Xiaozi and Xiamao. Aoki took the Dull King out of Zenxin Town. Although the purpose is to find the traces of Xiaozi and Xiamao, Aoki does not have to find them. Most of them want to take a walk and relax. Aoki released the fire baby chicken. The child had suffered a traumatic heart. Although he seemed to be okay with the comfort of Coca-Cola, Aoki would take him out to play and adjust his mind if he had the chance. Recently, the physical condition of the fire juvenile chicken has stabilized, and whether it can be stabilized in the teal qualification finally depends on these days. The fire child chicken. The air here is very good. You can come out to play. Aoki squatted and patted the soft head of the fire child chicken. The fire chicken squinted happily, squinting on Aoki's palm. Now he feels more and more dependent on Aoki. However, there is another huge reason why the fire naive chicken can recover in such a short time, because he is a fire elf, and he is born with a lively personality. After getting a little familiar with the environment, the fire chickens started playing directly. The environment here in Zenxin Town is definitely treated. Although there are wild elves in the forest outside, most of them are not high level, and they are some fairies. Even if someone rushes into the forest, as long as without too much depth, there is no danger. The person who built this really new town really broke his heart. Kayamo Huoji screamed softly and pulled Aoki's trousers with his mouth. What's wrong? Fire child chicken? Aoki asked. The fire chicken eyes narrowed into a slit, and ran directly on the grass in Zenxin Town, just like a bird that was released. When I am in a good mood, I will spit out a few flames towards the sky. He knew he couldn't destroy the environment at will, but he didn't know why. He just felt very happy in his heart and wanted to vent. It seemed that a stone that had been suppressed in his heart was put down. Aoki's eyes flickered. Under the scan of the chip, the data of the firefowl were constantly changing. The ability value that fluctuated before is also rising shortly. It seems that the joy of the mood can still help the fire naive chicken to stabilize its qualifications. Aoki thought secretly. Aoki smiled slightly as he looked at the ruthless chicken that was about to disappear in the field of vision. King, let's catch up. But don't let this happy little guy run away. The speed of the fire juvenile chicken is getting faster and faster. and it will disappear in the sight of Oki. Yeah, the dumb king nodded. Using the teleportation skill directly, he appeared next to the flaming chicken while running. Then Oki prevented the dull king from intending to use superpowers to take them to keep up. The acceleration characteristics of the Fire chicken are now fully displayed. Oki looked at the Fire chicken and looked happy. However, just as the fire chickens ran happily, two children were welcomed across from them. One wore a red hat on his head, a short black sleeve, and the other a green dress with yellow hair. The two teenagers seemed to be arguing fiercely, walking towards Oki, but they didn't notice the Firehawks running towards them. The fire juveniles in Saihuan did not notice the two teenagers in front of them. Yeah. It hurts. The dark-haired boy was exactly the small man Oki was looking for, and saw that he was sitting on the ground now, holding his stomach and screaming. The teenager with a surprised expression on the side was Dr. Ogi's grandson, Ogimomo, one of Xiaozi's rivals. He had better luck. He was not hit by a fire chicken, but Xiaozi was hit with a full. Oki ran and ran over, looked at Xiaozi, and then looked at the fiercely fierce chicken who was also sitting on the ground, smiling helplessly. It is indeed a person who can be stunned by the skin god's crazy electric shock. The speed of the fire child is so fast that a teenager is hit, but there is nothing wrong. It's okay, kid. Oki lifted Xiaozi up and said to Huoji, are you too happy? You hit someone and come to apologize. Hearing Oki's voice, the hot child in the bun jumped suddenly. As an elf, of course, there is nothing wrong. But Huan, who was just running, was suddenly interrupted, and some got lost. I ran to Xiaozi, bowed again and again to apologize, and kept screaming. Xiaozi was not injured. When he saw the fire chicken, not only did not run, but even his eyes glowed. He ran to the fire chicken in one step, hugged him, and kept touching, as if he saw something fun. He kept muttering, elf, is it really an elf, or an elf you haven't seen, so warm and comfortable? Amount. Oki looked at Xiaozi, and was a little speechless. Xiaomo's expression was even more silent than that of Oki, but as Xiaozi's hair was small, he knew him better. After taking a photo of his forehead, he stepped forward and grabbed Xiaozi's clothes, dragging him away. At this moment, the fire chicken had a shocked expression, and hid behind Oki all at once. A head protruded from behind Oki, watching Xiaozi being dragged away. Then Xiaomokai came up politely and said to Oki, brother, sorry, this guy is in good health, nothing is wrong, and your elf is frightened. www.mentalnovel.com. Oki felt the head of Huochi said with a smile, it's alright, what's your name? My name is Xiaomao and Damu Mao, and my grandpa is Dr. Damu. My name is Xiaozi, and my goal is to become an elf master in the future. Xiaozi, dragged away by Xiaomao, also ran out from behind and shouted, holding a hand. Hello, Imoki, half of Dr. Oka's guests. Oki said with a smile. His teacher is a good friend of Dr. Oki. It is not wrong to count half a guest. After hearing the words, Xiao's and Xiaomo's eyes brightened, and Dr. Oki's guests were regarded as their own. Brother Oki, is this elf a fire chicken in Fenyun area? Xiaomao asked, looking at the fire chicken still hiding behind Oki. Yes, it is indeed the grandson of Dr. Oki. At such a young age, he can recognize the fire cock, and the knowledge reserve is good. Hey! Although Xiaomao has a cold personality, he is still a child after all, and he will be happy to be praised. And Oki is not an outsider to them. Where is the Fenyun area? What kind of elf is Huozi? What are you talking about? Xiaozi interjected. As for the elf knowledge, he didn't know a few of them except for some green caterpillars and Bobo that he occasionally saw on the edge of the forest. Xiaomao gave him a white look, ignored him, and then looked at the dull king next to Oki, 2 meters tall, wondering, but I don't know this little elf. Okay, first more, then 10 more today. Zoom in. Finally, ask for a monthly pass, then add more rules next month. Please continue to support. Chapter 442 Talent. This is the Dull King, evolved from dull beasts. It can also be regarded as the elves in the Kanto and Chengdu regions, but the evolutionary method is more special. Aoki explained. Stupid beast. Can't stupid beast evolve into a stupid beast? Did he still have a new way of evolution? Xiaomo's eyes flashed a light called knowledge. Well, it was because of this evolutionary form of dumb beasts that I specifically came to visit Dr. Oki. Xiaozi beside them was aggressive. Who am I? Where am I? What are they talking about? Why can't I understand? Aoki always noticed Xiaozi's expression. Sure enough, it is Xiaozi. No wonder the little elf fans on the earth called it little wisdom. Now the knowledge of the elf is almost empty, but with the love of the elf, he can become a top elf trainer a little bit. Xiao Mao next to him, not only in life experience, knowledge, but appearance, killed Xiaozi in all aspects, but was finally surpassed by Xiaozi. This son of destiny is really exaggerated. Originally, Aoki came to find them with the mentality of trying, or a vague and malicious existence. But after seeing Xiaozi, the previous mentality quietly disappeared, and even Aoki himself did not notice it. If it weren't for the events recorded on the chip, Aoki couldn't believe it. If Xiaozi hadn't met Paishan, would he still be the son of fate? Aoki thought secretly. On the surface, he calmly explained some knowledge about the elves to the two, and it was also a way to let people know in advance how to become an excellent trainer. The main process was that Xiaomao was communicating with Aoki, and Xiaozi was half guessing. However, Aoki also meant to take care of Xiaozi. When he saw that Xiaozi was really incomprehensible, he stopped to analyze it. At the same time, Aoki continues to emphasize that the first elf received by each person is absolutely vital. If we can take advantage from the beginning, the future development path will definitely be better. I also talked about how good the 3 royal elves in the Kanto area are, what 3 elves are, and what are their advantages and main fighting methods. What are the characteristics after evolution? What both of them heard was the constant flashing of light in their eyes. I have repeatedly emphasized the importance of Use and Gu elves. Xiaozi should not oversleep like in the original, right? It's better to keep them in the habit of going to bed early and waking up every day. Ze won't oversleep. Aoki then talked to them. As a trainer, what qualities do you need? And self-discipline is the first. Go to bed and get up early every day. Go to bed with the elves, get up and exercise together. It can enhance the relationship, make the elves grow better, and so on. In short, it is obvious that Aoki did not do everything. In fact, everything he talked about did not have any problems. It's all about a trainer who has grown up. For 2 teenagers who are about to become trainers who have not yet begun to travel, warn something and impart some knowledge. Even if Dr. Oka was here, Aoki wouldn't have any problem saying so. In this way, the 3 sat and talked on the grass for 3 or 4 hours. Xiaomao said that Xiaozi really had a preliminary understanding of the profession of trainer and the elf. Xiaomao also made clear his goals. The 2 people also called Aoki from Aoki to Aoki. It's about building relationships first. Just as the 3 were going on, the 2 got into their discussion. I saw Dr. Oak and Liu Shengen walking towards them. Grandfather. Dr. Oki, Xiaozi and Xiaomao shouted at the same time. Aoki also stood up and called respectfully to the teacher and Dr. Oki. Dr. Oki. Today Aoki told us a lot of knowledge about elf. I decided, in the future, we must become a strong trainer like Aoki. Xiaozi shouted happily. Set your goals more precisely. Xiaomao stood aside, although he didn't speak, but something flashed in his eyes. Apparently he was not at peace. Dr. Oka smiled and touched the heads of Xiaozi and Xiaomao, and said, then you have to cheer, you're Aoki brother, but you will soon become a trainer in Fenyuan Dojo trainer. Xiaomao and Xiaozi exclaimed. For them who have not yet become trainers, they are really amazing trainers. Yeah, you guys have to cheer, Dr. Oka said. I'm waiting for you in Fenyuan area, Xiaozi and Xiaomao. Both of you have the potential to become top trainers, Aoki said with a smile. After hearing their words, Xiaozi and Xiaomao were very happy. It was Dr. Oki who looked at Aoki in surprise. Any trainer, as long as he stays with Xiaozi for a while, he will feel that this child is a bit silly. He has no knowledge of the elf and has no fur. How can he never become a qualified trainer? But now Aoki puts Xiaozi and Xiaomao at the same height. Dr. Ogi is relatively familiar with his grandson. No matter from which aspect, Xiaomao has the potential to have a top trainer. www.mentalnovel.com. Although Dr. Ogi is also very optimistic about Xiaozi, but that it's just his personal will, and it doesn't represent the public's thinking. However, Oki's evaluation of Xiaozi was so high that it surprised him. At the signal of Dr. Oki, Xiaozi and Xiaomao left happily again. Oki, we are ready to go back, and today's work is done. It is estimated that I can return to Golden City by midnight. I have experiments to do tomorrow, Liu Shengen said. Okay. Oki nodded. I'll see you off. Dr. Ogi took the two of them out of town. Oki, do you really think of these two children, Xiaozi and Xiaomao? Dr. Oki asked as he walked. Oki nodded. Well, Xiaomao has inherited your talents, both in terms of knowledge and talent. They are top-notch, although Xiaozi is a little worse. I think it's a little bit worse. Liu Sheng just interposed, showing a strange expression. Ha ha ha, Xiaogang, don't interrupt. Oki, you continue to say. Dr. Oki obviously also understood. Let Oki continue to laugh after a laugh. Although Xiaozi is a bit worse, his love for elves can offset all these weaknesses. In the future, the achievements of these two children will definitely not be low. Maybe Xiaozi can surpass Xiaomao. Of course, this is just me personally, Dr. Oki. Don't take it seriously. In the setting sun, Oki and Ruko just disappeared into the sky. Don't take it seriously. Why do I also think that Xiaozi may be more successful than Xiaomao's? Dr. Oki watched them leave, muttering in his mouth. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. 10 more. 10 more. Chapter 443. Job in rocket space. In the middle of the night, Oki and Yaneji Ugang came over the Golden City. Put Oki directly in the Golden City. Liu Sheng just left in a fossil pterosaur. It is said that he has delayed his experimental progress for one day on Oki, and needs to go back to continue the experiment tomorrow. Helpless Oki can only return to the Golden City alone. Only shortly after he entered Golden City, a relatively hidden communicator suddenly rang. Feeling the internal vibration, Oki's face changed. After changing to a slow state, he got into the alley of Golden City directly in the dark. Then he summoned the Dumb King to ensure that there was no one around him. Then he took out the communicator next to him. No number is shown on the top, but this communicator can only dial one person, that is Shadow. This image is reserved for Oki's exclusive communicator. Connected it. A voice came from inside. Oki, where is it now? Still not in Golden City. Oki respectfully said, Master Ying. His subordinates are now in the Golden City. The phone was silent for a while, then said, okay, I see. The call was then hung up. Immediately after, Oki had not lowered the communication device in his hand, and the surrounding space was distorted. In a blink of an eye, two people appeared in front of Oki. It is the Shadow of the Rockets, and the owner of the Golden City Superpower Ode Museum, Nazi, who uses teleportation. Master Shadow, Master Nazi. Oki shouted respectfully at the two. Nazi saw the Doll King beside Oki, and her eyes lighted up instantly, and a momentary change appeared beside the Doll King. However, the current Doll King is no longer a dull beast. Although it cannot be compared with Nazi, it can still be avoided. Before Nazi put his hand on the Doll King, the Doll King also used instant movement to avoid Nazi's palm. Well, you dumb king is the dumb beast of the past. You can actually free his talents. It's a bit of a contempt for you. Nazi did not continue to shot, watching Oki said. But soon, Nazi's face changed slightly. You have reached the level of a junior superpower. Although the junior superpower looks to Nazi, it is no different from an ordinary person. But Oki's superpower is turned on. It was very unexpected that Oki was able to turn on superpowers, and she is quite aware of Oki's talents. In her life, she almost has no ability to become a junior superpower, but when she saw him again, she already had the ability of a junior superpower. It simply broke her perception of the talent of superpowers. In fact, Nazi became a junior superpower much faster than Oki. When she just awakened, she was only a step away from the junior superpower. But this is different. The talents of the two are different from each other. Luck, luck is better, Aoki replied. He couldn't explain anything to Natsu, but could only blame it on luck. Just as Natsu continued to question, Ying interrupted them. Well, now is not the time to say this, Natsu. Hearing that, Natsu also reflected over, took a deep look at Aoki, and then said, take your Ralph away and meet us personally. Hearing his words, Aoki calmly put away the doll king, but his heart was choppy. If you can let the 2 king-level strong men come out to find yourself, and then say you want to take yourself to meet a person, then who this person is, you don't even have to guess. Sakagi, the leader of the Rockets. The man who was very daunting even at the top of the league. The man who has the edge against the league champion and still has the advantage. No matter in strength or power, they belong to the top group of people in this world. Aoki also saw Sakagi in his previous life, but at that time he only saw Sakagi through a video call, and he met with a group of people and obeyed Sakagi's order. But things seem to be special now. Natsu grabbed Aoki's shoulders, and put her other hand on Ying's body. The super ability soared sharply. Aoki felt like a leaf-shaped boat in the stormy sea. Although it was not turned, it seemed that it might be subverted at any time. It all depends on the mood of the sea. Natsu used the instant movement with 2 people. A space twisted and blinked, and the 3 appeared in a forest. However, it did not stop and moved instantly again. 3 times in a row, less than a minute, the 3 of Aoki appeared in a secret room. This is really a bit of a hassle. I want to take both of you. If I am here, I will come directly. Natsu exhaled. Obviously it was a little difficult for her to take the 2 people for a short distance movement. Here is. Aoki couldn't help asking. Chengpan City, the rocket space, Ying said lightly, and went towards the interior. Natsu followed closely, and Aoki was surprised. www.mtlnovel.com but could only follow along. It is indeed Natsu who was able to teleport to Chengpan with 2 people in such a short time. Tokiwa is a small city in the Kanto region, but it is not small. It is located next to the Joban Forest, so it is named Joban City. Ordinary people may not know it, but the senior executives in the league know it well, because the leader of the Rocket, Sakagi, is in Chengpan. And he is also the owner of the museum in Joban. Originally, before Sakagi had revealed his identity, the Alliance regarded it as the focus of the next generation. Then, because of the power of Sakagi's Joban, he established him in a key city of Joban. I didn't expect it to be like a fish, and the Rockets developed rapidly and gradually shifted the focus from Chengpan City to Golden City. But Chengpan is still the home base of the Rockets. The Alliance's position as the owner of the Tsukiwa City's Tokikan Museum may be because the 2 parties reached a compromise on some matters, so they did not deprive them of this position. In fact, if you think about it, you will understand. Now, in addition to the Rockets, who else dares to enter Chengpan City as the museum owner, is not afraid of death? In the entire Kanto region, out of 8 more important cities, there are actually 4 museum pavilions whose owners are the Rockets, which is more terrifying to think about. It can be seen how far the Rockets have penetrated the league. Of course, it is also related to the gradual decay of the Alliance, the discovery of new regions, and the shift of focus. But this is also a manifestation of the Rockets' strength. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 444 Sakagi and banging in a secret room at the underground rocket base in Chengpan. Aoki met this man, who can be called the Elven World. Led by Ying and Natsu, Aoki entered the room alone. I saw a large desk in the middle of the room, with many documents and books on it. Behind the desk is a huge bookshelf, which also holds a large number of books. It can be seen that to become a powerful person, knowledge is essential. On the wide chair between the desk and the bookshelf, there was a black suit with a firm square face, clean short hair, and a confident smile at the corners of his mouth. Holding the book in one hand, the other hand kept stroking the smooth hair of the cat boss. Sakagi didn't look like any other big man. He saw Aoki coming in and pretending to be profound. "Boss!" Aoki shouted on one knee as he entered the room. The leader shouted very sincerely, "Get up!" Sakagi said lightly, putting down the books in his hand. His voice is calm and full of vitality, and he can clearly feel that Sakagi is perfect in both self-discipline and self-discipline. No dust was left on the table, and books and documents were neatly arranged. The whole body was meticulous and introverted. When Oki stood up, he slightly observed Sakagi with the light in the corner of his eye. The first impression is that this man is indeed the leader of the Rockets. It's almost full of charm attributes. Yining said that you barely got a small force in Feniyuan area and applied for an account with the organization? Sakagi asked, holding the cat's left hand without stopping. If anyone is familiar with Sakagi, he will know that this is a manifestation of his thinking. Yes, the leader and his subordinates are fully prepared for the Rockets to develop a rich area. Oki reverently answered, I don't know why, although Banma's face is expressionless, please always feel that he is staring closely into his eyes, as if seeing through something. Oh, really? Need any help from the organization? Oka's heart tightened a little. Although he has now established himself in Fuai Town, he never thought of having multiple ancestors on his head. Return to the leader. No need, the subordinates can gain a foothold in Feniyuan area. Sakagi nodded, no longer saying on this topic, if you need any help, just talk to the film directly. The general requirements that are not exceptional are still met. But I hope you understand what you are doing. What's the matter? I heard that. Oki nodded, but sweat had gradually appeared on his back. Although I claim to open up areas for the Rockets in the Feniyuan area, in fact, I still hope that I can get some rewards from the forces so that I can use them to improve my strength. Sakagi obviously knows that although Feniyuan area is some distance away from the Kanto area, and the Rockets cannot reach into the Feniyuan area, as a leader of a large force, what Oki is thinking, basically guessed 9 are inseparable from 10. But he didn't say it directly, indicating that it was still within his acceptance range. This is Sakagi's personality charm, which can give his staff a certain degree of indulgence, as long as he can maintain loyalty and improve strength. Because he is confident, no one can escape his hand. This is also the confidence brought by absolute strength. I watched TV yesterday and it looks like you're in the league right now. Sakagi shifted the subject. Yes. His subordinates believe that in order to gain a foothold in the Feniyuan area, an identity on the bright side is still necessary, and their subordinates are preparing to establish a pavilion in the Feniyuan area. Support. I believe we can do more for the Rockets. Oh, build a pavilion in Feniyuan, in your town of Fushi, for Fuai Town. It is clear that some know. Yes, the subordinates have opened up the relationship within the alliance, and the alliance has agreed to establish a pavilion in Fuai Town. Oki said affirmatively. Sakagi is not very clear about the establishment of a museum in Oki. After all, Oki only talked to Dr. Liu Shengen and Ogi. However, the alliance is already functioning internally, and Izaki's news network is expected to know soon. It is also possible that the news has been received, but for Sakagi, a small place like Fuai Town needs to establish a Taoist pavilion, and these little things are not his concern. Eyes flickered with thought. Oki is more capable than he imagined. Unlike Nazi Masashi, they became the owners of the museum, which was secretly supported by the Rockets. However, Oki was able to build a dogon in Feniyuan area by himself and established a small underground force. Although Fuai Town is relatively small, if a lot of resources are invested in it, it may not be possible for development. All of a sudden, the original plan of Banma's heart was overturned on how to develop the Feniyuan area. From the beginning, he didn't think that a young guy who had just come out of Trial Island would be able to gain a foothold in the intricate Feniyuan area. www.mentalnovel.com. Oki was a little eye-catching. Since it is a personal talent, it should be reused. Okay. Now that you have this ability, I'll order everyone to do everything possible to achieve your highest level of confidentiality in the league. Rest assured that the Rockets will support you. Sakagi waved his hand. Speak straight. Then, I will let someone open the door of convenience for you in the Rockets. Now I will elevate you to the position of captain, and I have the right to assign the position of captain and below in Feniyuan area. As for the captain level, as long as after passing a certain assessment, it is also allowed to pass. In the future, you will directly connect with the film, and then the film tells me it's a dark thing, go ahead and do it, Sakagi said at last, speaking to a shadow in the room. Yes. Aoki looked over, there was nothing there. But a voice came out. Dark, another deputy leader of the Rocket's shadow team, exist in the same status as the shadow. At the same time, my heart was a little happy. It was not the so-called captain's position, but the order of Sakagi, which was equivalent to appointing Aoki as the current chief of the Feniyuan area. Intervention. We must first pass the level of the shadow. But you have to understand that what I can give you can also take back what I do. I can ignore the little things you do. After all, strength is the essence of this world. Even if you are the current captain, your strength is still almost. Work hard to improve your strength, otherwise it will always be a petty bash. Yes. At the same time Oka's heart tightened slightly. Sakagi was beating him. Fourth, more. Ask for a monthly pass, and then there is more. Chapter 445. Yulong-do and Miklioka's back was soaked when he came out of Sakagi's office. Although Sakagi did not embarrass Aoki from beginning to end, he did not address anything. However, the irresistible seriousness still makes Aoki, who has the current strength, somewhat uncomfortable. Even if the previous life has just reached the strength of Zun Tanwang, in front of Sakagi, cannot breathe loudly. When leaving the room, Ying and Natsu at the door had been sitting there waiting for a while. Seeing some desolate Aoki, Natsu Zanyan smiled. How about, little Aoki, is the boss very aggressive? Are you scared? After hearing that, Aoki smiled bitterly. It was really shocked. It is truly a generation of heroes. The film patted Aoki's shoulders and didn't speak. As one of the few people closest to Sakagi, he admires Sakagi for what kind of person he is. Aoki entered Sakagi's study room for such a long time, and Ying's understanding of Sakagi felt that Aoki would be reused. There is a rule in the Rockets. As long as it can be seen by Sakagi and you don't live up to the importance he places on you, then it will soon be flying in the Rockets. Of course, it is difficult to live up to his value. Because he can be valued by Sakagi, his requirements are also very high. The average person's speed of improvement really can't keep up with Sakagi's expectations. If Aoki is to find someone similar to Sakagi, Aoki thinks it should be Cao Cao. I just don't know if someone like Sima Yi will appear. Followed by Ying and Natsu left the rocket space of Chengpan City. How come? Of course, how to go back? Back in Golden City, Natsu ignored Aoki at all and threw him directly from the Golden City Road Museum. Helpless Aoki could only find a hotel and stayed, waiting to return to Feniyuan area tomorrow. In the afternoon of the next day, Aoki, who was rushing on her way, finally returned to Fuai Town in Feniyuan area. At this time, Sky had long been sighted by Aoki. During this time, the Alliance will have a commissioner to visit Fuai Town and choose a place to build a pavilion. Sky's presence is not safe, so Aoki directly arranged the mall for hunting, and also gave it to those who joined. Exercise. Aoki returned directly to his backyard. Here is even Aoki's base camp. After asking Sky, the backyard here is directly surrounded by a high wall. The entire backyard occupies a large floor area, and Aoki can be inside. Feel free to train elves. The dwarf beasts and Tyrannosaurus dragons were left to expand the pond last time. Now when Aoki returns, the pond has not only expanded nearly 10 times in area, but also increased its depth several times. The scale of a small lake has just begun. Aoki directly put all the water elves purchased from the black market in Golden City into the lake, and suddenly the quiet lake suddenly became lively. Now most of them are water elves in the Kanto region, and Aoki will gradually expand into them. The dumb beasts will become the guardians of this lake. When Aoki settled all the purchased elves, Aoki didn't wait too long, and the commissioner of the Alliance arrived as scheduled. It seems that the efforts to nurture the guild are still quite large, and the Alliance attaches great importance to this matter. It's only been a day, and it's already here. However, When Oki saw the commissioners of the two alliances, he had a strange expression on his face. The two people still know Oki, and the other person obviously knows Oki. Although Oki and the other two have not seen each other, they do know each other. Yu Longdu, the current senior search officer in the Kanto area. In the Fenyun area, the disciple of the owner of the Liulai Road Museum in Liulai City, and also a famous coordinator in Fenyun area, Mickey. The two men came together. It can be said that now the residents of Oki has gathered two future champions all at once. If you add Ogo, Oki may have three champions here. Fortunately, Ogo didn't know Oki had called him, but learned that he was now far away and couldn't come back at once, but promised Oki that he would definitely come back when the museum officially opened. The Alliance actually sent the two, and I was really flattered, Oki said after crossing the water to Mikuri. Oh, were flattered. I didn't expect it when I first received the task. Oki Jun, you have swiped the screen on TV now, the youngest intermediate breeder in history, the next generation of the Breeders Association people. But amazing, Du said with a sip of water. However, I was able to hear from his words that he was still shocked by these famous names of Oki. Yeah. I didn't expect that the youngest middle-class nurturing house in history would set up a waterway museum in Fenyun, but it surprised me at the beginning. Oki's temperament made me very surprised. Michael admired the same. Mickey now looks exactly the same as in the future. But now he is not the owner of the Liulidao Museum. The master of the Liulidao Museum is still his master, Adam. Oki can feel the nobleness and elegance of Mikkel from the inside out. Do Yui and Mikkel become friends? www.mklnovel.com. The two are not only powerful, but also very similar in temperament. Anders' dress is not much different from that in the future, and he is wearing a blackered cloak behind him. These two people are really right. One man and one cloak look very handsome. However, the current Du is also serving in the Alliance search team. It is estimated that he will be the highest search officer in the Kanto area after a while, and then he will become the four kings of the dragon system in the Kanto area. Now the strength is already very scary. Mikli estimates that he will be able to succeed his master Adam and become the curator of the Liulidao Pavilion after a while. Liulai Road Museum in Liulai City is also a water system road museum, but it is different from Oki Road Museum in Oki, a small place such as Futaba Town. Liulai Road Museum has a long history, and the identity symbol of every museum owner is a Minas. And the owner of each Liulidao Pavilion is the noble, who exudes a sense of elegance from inside and outside. The two of them represent the Kanto region of the Alliance, and the other represents the rich region of the Alliance. The meaning is very obvious. The Alliance attaches great importance to the establishment of a pavilion in the Fenyun area for people in the Kanto area of Oki, and involving these two people in this matter may not mean that they have a good relationship with Oki. The Alliance must integrate various regions, so the excellent trainers in each region do need to maintain friendly relations from time to time. Two people, please call me Oki directly, but I can often see them in the newspaper, Oki said with a smile. Let's start commercial blows. Add more. Chapter 1. Adding to the rewards of the Forgotten Wombat Boss. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 446. The significance of the existence. I happened to be performing a mission in Fenyun recently, so I received a direct task from the top. Let me come to Fenyun town, Fenyun, to see if the public order and environment in this town are suitable for the establishment of Taoism. Du continued. I walked around the town this morning and found that it was indeed a bit backward, but the residents were fairly simple. But I heard that there is an underground force of the Black Snake Gang, which often exploits the labor results of the residents. But after I walked around, I didn't find what they call the Black Snake Gang. Oki, you know. Du Dao is not meant to be questioned, but just a little curious. After all, this is his profession. Oki smiled slightly. This Black Snake Gang has been driven out by me, but I heard that there are people inside the town collaborating with the Black Snake Gang, otherwise the Alliance will not know so long. Oh, I don't know who it is? Du looked serious, and what he disliked most was the man on the surface and on the back. The son of the mayor. If you check it carefully, you should be able to find some clues, but I don't know if the mayor is involved. Aoki said. Okay, I see. It seems that the town of Fuai is also a bit decayed like many other places. If it weren't for Aoki this time, you would build a pavilion here, and I don't know when the residents of this place can get out of this environment. Then I trouble you, Aoki thanked. Responsibility. Du waved. As the League's senior search officer, Yolanda has been used to many places where the Alliance is rotten. But now he is weak and cannot make any effective changes. If he can become the Four Kings and even the champion of the League, he can pass on his ideas to rectify the environment of the entire Alliance. In fact, this is to reduce the threat of the underground forces to the Alliance. The above is the main purpose of this visit, to help Aoki clean up the environment of Fuai Town, so that he can go smoothly in the construction and opening of the Dao Pavilion. Then came Mikkel, who represented all the local museums and coordinators in Fenyuan. The coordinator is still a local organization, but in the future, the Coordinator Association will also be incorporated into the Alliance and become a more important part of it. And when Mikli became the champion at that time, it can be said that it was the result of multi-party negotiation. Ogo can be said to follow suit. After waiting for Du to finish his story, Mikkel laughed and said, relatively simple. People in the Fenyuan Alliance, let me come over to help Aoki to see if there is anything I need to help. And then Nil explained to you some of the openings of the museum. You know that we will all be water museums in the future, and there are still many references. After hearing that, Aoki's eyes brightened. But the Liulidao Pavilion is the oldest one in Fenyuan area. As the same waterway pavilion, Mikli can provide much more help than crossing. Don't look at Mickey now is only a disciple of Adam, the owner of the Liulidao Museum, not even the owner of the Teolicon, but in fact, the current Liulidao Museum is already Mickey's head, and Adam is now just a name, not very involved in the management and battle of the museum. I believe that after a while, the owner of the Liulidao Museum should be replaced. It's just that Mikkel is now participating in gorgeous competitions everywhere, and sometimes he needs to go out to participate. At that time when Adam was really the owner of the museum. From this we can see that Mikkel is definitely a person with rich experience in the construction and daily life of the museum. I don't know if you have anything to teach me. I'm the first one to open a museum, and I really don't know these things very well. Aoki humbly asked. This is the first time that Aoki will soon serve as a preacher. Mikli nodded and said, first of all, Aoki, you must know that as a Taoist museum, the most important thing is not the spirit, nor the attributes of the Taoist museum, or even the owner of the Taoist museum. It is the significance of the existence of this Taoist pavilion, or what this Taoist pavilion tests, or what can be learned for challengers. What's the significance of Dokwan? Aoki's first consciousness is to give medals. After winning the challenge, you will get the medals owned by this Dao Pavilion. After collecting 8 pieces, you will be able to participate in the tournament organized by the Alliance. But obviously it will not be such a superficial thing. Yes, the significance of the Dao Pavilion exists. For example, we can get the Raindrop Badge after winning the Liulidao Pavilion, but there are also cases where the owner does not issue a medal after winning. In this case, even if the challenger fails, the owner thinks that he is eligible to have the Raindrop Medal and still gives it to the challenger. And this criterion is the meaning of Dao Pavilion. Mike Daly continued, this may be more general. The purpose of our glazed hall is elegance. Teaching the elegance between the elves and the trainers, maintaining a noble and elegant heart, can ensure the trainer's elegance in battle. Heart, then he can calm down when he directs the elf. www.mentalnovel.com. Aoki understands what Mikli means, that is to say, the judges of the Liulidao Museum can get the medal, mainly based on strength, but in fact, the more important thing is to see if the trainer or the elf has a sense of elegance, that is, a calm heart. Then, the Taoist Museum that you set up yourself needs a meaning that can become the core of the Taoist Museum. Aoki fell into meditation. Mikli didn't bother him either. The setting of the concept of the pavilion still depends on the idea of the pavilion trainer, and it is best not to be influenced by others. Rhythm. Aoki thought for a moment and spit out 2 words. Rhythm. Mickey and Do also mumbled. Yes, rhythm. The rhythm of battle. The rhythm of life. The rhythm of getting along with the elves. Aoki said, trainers need a sense of rhythm when they command the elf to fight. Whether the elf is to meet the training rhythm of the trainer, or the trainer is to cater to the original battle rhythm of the elf, both the trainer and the elf play a stronger. It is a necessary way for combat effectiveness, and the purpose of my opening this is to teach them the rhythm of learning to fight. Aoki directly determined the construction of the Dao Pavilion. Although a bit sloppy, Mickey and Do had to admit that the theme of this pavilion chosen by Aoki was pretty good. And so far, no prefecture has used this concept in Feniyun area. Since you have decided, then there is no problem. Then Aoki, you choose to open a water system museum. You can see that you are also good at using water spirits. Would you like to have an elegant battle? Mike shook him with his hand, said the green hair. Add more. Ask for a monthly pass. Gogan, the leader of the Forgotten Wombat Boss 46. Chapter 447 versus Mickey. Cough. To be honest, although I'm going to open a water system, I can only get one of them now. Aoki could not help but cough, a little awkward. At the words of Aoki, Do and Mickey were speechless. What's wrong? Now there is only one person who is in the water system, and he wants to open the water system. Let the challenger use only one elf to fight. For the time being, there is only one who can fight, but I have already cultivated the remaining water elves, and just yesterday I applied for the permission to acquire the Feniyun water system using Jizumi Weiyu. After preparing for the construction of the museum, I went to Odaki. The doctor brought back new Weiyu, Aoki said. Anyway, there isn't even a shadow in the dojo now, and Aoki doesn't need to worry. That's okay. Let's have an near-known battle. Show off your temperament gracefully. Mickey stood up and waved with one hand. If it was in his own hall, in other words, at the scene of the gorgeous competition, it can definitely bring a large scream. Then let me be the referee for the time being. Do also stood up with a smile. Well, since both of them are so interested, Aoki Stall said with a smile. As a result, the 3 found an open space outside. There was no battlefield here, and he was not willing to let them in. There are a lot of water spirits in the Kanto area now. If you ask them, Aoki is really hard to explain. Fortunately, the 2 did not mind. It's him I sent. Go Charlie. Mickey frizzled his hair in place, then threw an elf ball. A sea lion appeared in the field. Mickey likes to name his elves, so each of his elves has his own unique name. This will increase the bond between the trainer and the elf. Sea monster lion can also be regarded as Mickey's more famous elf. In fact, he is the most famous Minas, but Aoki estimates that Michaelis Minas is too strong, and he should not be an opponent now. Even if it is to fight, it may be crushed. Mickey also takes care of Aoki. The chip started directly, and the data of this sea lion came out. Elf, sea demon lion Siam. Gender, male. Level, 41. Attribute, ice system plus water system. Features, thick fat. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, playing with water, water fluctuations, water loops, rolling. Basic skills, bluff, rounding, fine snow, call, water gun, rolling, one more time, ice hockey, salt water, aurora beam, Tarzan pressing, sleeping, snoring, hail. Teaching skills, frozen wind, water tail, front furious. Skill learner, hold, awakening power middle dot fire, frozen beam, snowstorm, surf, begging for rain. This sea lion is very good in terms of qualifications and grades, and it has not yet evolved into the final evolved Emperor Sea Lion, and there is still room for growth. Being able to be regarded as one of the main spirits by Mickey, the strength is still good. Aoki also threw the elven ball directly, summoning the Dull King. King Dull? Miha and Du exclaimed when they saw the elf. As an expert in water-based elves, Mickey knew the elves even though they were elves in Kanto and Chengdu. And let alone, let's say, the future 4 kings of Kanto, the champion of Chengdu. The 2 were just surprised and foolish, but not too disoriented. It's so amazing to me, Aoki, your Dull King is so elegant. It fully shows his noble temperament, and is indeed the king of Dull Beast race. Mickey sighed. The king's temperament made him very fond of it. Aoki showed his teeth and smiled. The battle begins. With Das referee, the two men's battle officially began. King Dumb used tricks. There was a light called wisdom in his eyes. Charlie, the water ring. Mickey also ordered the sea lion. In fact, in terms of levels, the sea monster lion has an advantage. After all, the elves with the level of 40 can be called elite elves. If the qualification does not reach a certain level, the elite level is also difficult to achieve. Just the eligible elves cannot reach the elite level. But Dao Wang is not without chance, because the sea monster lion is an ice-based and water-based elf. When facing the Dull King of the water-based elf, the skill damage will be halved. The best of the Dumb Kings is the superpowers attribute. At least they can deal normal damage in the face of the sea lion. This is why Aoki came up to let the Dull King use tricks. Increase the strength of superpowers. Compared with meditation, the trick is more prominent. Charlie, use scroll. The Dull King takes longer to use tricks, and the sea current ring of the sea monster lion can be implemented almost soon. The sea monster lion directly embraced itself and rolled towards the Dull King. As long as the rolling skills are hit, the power will be gradually increased, but the disadvantage is still obvious. That is, it can only be used continuously and it is difficult to stop. But this is also no way out. Who makes the water and ice skills of the sea monster lion have an average effect on the Dull King? King Dance, move instantly. At the moment when the sea monster lion rolled over, the Dull King finally finished using the trick, and Aoki directly gave the instruction of instant movement www.mentalnovel.com to speed up. However, Mickey is obviously not that simple. Even if it is not a water system skill, he has trained all the skills of the sea monster lion. The ordered sea monster lion scrolled faster, and the next time it hit the Dull King who was about to use instant movement, Aoki's face changed. So fast. It is indeed Mickey, the Dull King. Continue to use the instant movement to open the distance, and then use the super water gun Nianli plus water gun. Used successfully. Moved directly to the other end of the field. Theoretically, the sea lion is also very slow, but the rolling has reduced the weakness brought by the speed. The Dull King who finished the instant movement spit out the water gun directly from his mouth, and then launched the superpower, wrapped it outside the water gun, directly simulated the water gun into a spear, and the speed was greatly improved, and this super water gun is with a tracking effect. But obviously the sea monster lion did not mean to evade. The super water gun directly hit the rolling sea monster lion. Boom! The sea monster lion's rolling speed suddenly decreases. King Dull, strong mind. The sea monster lion's rolling can't be finished yet. Aoki ordered again. Charlie, roll and rush up and use Tarzan to press the top. Mickey also ordered the sea monster lion. The black superpower ball condensed by the superpowers of the Dumb Kings rushed directly towards the rolling sea monster lion. Although hit, and the power is not weak, but failed to stop the sea lion's movement. Dash. Add more. Calvin 56, the leader of the Forgotten Wombat boss, is the third one added today. Chapter 448 Crossing Strength. The sea monster lion rolling in front of the Dumb King suddenly stopped himself holding the body, and using the advantages of rolling, he directly used Chan to press the top. The effect of such borrowing skills is more powerful. King Dull, hold on. A green energy hood appears around the Dull King, and will be thrown out to get blocked by the sea monster lion. Charlie, the freezing wind. The Dwelling King's holding skills offset a powerful Tarzan top pressing ability, and Mickey continued to order. Woo! The sea lion's body shook, and a icy wind with tiny boulder blew towards the drowsy king at close range. Although the ice-based skills do harm to the water elves in general, if the slowing effect of the frozen wind can appear, it will still be fatal to the Drow King. Stupid King, jetting flames corresponding to the freezing wind of the sea monster lion. The dumb king spit out a flame from his mouth. Ice skills and fire skills make contact in the air. Quenching and hot contact each other. Explosions and huge explosions were brought directly and brought up a cloud of smoke. Boom! The sea monster lion and the dull king stepped back from the smoke. I saw some injuries on both elves. Du could not help but nodded. Although these two elves are a little weaker for him now, Mickey's original strength is not weak. And Aoki's idiot king has extraordinary potential, and Aoki himself is also good, has the potential to become a top powerhouse. However, both of them are water spirits, and it is more difficult to distinguish between victory and defeat. Just here, there is no need to continue fighting, Du said. It was said that both Aoki and Mickey had retreated from the fighting. If there is no reminder of Du, the two may continue to fight until a victory is reached. But after the interruption of the transition, the two also felt that there was no need to continue. There is no elf center in Fuai Town. If the elf is injured too much, it will be more troublesome to treat. Moreover, the two are mainly based on discussions, and it is not necessary to divide the victory and loss of life and death. Judging from the fighting just now, the two were almost half at catty. However, Aoki had a preliminary understanding of Mickey's strength. After all, the sea lion is not Mickey's A self. His minus is definitely going to be a lot stronger. And the sea lion did not finally evolve. But the dull king has reached the final evolution, and is now Aoki's strongest elf. Except for the crow head superimposed on the layer of self-confidence, Aoki is the strongest for the time being. So there is still a slight gap between Aoki and Mickey. However, there is no big gap between Aoki and Dogo. It seems that there are some gaps between Mickey and Dogo. Maybe the strength will be better than Dogo. This is all Aoki's own guess, but it is estimated that 8 or 9 are inseparable. Du's current team has taken shape. His initial sprite is already a fire-breathing dragon. The fast dragon may have evolved or may not have. After all, the fast dragon was able to evolve when Hakron was at the 55th level. The evolved Quasician dragon has almost the strength to be a weak heavenly king, at least the peak of the heavenly king. However, Aoki feels that the crossed hacker dragon should be a little bit worse, and it is estimated that it is not much worse. Then Du now has at least the strength of Zuntan Wang, and he has not even reached the elite trainers. It seems that the exercise of the elves must be on the agenda. Both Aoki and Mickey nodded and stopped fighting. Aoki, your strength is a lot stronger than I expected. At least this waterway museum has no problems, Mickey said with a smile. Aoki let the dull king use the healing lion to kill Wave once, then shook his head with a smile. I guess it will be the weakest Doguin owner in Feniyuan area, haha. My family understands their own strength, and they are almost at the bottom of the Taoist museum owners in Feniyuan area. Don't be arrogant, strength is a little bit. I believe it won't be long before you will be able to surpass many people. Mickey said, yes, both of you are not weak in talent. They are both people with strong potential. Don't be arrogant. Du also said. Aoki didn't explain anything, he just humbled a few years later. Who was the strongest Taoist museum owner in Feniyuan area really wasn't necessarily sure. Okay, almost. I'm going to investigate the mayor. If there is any problem, I will take a shot. Du said. He threw an elven ball and a fire-breathing dragon appeared in front of the three. Pokemon, Spitfire Dragon. Teal. Gender, male. Level, 50. Attribute, fire plus flight. Characteristics, fierce fire. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, bite smash, dragon dance, dragon wave, bite. Basic skills, wing attack, blazing charge, hot air, dragon claw, shadow claw, air slash, grasping, scream, spark, smoke screen, wrath of the dragon, flame sputtering, splitting, spraying flame. Teaching skills, explosive flame, inverse scale, downwind, iron tail. Skill learner, hold, awaken power, water, dragon claw, destroy light. Feather habitat, earthquake, larger character explosion, swallow return, rigid wings, sword dance, rock fall. Sure enough, seeing the data of this fire-breathing dragon, Aoki felt a little tremor in her heart. Now Duo really has the strength of the Quasiski King. www.mentalnovel.com. Don't look at the level of this fire-breathing dragon is only 50, but the teal qualification plus the dragon dance, reverse scale, and various powerful fire and dragon skills, the strength is definitely above the intermediate Quasar King. From this, Aoki also determined that the fast dragon that had crossed should not have evolved, otherwise it would be the fast dragon that was summoned by his character. He waved at Aoki and Mikli, lay on his back on the fire-breathing dragon, and left him almost there. And some of the things in the museum have also been told to you. After fighting once, I can go back to make a difference, Mickey said with a smile. Obviously, it was not his personal idea to find Aoki to fight once. There used to be only one waterway pavilion in Feniyuan area. Now suddenly another one is to be opened. There must be some impact on the Ulai pavilion, so there must be some voices in the pavilion. This time Mickey's battle with Aoki witnessed in due next. It also shows that Aoki has the ability to open Doguan, at least has the ability to open Doguan in small towns such as Fuai Town. Trouble you. Aoki knew this too, but thanked Mikli for his help. Mikli waved his hand and said, "No need, you choose a place in Fuai Town to set up a Taoist pavilion, and report it directly to the Alliance. There will be a special person to build it. Then you can ask for it yourself, but the construction you have to pay for the funds for the Dao Pavilion." Aoki nodded, "No problem, there is no need to choose a place, just next to the house I live in. Just wondering when can I apply for the Elf Center? Add more. For the Forgotten Wombat boss leader, Calvin 66, the 6 million rewards of the boss become the leader. Pay it off. Add the fourth more today. Chapter 449 Final Training. In fact, compared to the Doguan, the Elf Center's help to Fuai Town is also not small. If a town has only a pavilion and no Elf Center, no matter how good the pavilion is, its appeal to trainers is still lacking. I'm not quite sure about this either. Theoretically, when the construction of your pavilion is put on the agenda, the construction of the Elf Center will also be put on the agenda. You can wait and see. You may follow the construction of the pavilion. Come with the group of people, Mikli explained. Aoki nodded. After the establishment of the Dao Pavilion and the establishment of the Elf Center, Aoki will be able to invite various parties to develop the economy of Fuai Town. Of course, the most important thing is the German company. Fuai Town will be able to develop in the future. Anzan took control of the green trees in the surface and in the shadows of Fuai Town. By that time, he would be able to get a lot of resources to feed back himself. Kokodola and Yukiira, the two big stomach kings, were finally able to afford them. Then I explained to Aoki some things that need attention in the construction of the museum, and at the same time passed on some of the experience of the management of the museum to Aoki without reservation. It can be said that it is not unreasonable that Mikli can become a friend of Ogo. After that, Mikli left and was said to have gone to the gorgeous contest in Greentown. Aoki welcomed the construction team sent by the Alliance. Complete tools and personnel. As for the materials, the most important thing in Fuai Town is the materials. There are mountains and forests everywhere, which can be mined at will. The arrival of an entire construction team made Fuai Town lively a bit, and the residents of Fuai Town also got from these construction workers the matter that Fuai Town wants to build a pavilion. This is a big deal for them. Happy event. To build a Doguan in a remote small town is absolutely foreseeable for the development of this town. As for the legendary Aoki, the owner of the museum, they have never seen it before. But the name Aoki has spread throughout the town. It can be said that Aoki is now the most famous person in the town. However, Aoki didn't have any idea about it. I saw that he chose a drawing of a pavilion in the hands of the construction team's contractor, and then gave everything to them. The construction of the pavilion needs to pay for itself. Liu Sheng didn't talk to Aoki at first. After all, he didn't become the owner of the Isle Museum. Fortunately, Aoki still had some money on him. He took out a 5 million Union Bank card and gave it to the contractor, asking him to quickly build the pavilion, and he needed to meet those requirements. Of course, for the generous contractor forehand, he promised. They are a special construction team of the Alliance, and they are in a good position to build a pavilion. And there are many elves in the elven world who can help participate in the construction, and the construction speed will be much faster. Aoki returned to the backyard. He hasn't been training with the elves for some time recently. Today, I saw two Tanjiao figures in the world, Yulongdu and Mikli. Both are future regional champions, and the strength they show has also made Aoki feel the pressure. At least now I can face them. But now the qualifications of Ocus elves are no longer a matter of stinging them. The main thing is time. More than 3 months have passed since Aoki conquered the Dark Crows. It is all for Aoki, but it is too short for the person to be. Ocus' current main battle elf qualifications have reached Light Siang. This is a situation that he didn't dare to think about before he was reborn. So what he has to do now is to work hard to improve the power of the elves. The Dull King and the Head of the Crow are the two strongest elves in Aoki's hands. But due to identity problems, the two elves cannot appear at the same time. So Aoki needs more elves to grow up like them. Strive for the elves to enter the elite level quickly. At that time Aoki was really worthy of being a trainer and captain of the Rockets. Dress up and train for a day today. Tomorrow Aoki will bring all his elves into the forest again. He will directly pass through a large area of old mountains and deep forests, enter many dangerous places, and then arrive at the starting town of Fenyuan, Mobai Town, and go to the water system Usanjia, Numawayu, which is requested by Dr. Odaki, an important member of his rainy team. All the elves were released, and today is their last training session. Crow's Head and the Dull King need to combine their skills more effectively. Aoki arranges the Crow's Head to combine the two skills of Wing Attack and Ki Attack. The Ki of the attack can easily hit the opponent's Ki, so that the Wing Attack will have a stronger increase, and the Flight and Evil attributes. The combination will be the main direction of Crow Head exercise for a while. This skill is called Aoki, the Wings Attack. On the combination of water and superpower skills, Aoki has been training him since the beginning and can now be used in actual combat. Today, when fighting with the sea monster Lion, the superpowered water gun used by the Idiot King is the combination of mental strength and water gun skills. At the same time, this mode of mutual integration can also be applied to the skills of many Dull Kings. For Ghost Stone, Aoki's request is to combine the two skills of Shadow Ball and Poisonous as much as possible. www.mentalnovel.com. General opponents know that they are highly poisonous and generally make subconscious avoidance. But the Shadow Ball is much better. Ghost Stone can completely combine the Shadow Ball with highly venomous, and wrap the toxin with the Ghost System energy, which can achieve the attack and release the toxin at the same time. The pull of skills is much simpler and more efficient. You can directly combine Metal Claws and Frozen Fists. The increase of Metal Claws and the increase of the Ice System attributes of Frozen Fists. The combination of the two skills can make each of the pulls in the second attack. They took the lead in the Ice Hole and the Tear effect. Previously, the pulls were Metal Claws in one hand and Frozen Punches in one hand. But now Aoki requires him to combine two hands and release both skills to both hands. This skill is called Aoki, Frozen Claw. As for the Scorpion-tailed Scorpion, his venom properties are gradually being developed, and his level is constantly improved as the absorption of toxins increases. The prototype of the poison sac has slowly appeared in the body. If the Claw Scorpion can condense the poison sac in his body, his toxin will be more terrifying than Ghost Stone. And if he can evolve into a Dragon King Scorpion, his grasp of various attributes will also improve. Aoki did not train him on any skills, mainly physical training and tail hooks. As a sharp weapon for the Claw-tailed Scorpion, his hook at the tail can be used as a third hand. Imagine that in the future, the Dragon King Scorpion will have one skill on the left and one skill on the right. The tail can also release the skill, plus the characteristics of a sniper, who can stop it. Add more monthly pass plus more, up to 700 monthly passes. Chapter 5 of today is more. Chapter 450 Overlord Flower. The next day, Aoki, an alliance trainer, walked into the mountains without telling anyone. I did not follow the old road I walked last time, This time Aoki walked in another direction. The target is Woodbye Town in the south direction. If you walk on foot, it is estimated that it will take several days, and you cannot encounter a sudden hair condition, followed by the scorpion tail and scorpion. It is still on the periphery of the forest, and the level of wild elves encountered is not very high, so it is most suitable for fighting claw-tail scorpions. And the main purpose this time is to train him. Long-term exercise can help the body to digest and absorb the toxic energy in the body faster. Random walks in the forest will accidentally break into the territory of wild elves. If the number of elves belonging to this territory is small, it is better to say, but if the number of elves is large, it will directly cause hostility to those elves. Especially in this deep mountain old forest, the elves attach great importance to the concept of territory. If you can't enter, the ordinary elves will not enter the territory of other elves at will. But these are the basic forest codes, and for Aoki, they don't exist at all. The scorpion-tailed scorpion, who is as tall as 1.2 meters, walked on the strongest face at first, and two sharp claws kept waving, as if to hit another boxing, and the long tail behind it quietly reached hanging down on your head. The motionless appearance is easy to ignore. Apparently he has just come out for a while, and he has been a little excited now after fighting a few games. From the time he was born by Aoki, until now, there has been no battle led by him. Before that, he always watched the big brothers and big sisters fight, and he was the younger brother, picking up leaks next to him, and even just playing soy sauce, cheering beside. Although there is no danger, but for the belligerent, he is bad. This time he finally fought with him as the center, and he finally turned over to take charge. How could he not be excited? Aoki looked at the scorpion-tailed scorpion like a crab crossing the street and smiled helplessly. There was no stopping. After all, this is still the periphery of the forest, and the level of the elves is not very high. Now the 26th level clamp-tailed scorpion is enough to deal with it. Besides, there is a 32 level puller beside him. His main responsibility is to fight with those enemies that the claw-tailed scorpion cannot defeat alone. However, after deepening, Paula will be the main combat member. The green wood behind the scorpion-tailed scorpion felt that the color of the shrubs in the surrounding forest gradually became brighter, apparently entering a special zone. Either it is in an elf territory, or it is the birthplace of a natural treasure. But here is not far from the human world. The second possibility is obviously relatively low. If, not long after, Aoki's words are verified, because they have penetrated into the depths of an elven group, because a wild elf suddenly launched an attack on Aoki, and the main target of the attack was Aoki, who looked weak. Pokemon Overlord Flower Green. Gender, female. Level, 29. Attribute, grass plus toxic. Characteristics, chlorophyll. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, flying leaf fast knife, photosynthesis, taking root. Basic skills, absorption, growth, sweet aroma, solution, poison powder, paralysis powder, hypnotic powder, ultimate absorption, lucky spell, moonlight, aromatherapy, teaching skills, seed bomb, stomach fluid, absorptive fist. Skill learner, none. Judging from the information alone, this Bawangwa's qualifications are still in strength and are still good, but she is already the final evolutionary type, which will make her potential drop a lot. It's not that she's not good. It's just that Aoki's current strength has no interest in cultivating such an overlord flower. But for the claw-tailed scorpion, this is still a very good opponent. The overlord flower is an elf that can evolve through the leaf stone, and this overlord flower is obviously the owner of this territory and the only overlord flower here. Obviously, it is a stinky flower, and it was only after inadvertent contact with a leaf stone that evolution could be completed. Although this overlord flower has no training value for Aoki, she is still a very valuable elf to the hunter, and even if it is not used to match the hunter mission, it is a good way to improve the strength of the men's choice. After all, the elves of Bawangwa are the elves of the grass-based poisoning system. Among the various skills they master, There are many skills suitable for survival in the wild. Oki's favorite is the skill of Sweet Aroma, which can attract many elves in the wild, increase the efficiency of elven exercise, and also bring a lot of convenience for capturing elves. But everything has to wait until the claw-tailed scorpion defeats it. The Overlord flower of the grass-based poisoning system has no weakness in the face of the insect-type poisoning-tailed scorpion. However, neither her grass skills nor poison skills can cause any damage to the claw-tailed scorpion. After all, the scorpion-tailed scorpion is 4 times more resistant to grass and twice as resistant to poison. The Overlord flower rushed over and used the ultimate suction directly to the claw-tailed scorpion. A grass-based skill can absorb the nutrients of the opponent and restore their physical strength while causing damage to the opponent. A little blue hand is condensed with green energy, and the 2 feet keep running, the faster the speed. The opponent is here. Get ready to clamp the scorpion. www.mentalnovel.com. High speed to rush up, then use insect bites. Oki was clearly accustomed to the sudden attack of wild elves, without any panic, and calmly directed the claw-tailed scorpion to fight. Hearing Oki's words, the scorpion-tailed scorpion's face suddenly showed joy, and he yelled, and then strove the ground to lift some dirt and rotten leaves directly. The speed suddenly soared. Facing the Overlord, a large mouth of the blood basin is opened directly, and the worm energy is condensed on the huge worm teeth. The body size of the scorpion-tailed scorpion reaches 1.2 meters, and its strength increases with the body, and the strength is stronger day by day. It can be said that the scorpion-tailed scorpion is the strongest existence of the Oki elves now, even if he is only 26th level. But if the strength is still compared to the rest, there is really no elf is his opponent. After all, the crow's head needs to fly to be able to show his power. Standing on the ground, he can't exert his strength, let alone the rest of the elves. Not a single one is known for his strength. So the Overlord flower that rushed over, and the buzzer-tailed scorpion, who was blessed with speed and powerful, directly collided with each other on the halfway. Boom! The Tyrannosaurus absorptive fist hit the scorpion-tailed scorpion, and the scorpion-tailed scorpion's worm bite directly on the petals of the Tyrannosaurus. In the next second, the scorpion-tailed scorpion went backward 3 steps directly, and the Overlord flower was more miserable. It was directly repelled by the scorpion-tailed scorpion for 5 or 6 meters and hit the tree behind. Add more. 10th more today. Great move. With more than 750 monthly passes. The rest of the hibiscus can only be repaid next month. A high fever aggravates the cold, and all my archives are gone. This was temporarily rushed out. Please ask for a monthly pass. After all, 10 more.